drizzle.
And some boys coming over. Some wood, split it for me.
Getting ready for
that.
tomorrow. Got a lot of good things that are gonna happen tomorrow.
Good.
Feel really good about it.
Good.
Got my new yard signs.
Did you really?
Yep,
Those are cute.
yep. Got a little QR code on them.
I should have one of those.
Okay.
Well, I will someday go.
Okay,
Yeah, they're.
why don't we get started? This is day 2 of the Yamhill Budget Committee. And we will start this morning with criminal justice. So,
Morning. Is the district attorney's office first?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
District attorney's office is first.
Okay,
All right. Good morning, Budget Committee. I am Kate Lynch. I'm the district attorney for Yamhill County. Seated next to me is Cecilia Martinez. Ms. Martinez is our office administrator. She's also the director of our crime victim services, so she works very hard in both roles.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And first, I'd like to start off with a sincere thank you. My team and I very much appreciated this committee's support last year when I came to you with the ask of restoring 2 entry-level prosecutor positions. Very thankful to have had those positions restored, and I'm very pleased to report that we were able to fill those positions with 2 very qualified candidates who have been learning and growing, and that has put our team in a much better place than where we were this time last year. So I want to thank you very much for restoring those positions. That really has contributed to helping us get to a manageable staffing to workload ratio with our prosecutors. That's been tremendously helpful. And the bottom line for this year is that both of our budgets are balanced, both the 18 budget and the 22 budget. I am not asking for any additional funds this year, so there's no monetary ask. So I am sure that's good news. And while I would like to take credit for that, the reality is that our ability to remain balanced was driven largely by a significant number of vacancies that we have worked very hard over the last year to reduce. And to give you a sense of what we were working with, the beginning of 2025, we were down 5 attorney positions out of 14. So that was significant. 4 of those were our criminal division DDAs, and we did have our SED attorney position that was vacant as well. Our victim assistance unit, as Cecilia can attest to, also operated at roughly about half its normal staffing for much of 2025. That was due to some uncertainty related to VOCA funding. And so there were positions that were vacant that we were reluctant to hire for until we knew how the VOCA, everybody is familiar with VOCA, the Victims of Crime Act, it's federal funding, how that would play out. These vacancies did place a tremendous strain on our team, but they also produced the cost savings that allow me to bring you balanced budgets this year without any cuts. On forecasting, we did see a slight dip in our referrals from 24 to 25, but nothing very dramatic at all. It's kind of just a slight shift. We did see an increase in DOI referrals from the sheriff's office. And our caseload trends remain dominated by drug-related cases. Drugs are a factor in most crimes that we handle. Predictably, we did see an increase in drug prosecution from 25, compared to 24, directly related to House Bill 4002. As always, the majority of my budgets are driven by personnel costs. I work with 2 bargaining units, AFSCME and our Prosecutors Bargaining Association, YCDDA. Both are currently in active negotiations, and how those outcomes of negotiations will affect the 27-28 budget cycle is still unknown. So that's a factor that is variable that I can't really accurately predict for you at this time. I and my team remain committed to strong stewardship of county resources. We welcome any questions. And I'm not sure if there's anything that you would like me to focus on related to either budget, either the 18 budget or the 22 budget. Are there any questions that folks have?
I have a question. So you mentioned 2 positions that you filled
Yeah.
and 5 total. So is there still 3 vacant then?
Pardon me?
Is there still 3 vacant positions?
Our prosecutors, we have no vacancies currently.
Okay.
For the prosecutor positions. The two positions that the Budget Committee restored last year were for our misdemeanor positions. And I'm very pleased to report that we filled one of the positions in August and one in September. And those prosecutors have been doing very well. They're still somewhat in the training phase. It takes a while to get folks up to speed. But they're both doing extremely well. And I think it's really alleviated workload for the rest of my prosecutors.
So how many vacant positions in your office right now?
Currently, we have two technical vacancies. We do have one who has an offer of employment contingent upon a background. It's for one of our legal secretary positions. And we do have one position for a legal secretary, which is vacant, but which we are currently hiring for.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Kate, can you address the behavioral health deflection
Yes.
in and out, and then the actual from, where are we? 24, 25, and then 25, 26.
And that's a little complicated when you look at the numbers because we bill for that. And so the actual numbers that we have for 25, 26 are not entirely caught up. We get quarterly reimbursement from the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office runs that grant. And so the number that you see in the actual 25 to 26 is not quite accurate. It's 37,101 there, and I'm looking at 38,030.
Mhm.
And so there's a little bit of lag time. And Cecilia, is there anything that you would,
The full grant.
we expect to get the full grant
As we budgeted.
as we have budgeted.
Okay.
And so for this coming year, we actually saw an increase in we expect to see an increase in that revenue. It will fully fund one prosecutor position, felony DDA 2 position, half of a crime victims advocate position, and half of a senior office specialist position. And the reason for the increased funding related to the victim advocate position is that there is money that we can receive for restitution payable directly to victims. And there's some administrative costs associated with that. And so to compensate for those administrative costs, the grant gave us extra funding for half of the crime victims advocate position.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just trying to plan ahead for next year. So having no add back request, which is great, but planning ahead for next year, how good do you feel about that being almost fully staffed and seems like we've gobbled up that beginning fund balance? Do you feel good going into next budget cycle?
I guess a big part of that is how negotiations land.
Okay.
And that's hard to predict. We did just start DDA negotiations last week. You know, I know that AFSCME, I'm not a part of the AFSCME negotiations, but both of those negotiations will, I'm pretty certain will impact my budget.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to community justice.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. Good morning to the chair, commissioners, and the budget committee members. For the record, my name is Jessica Beach, and I am the director of Yamhill County Department of Community Justice, which oversees our adult criminal probation division, our juvenile probation division, and a 24-bed Yamhill County Youth Services Center, no longer called detention. With me today is Lori Lago. She is our business manager who assisted with preparation of the budget. I also have my other managers behind me, should any questions arise that I may not be able to speak to as well as they. I do have 3 budgets to go through, and I know time is of the essence, but I did hope to share one positive success or focus area on each, just briefly. And of course, I'll look at the boss if he says to wrap things up. And then I just plan on focusing on the large changes in the budget, but of course, I'm very open to questions as we go through. So let's go ahead and begin on page 162, our Adult Division, Fund 221. So a couple highlights for you, or one highlight for you, is we've really been working to revamp our in-house cognitive behavioral programs. So this encompasses programs such as Pathways to Purpose, which is an employment program, Thinking for a Change, which is a male gender-specific cognitive program, and Moving On, which is female-specific, as well as a motivational group. I kind of think of it as a preparation to treatment entry program. So this service was previously provided by a Health and Human Services employee, but that person retired. So we brought back a new classification, or a previous classification that we had used, our corrections program specialist, and you'll see that in the budget as we go through. So beginning on page 164, you see Fund 221, a whole fund, our beginning balance. And then moving on to page 165, our ending balance. I will pause here for just a moment to mention that 96% of this budget is state funds from the Department of Corrections, as well as Criminal Justice Commission grants. And so each new biennium, so last fiscal year, I do the best guess that I can come up with based on the governor's recommended budget, legislative hearings and such. I will share with you that unfortunately, community corrections experienced a drop of $60 million than what we had expected to get in the last minute. And so it's always kind of difficult because the state budget isn't finalized until after budget presentation. So you will see a significant decrease here in the ending budget and some decreases in the revenues as well. So wanted to make note of that as well. We are very fortunate. We were able, similar to Dan Lynch, we were able to hold the course. But I will share statewide, there's been a lot of layoffs, programs and resources being cut. But because of vacancy savings that we've had in the last 2 fiscal, we are very fortunate. But I do have concerns about the next biennium, not knowing what that state funding might look like. So. Okay, moving on to the first budget on page 167. This is budget 22141. So this department previously reflected the portion of Department of Corrections grant and aid funding that was allocated to Senate Bill 1145, supports to the jail. So just a little history briefly on that. Senate Bill 1145 was passed in 1995 and essentially provided local funding to jails to house adult in custody individuals that were serving 12 months or less in the Department of Corrections. And that actually locally built our transition center as part of the jail as well. And so we continue to provide that funding to jail operations and maintenance for those individuals housed there. So previously, if you look to the far left, you'll see that this budget actually contained Sheriff's Office jail FTE. But last fiscal year, we simplified the process and just included the revenue and transfer out to jail operations and jail maintenance. This year, you see no revenue and no transfers out because what we decided was to simplify even further and put those revenues and transfers instead into 2167, which I will explain when we get there. So that program would then entail the entire Senate Bill 1145 program that we have. So any questions on that budget? Okay, moving on to budget 22144 on page 170. This is our county allocation that we receive to allow us to supervise non-funded misdemeanor cases. This currently supervises or funds 1.5 FTE of probation officers to supervise this population. I will share with you that I just recently learned that we are 11 of 36 counties in which the county provides that allocation, which is the only way that we can supervise this population. So we are incredibly fortunate, and we thank you as Budget Committee members and the Commission for continuing to support those efforts. And of course, these represent cases such as DUIs, some domestic violence cases, and just general nuanced crimes that, I personally believe need to be supervised in the community to keep us safe. So we sincerely appreciate your support and continued support there, knowing how difficult budgets are at this time. So going through, we do have one small change to point out to you in personnel. They're under the probation officer 40336, changing that FTE from 1.6 to 1.5. And that just simply better reflects the spending of the county allocation we receive, as well as the increased costs that we have seen recently in personnel. But other than that, no changes to report unless there are questions. Okay, moving on to page 173. This is our Fund 22145. And this supports our parole and probation officers and other supervision staff, management, administrative support, and treatment services. This is the majority of our state grant and aid funds from Department of Corrections, but also includes our Criminal Justice Commission, Justice Reinvestment Program, and specialty court grants as well. So one quick thing to point out is our revenue there on line 33413. As I mentioned, we do see a decrease, and that's just simply reflects the actual finalized state budget revenue, as opposed to my best guess last year. We do have just a couple increases to UA fees, electronic fees, DNA fees and such, simply due to renewed fee collection efforts on our part to increase revenues, which is pretty common throughout the state. Moving down to personnel, we do have a couple changes to point out to you on that first line, 40124. We'd like to add the addition of 1 FTE for the program coordinator. And this replaces that retired Health and Human Services individual that was providing cognitive behavioral facilitation. And you will see later in the budget that the transfer to HHS is no longer occurring. So the cost of this personnel is captured and replaced by that transfer. And one more other change in personnel to point out on line 40336. Changing FTE of parole and probation officers from 11.8 to 10.1. So due to the concern of our ending balance, we are proposing to cut a vacant PO position. And then the 0.1 change you see there was captured in 22144. Moving on. And I don't think I had any other changes throughout this budget to point out unless there are questions. Other than I'll just mention the down and transfers out. That's what I was referring to, 78052 transfer out to HHS. That will no longer be occurring because of the replacement of an internal FTE.
I have a question. Thank you. A couple of things. I don't know. I know there was a grant, and I don't know whether it lives in the DA's office or in your department, but it had to do with online analysis and surveillance for the online child pornography. It was a significant grant, and I don't know who was administering that, or it was state money, I believe. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't. I'm looking back at the sheriff.
Okay, I'll have to
No.
check with Kate. I
Yeah,
think it might have been there. I just remember being at a
Yeah.
meeting where that was a significant time commitment. And also it was in terms of prosecutions, but it was also very effective. And I know that we were involved at one point a couple of years ago. The other question I had was in terms of workload. So I see that you're going to, not only vacancy issues, but cutting positions. I do believe you're kind of on overload as it is. How is that impacting your office going forward?
thank you. Great question, Commissioner. So we currently, even with this cut, we would have 13 FTE. We currently have 11 POs, but I am pleased to share with you, we have a certified PO position that is currently in background to fill the 12th. And the 13th, I'm not interested in filling that at this time, just not knowing what next biennium's state budget is going to be. But it's good to have it there because of our increasing population with regard to the DEM population that we're seeing because of House Bill 4002.
Thank you.
Commissioner Starrett, that was the DA's office that you were referring to.
Is that in there?
Yeah.
Do you see it on a line item?
I wasn't looking for it. I
'Cause I
think that
was-
was last year, though. I think it was, I don't know if it was reoccurring.
I was looking at it, couldn't find it on a line item, but I'll check with the
But I
DA.
remember her talking about that, and just meeting with her.
That was, yeah, I don't know if we got it again this year. I'll check with her. Thank you for that.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, moving on to page 178. This fund is 22163. As you can see, this unfortunately has been discontinued back in fiscal year 25 due to the termination of a Chehalem Parks and Recreational Department service contract. So unfortunately, this no longer exists. I think per the actuals, this will be the last year that we see this budget for that reason. I am pleased to share with you, we do still continue to have an out of custody work crew program in partnership with our fairgrounds. So we can still offer that service and that restorative justice model for the courts and for POs as interventions and sanctions. If no questions there, moving on to page 181. This is 22167. So this now encompasses our entire Senate Bill 1145 program, which encompasses jail operations, case management, and transition planning as well. So here you'll see on line 33467, there is a significant increase in the revenue just simply because the revenue is now in this budget as opposed to the 22141. And looking through and personnel, no changes to report there. And then moving on down, there you will see the transfers that previously didn't exist in this budget, but now do to jail operations and to jail maintenance for our Senate Bill 1145. The only other change that, again, I want to point out is with regard to transfer out to HHS on the line 78052, and that just represents the other half of the FTE that Health and Human Services was providing us previously that will be an internal FTE now. So with that, that is presentation on Fund 221, our adult budget. If there's any questions before we move forward. Okay, excellent. Moving right along on to page 184. This is 11074, our juvenile probation budget. So this department supports probation officers who supervise youth on probation, formal accountability agreements, and under the supervision of our juvenile recovery court. It represents county allocation as well as state, Oregon Youth Authority and Oregon Department of Education grants, as well as our Criminal Justice Commission grant for our juvenile recovery court. Just real quick highlight here, Yamhill County has the lowest recidivism rate for counties supervising more than 100 youth, 9% better than the state average. of 36.9%. In 2029, I'm pleased to share with you that Yamhill committed only one youth to an a youth corrections facility and 4 youth to our OYA community program. So that shows significant efforts. So I believe our combined efforts of prevention, diversion, and accountability show us to have one of the best philosophies in our approach with youth criminal justice across all state outcomes. And John Lynch could talk about that all day. Really proud of our team. So looking on to the budget on page 184, I'll point out the revenues in line 33411. And again, this is just based simply on what our best guess was and then what all the budgets actually were when they were finalized, not as great as we thought. Moving down into personnel, we have no changes to report or request.
You trying to make this easy?
I am. I heard the message. Let's make this quick. I'm sure the sheriff has a lot to present to you this morning. So moving down into materials and services, no changes there. In contracted services, I will go ahead and point out to you on line 61102 contract services, we do have a pretty significant increase because we just entered into a contract with Repath, which is a really exciting technology. It's an app-based supervision aid that allows for real-time GPS monitoring, after-hour check-ins with our youth, reminders of PO visits and court dates, as well as randomized UAs. And there's a lot of other cool stuff that it does.
Can we
So
send
we're
out
really
dog
excited
control
about it.
reminders on that too?
Yeah. It's very cloak and dagger. So, and then
When did
moving,
that program start?
I'm sorry.
When did that start?
We just recently signed the contract a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
Commissioner, we're actually in a pilot phase right now.
That's what I
We
thought.
anticipate
Okay.
that we'll be moving into the contract next fiscal year. And just one other thing I want to point out that I think we discussed a lot of it, that in juvenile justice, right, we're pretrial and supervision. We have a significant population of young individuals, 13, 14, mostly female, that are accessing high-level drugs such as cocaine. As you all can imagine, probably they don't have jobs to pay for that. So one of the things that's allowing us to do, in addition to supervising your high risk for criminality kids, is you also have this high need population as to where are they going and how are they accessing these substances. I think we can all assume that it's probably not through pro-social means. So that would allow us to find out where they've been, who they've been talking to, and things like that as well. So we anticipate where we will be into that contract, and we'll have all of those things. It really is quite a complex app, and I'm sure Commissioner Johnson, that they would work with dog control if you asked them to.
Maybe on that on that subject, which is interesting. Are you working with other counties, other criminal office systems, where you do a joint development with that app, or is it just developed for our situation?
John.
Currently, would be the second department to enter into a contract. Currently, Marion County is in contract, has a contract with them. They did go through the pilot phase. Some of the delays are IT related, so we're still working out the kinks on that, but we do have through the end of the fiscal year, we'll be in pilot. I do anticipate that if ours is successful, such as Marion County's, you will see more departments working, going into it, but we're kind of early days on this app, which really was one of the positive things that came out of COVID. Does that answer the question? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then lastly, moving into transfers, there's just a couple changes there that are more administrative than not, that you'll see are just placed in different lines. And then lastly, transfer out to community justice. This is for a portion of Lori and myself of our FTE that goes into the adult budget on 68168. And that's now in 68024. And then you see our ending fund balance of 153,722. Any questions on 11074? Okay, excellent. Moving on to the last DCJ budget on page 188. This is 11077, our juvenile detention, but we of course are rebanded to the Yamhill County Youth Services Center. This budget helps support juvenile correction staff who oversee youth housed in our 24-bed facility. This budget's supported primarily by county general fund and a very small portion of OYA grant and aid, but also contract bed rentals with other counties.
I know this question may sound odd and I don't root for it, but do you feel that the room rentals are going to be stable going into next year, or?
That's a great question. As you may or may not recall, we did actually lose a 3-bed contract with Washington County, which was pretty significant. The income and the revenue for that, though, did allow us to do some significant maintenance on detention that we really needed. It's a 30-year-old facility as of this year. Happy birthday. And so there were control panels, intercoms, doors, several things that needed to be, really needed to be done that allowed us to do that. We are currently in negotiation with another county as well for a 1 guaranteed bed contract. And we continue to work with our partners and hope that that others may have interest in our facility as well. So, and we have included in each of those contracts, because you will see a little bit of an increase in revenue. We have increased each year just a small amount to try to get us back to, or try to replicate actually, the true daily cost for those youth.
Hey Cliff, not to put you on the spot, but do you know off the top of your head how many counties of the 36 counties have facilities?
11.
11.
With one probably Joseph County. But currently we're at probably 4 going into next year. Columbia County is just going through the process of reading over the contract, and we'll be bringing them on. I spoke with all the other counties while bringing them on. They will be continuing with their contracts. So they're in a position right now of not dropping off where we're at. So we'll get over 500,000 in bedrooms.
I have a question about the cost. I assume you're adding in the cost for the Multnomah Education Service District charges, part of that contract for in those daily bed rentals.
I'm going to look to Cliff because he was the one that came.
So in other words, we're paying for, are we paying for that? We're not paying for it? It's, oh, so they're doing it free.
Yeah, it's through
Well,
the
they-
Oregon Department of Education.
They, I don't know exactly when it goes out for bid, but Education School District can apply to be this service for our facility. It used to be Willamette ESD.
Mhm.
They didn't want it anymore. Multnomah ESD took it on, and so they're paid by the state to educate the
Oh.
infants.
Okay. Is there any way we could add a surcharge for that, or is that considered usury? I mean, a surcharge for the bed rentals. So in other words,
I'm not sure what exactly, we've increased our bed rental price to a point where we're kind of in between the low end and the high end. And I know that others, the 4 other counties do have options. Marion
okay,
County opened their facility to 52 beds, which is how Washington County left us to go over there. And I think they're charging, I don't know the exact number, but it's in the low 200s. And so there are options. I know that Tillamook County, one of our partners, is contacted by Marion County every year and lowballs us every year trying to get them to go over there. Tillamook County likes our services better, so they pay the higher rate to stay here.
okay, thank you, thank you.
So one quick highlight for you with regard to our detention work. We're looking forward to our 3rd annual Learn to Earn summer program. We just started this 2 years ago, and this is in partnership with Multnomah County ESD, as well as our internal Baker Creek School. And it allows youth the ability to earn school credit over the summer months, actually a 7-week period of time. So I'll just give you an example. In the summer of 2025, 7 youth completed the program, each earning at least 3 credits in just a 7-week period of time. And as you can imagine, the population of youth that we serve have issues with regard to the need to earn those much needed school credit. So this summer, youth projects will include tending and harvesting a garden out of our woodlot, building planters for local senior care centers, and earning CTE credits through woodworking and welding. We also have some field trips planned as well. The focus is on the sciences this summer. So we have a trip to the fish hatchery, tide pools, and the Hatfield Marine Sciences Museum. And it's unbelievable. I hear from our supervisor that oversees our community service program, and just hearing that it's hard to imagine a youth that's never been to the ocean when we're as close as we are. So these field trips are really significant, and it's exciting to see these kids become excited about learning. So we're really excited about that. So moving into the budget on page 188, again, with regard to line revenues, 34202 room and board, you do see a slight increase just because of those contracts, and we've added in a slight increase each year, but continue to be very confident based on the services we provide that those will continue. Moving into personnel, no changes in personnel to request. And no changes in materials or services, nor in contracted services unless there are questions. And then down in transfers out, you'll just see a couple, again, administrative changes per county administration and finance that were made, but no real changes per se. And then you see our ending fund balance of 77,021. No other changes to report unless there are questions.
You know what, I'm looking here, excuse me. I'm looking here at your software license and maintenance fees, and
Yes.
it went 718, and I know it's 39 and 55 and now 10,000.
Yes. So that encompasses our Lexipro training, as well as there's an increase because we just updated our doors. We had to have Motorola license to do so. We've also seen an increase because of licensing and maintenance required for our body scanner, as well as our animated fingerprint machine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And with that, we wrapped it up pretty quickly unless there are other questions.
Thank you,
I will save the
Jessica.
time for the,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
absolutely.
Right, thanks.
Thanks,
Thank
everybody.
you.
Great job. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to sheriff.
I'm not speaking, don't worry.
Well, good morning, Budget Committee and Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm just a little bit in awe right now because this is the longest I've ever had to present information to you, so.
No. Just because the time is there.
That's right. That's right.
Pump the brakes.
So I appreciate being in front of all of you again. I can't believe a year has gone by since the last time. This is my third time presenting the budget. So I do have 7 budgets, 8 if I come back and help with any portion of dog control, and 9 that I have a vested interest in because of the jail capital. So just a couple of opening comments for you all. I acknowledge first and foremost that we are one of the largest consumers of general fund dollars that exist in the county. Since fiscal year 18-19, we have seen an almost 30%, 29.73% discretionary allocation increase to the budget for the jail, a 59.58% increase in our budgeted expenses. We have seen a 57.75% increase with jail personnel, and that's with the elimination of 3 positions in 23-24, but a 63.04% increase in jail materials and service. At the same time, on the patrol side, we've seen an 80.86% increase in discretionary allocation. And with this year's reallocation of funds from other budgets, but we have seen an 86.69% increase in our budgeted expenses, with 72% being in patrol personnel, and that's with the elimination of 3 positions that you will see later on with an add back request, as well as a 40.77% increase in our materials and service. The cost of doing business is increasing at a staggering rate. We are currently in contract negotiations with the sergeants union, so I do have that variable of not knowing what my true costs are going to be in the next year until we have a collective bargaining agreement with the Sergeants Association. As I committed to you last year, and is now proven to be the case, there will be little to no vacancy savings to absorb unexpected or overextended costs. We have continued to invest in hiring and working diligently to fill vacancies throughout the office to try to distribute the workload and prevent burnout with our staff. We are currently holding 1 deputy position vacancy in the patrol side due to budgetary concerns. We are actively working to fill 2 vacancies in our support services division and 3 vacancies in the jail, all for deputies. You will see, as Jessica mentioned, the transfer of funds from community justice to the jail budget under the 1145 funds. That is the change from where we previously allocated that directly to FTE versus that is now just a transfer in for the jail. Once again, we are going to be seeing most of my budgets winding up with ending balances less than $60,000. In fact, 3 of them are 0. And we'll talk a little bit more about the jail and why we're reflecting the ending balance we do, but some cautionary tales that I might leave you with when we discuss that. And when I go over all of these different budgets in detail, the thing that I would want to impress is I don't see anything slowing down with respect to the costs and the need to have sustainable solutions for funding for the sheriff's office. As you will see as you go through your packets, you know, the initial budget that was prepared in order for it to balance this year was the elimination of 7 deputies from the patrol division. We went back through with Ken's help and with Mike and Tara, and were able to identify and basically sweep any available funds we could throughout any of the other sheriff's office budgets to try to soften that. But as I sit in front of you today, we are still looking at the elimination of 3. So we were able to restore back 4 of those 7 by taking any funding that we could throughout the rest of the sheriff's office. So we will start with Fund 110-451-0040 Emergency Management. And that will be page 195. We have budgeted a flat award for the FEMA Oregon Department of Emergency Management grant based on the revised EMPG funds from this year. We have not received the confirmed numbers for fiscal year 26-27. I'll actually be back in front of you on Thursday with that updated award from EMPG. We are continuing with some of the discussion that we had last year where point 2 of my position is now billed to emergency management, since I have that responsibility of overseeing that department. We have added some to our small equipment line 54301. And that is as we work to finalize the full build out of the mobile EOC trailer, mobile emergency operations center trailer. We did receive a grant for $75,000, which paid for that trailer and most of the upfitting. We installed the radios that are necessary to be able to talk to anybody for interoperability, but we do have some small items yet that really would behoove us to have installed to have that fully operational. Because we are going to be filling the vacancy in support services out at emergency management, we have increased our schools and conferences in line 61202 so that we can get that individual to some specific training that is more specific to the function of emergency management beyond what they are exposed to working at the sheriff's office or in the jail. And as previously discussed, we need to look at ways, this is a conversation happening across the state with all of the sheriff's offices that have emergency management. Certainly all the counties have that responsibility, but we recognize that reliance on the EMPG funds, there are more and more people that are coming to the table. So those pieces of that pie continue to get smaller and smaller out to the counties and to the individual sheriff's offices that do have emergency management. So that is always a consideration. Any questions about emergency management?
So there was some concern about the EMPG grant, on again, off again type of thing. So that funds, what about 30-something% of the program? And we just got news relatively recently that we do have it, but that's not going to go away. That concern about if we don't get it, how do we fund this program? So I know there are ongoing concerns, but so far so good.
It was a relief to see that come through for this year because that doesn't alleviate the long-term concern, but it alleviates the this year concern.
Right. Okay.
All right, the next budget that I'll be looking at is Marine Patrol, which would be page 199. I'll start with the good. We did receive notification from the Oregon State Marine Board just a couple weeks ago. As you all recall, last year we suffered a very late in the game reduction in the funding that we got from the Marine Board because of conflicts between Oregon state law and the eligibility for receiving grants from DHS, which is where the Coast Guard resides. There was conflict between Oregon law and cooperation to be able to receive those federal funds. That for this year has been resolved. So we did just get notice a couple weeks ago that they are restoring the roughly $18,000 that was cut last year, and we are going to be receiving that. The problem with State Marine Board funds is it runs the biennium. So now we have 1 year of which to try to exhaust those reimbursements. So that is obviously the first place that we'll be looking to fund our operations for this coming boating season. We are looking at roughly 1,100 patrol hours for the program this year between Memorial Day to Labor Day. I know you all have seen the permit for the Memorial Day boat races. That is again happening this year. We will be out there, and that is the official kickoff of marine season for us. I talked already about that reduction in funds last year, which now has been restored. We did have some challenging times last year with staffing. The weather was a little odd last year. We didn't have those long stretches of hot weather that we normally see. We just didn't see quite the usage on the water that we normally do. But we are in a good place this year for being able to be consistently on the water. Certainly the concerns from boaters and from homeowners along the river have not decreased or diminished. So I'm looking forward to that presence out there. And we do plan to utilize our regular sworn enforcement deputies to be out on the water if any of our seasonal staff are unavailable for some reason. So Any questions about Marine Patrol?
You have seasonal staff?
We do. We have seasonal staff that augment our program because we're not a year-round. We typically use reserve deputies in the capacity of boat captains, so they're fully sworn, have arrest authority. They can make those enforcement actions if they need to. And then we actually have multiple of our cadets returning this year to be Marine safety officers. So they work as the second person on the boat, helping with passing documents back and forth, ensuring that boats aren't bumping into each other when we're doing enforcement checks, being that second set of eyes. So it's a great opportunity for the cadets to be out there, and they get a lot of good exposure and experience with being on the water. So we use those seasonal staff really as the backbone of the program.
Got it.
Do you know if TVFNR has their boat on the water during the Memorial Day boat races, or are they just on standby?
I believe that they are going to be out there again this year. Historically, they try to, but it is a little dependent on their staffing and call volume. For the most part, they are response only to incidents. They're never, unless they're happen to be out there training, they're not typically on the water on a consistent basis, but they do respond to medical calls on the water.
I have an idea for a fundraiser that I think we might be able to work in tandem with them. But we'll talk offline about it.
I do like to highlight that the last time I went out in a boat, I had to tow TVFNR in because they're up down. So just a little friendly competition.
Well, that'll go
Thinking about
really
anything
well.
fundraiser. Yeah.
That'll go really well at the fundraiser, because I'm
Yeah.
thinking during the boat races, it can be public safety boat race, and TVFNR and the sheriff just do a quick little, like 1 minute from one end to the other, and I think it could be a great fundraiser.
You get them to buy in and I'm in.
Okay.
Anything else with Marine?
Luger
Yeah,
gets towed.
yeah. Whoever can tow faster.
I like that.
All right, we will move into patrol, which is page 202. As you'll recall, last year, I went through and really took a hard look at our law enforcement, our policing services contracts with the 5 cities. We did make some pretty substantial revisions because those contracts are very intensive for the sheriff's office to fulfill. I mean, those contracts require those FTE, and the overhead costs that we incur, whether it's detectives, evidence, all the infrastructure with the body cameras and vehicles and motor pool expense. I mean, there's a lot that beyond just having a body there that we have to have all that in place. So that's why we increased that administrative fee in those contracts. 4 of the 5 cities all signed 2-year agreements last year because they wanted the predictability of knowing what those increases were going to be. It was roughly a 2% increase from year 1 to year 2. The only city that did not was the city of Dayton. So they are taking their renewal of that contract, I think, to their council at the beginning of June. It's roughly a 3% increase. So there was cost savings to those 4 cities that took advantage of the 2-year contract over the 1 year. One of the major hits to the patrol budget was that we were not awarded the next round of Criminal Justice Commission funding for the illegal marijuana market enforcement program. That was a program that we have participated in for the last several years. It was a pretty substantial grant that went a long ways towards some of the personnel costs with the investigation of illegal marijuana in the county. This directly affected our ability to continue to field that position. And we did end up pulling that one individual back into the main office to deal with the caseloads that we have in our special investigations unit. But that was a pretty substantial reduction. And, I would tell you that the process got extremely more competitive because the state pulled more than 50% of the funding out of that. Where the prior grant cycle, there was roughly $11 million available throughout the state. This last grant cycle, I believe that there was 5. So all of it went to the Southern Oregon counties that deal with, you know, a scale of problem far beyond what we see here in Yamhill County. So we were awarded the next round, and I think the DA and Jessica both mentioned the behavioral health deflection grant under House Bill 4002. We continue to be the applicant and administrator for that grant. It is just over $1 million that was awarded for the biennium. That grant pays for 1 FTE in my office. Our Sheriff Services Coordinator, she is the person that tracks every single drug enforcement misdemeanor case in the county, regardless of what law enforcement agency originates that case, and follows them all the way through to either one of the resolutions through the criminal justice program, or preferably successful completion of drug treatment. So there is a substantial, just over $600,000 budget transfer out to HHS and the DA, and I think that they both spoke to what those funds are being utilized for. And then the remainder goes towards materials and services in support of the grant. And I would just reiterate what DA Lynch spoke about, that we were able to write into the grant application this year specifically to have funding on hand to take care of restitution to victims. And that is allowing us to expand the deflection pathway to crimes outside of just drug possession. So those low-level thefts, criminal mischief where things are damaged, that's behavior driven by people's addiction. The DA has always said that she would never do anything that would take away a crime victim's right to be able to be made whole for their loss. And so this allows us to make the victim whole, for them to receive restitution for that loss, and then enter into the drug treatment deflection pathway. So those funds maybe are a little bit of an outside of the box approach, but it allows us to make crime victims whole and then divert more people into drug treatment than we otherwise would have been able to, because we didn't want a victim not to have the ability to be made whole from one of those kind of lower level property type offenses. We
So,
also,
Can I
yeah,
ask you a quick question? So you've been sheriff now for 3 years,
2.5. Yeah.
and in the last 2.5 years, what's the project? Are we doing better or worse here in Yamhill County as far as crimes and such?
Overall, like I've been doing all of our annual stats to the 5 cities, and I would say that we are seeing a leveling and maybe a slight decrease in some crime categories. It is a little bit cyclical, but another year we would be able to say, yeah, we're starting to see that that is consistent. So we have some one-offs where we have seen some type of crime that we haven't historically seen, and that's more to the upper end kind of extreme spectrum. But run-of-the-mill, everyday, property crime, nuisance crime, livability, we are seeing that is leveling and trending down in most categories right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. We also applied for the Criminal Justice Commission Organized Retail Theft Grant. We were awarded that and a recipient of it. That was a grant that we applied for as a partnership with the Sheriff's Office, the Newburgh-Dundee Police Department, and the McMinnville Police Department to specifically tackle some of the substantial organized retail theft that goes on amongst retailers across the county. We actually just had our first targeted mission last Friday. We are compiling all of the data and the stats. It took place at Fred Meyer in Newburgh. So the Sheriff's Office, Newburgh-Dundee Police were present, and that will be the first of many through the grant cycle. It's not a huge grant. I believe it was about $36,000, but it just pays for overtime for us to be able to remove people from being tied to the radio to go and do those specific enforcement missions looking at organized retail theft. The amount of theft that goes unreported, I'm convinced, is staggering. The amount of theft that does get reported is highly concerning. So We have submitted again to ODOT for our DUI enforcement deputy position. We have not yet received word on the status of that. Our funding that we received from the Bureau of Land Management, as well as Oregon State Parks and Recreation for the OHV Park in Upper Nestucca, is continuing. This augments, along with some of our general fund, one full-time patrol deputy position that works up in the woods. He is also supported with a couple of our reserve deputies that go up there and assist. We have been, in my opinion, very successful with the return of having a full-time presence up in the forest with dealing with the illegal dumping of garbage and waste that occurs, dealing with some of the unhoused individuals that are setting up camps up there. We have our mountain cleanup event happening again this year, but very, very successful this past year in partnership with the Bureau of Land Management.
Is the ODOT funding in or is it removed?
It's in.
Okay.
We have not received any indication, and our deputy just received a DUI Enforcement Deputy of the Year for the state. And so I can't believe that, we don't know exactly what the numbers are going to be, but it is my sincere hope that they continue to fund that. We continue to demonstrate that we have a very serious DUI problem in the county, and, the statistics speak for themselves. So
What line is that?
it is under the revenue or the expense.
It'd be the revenue end would be fine.
Yeah, it's gonna
Either one.
be 334.99, correct?
33499. Other state grants.
You see it's lumped together. There's the footnote
Where
that's
is it?
underneath it,
Traffic
behavioral health
safety.
grant, OHV, and oh, I'm sorry, up one more. Traffic
Oh,
safety
right,
grant,
got it.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Got it.
33417.
And you said it's under which one? The behavioral health grant?
Yeah. 40,000 OHV. And then.
Yes.
Just a quick question on sheriff sales. Can you explain what that is and why the delta between last year and this year?
That is my next talking point. Absolutely. So sheriff sales are when we are ordered by the courts to sell a piece of property. And those are those public, essentially sales that take place on the front courthouse steps. We have to have that placeholder on the revenue side and the expense line to be able to process those sheriff sales. We have adjusted last year. We went from 3 million to 2 million. But we are looking at the historical trends. Essentially, ever since COVID, we have seen a substantial decline in the number of foreclosures and sheriff sales that are taking place, which is the change that you are seeing. We are going off of the last couple of years of actuals, why we have reduced that to 500,000 for this coming fiscal year. We are looking at moving that entirely out of the patrol budget to its own budget in the future. Because it does inflate the numbers a little bit. If you look at the entire budget as a whole, we always have to constantly be reminding folks that, well, there's 2 million of that is basically, you need to just completely remove, because that's just the capacity to allow us to process sheriff sales.
Got it.
Do we get to pull admin costs out of the sales?
We do.
Is it good enough to cover actual admin costs?
We are, so one of the things that we have been working on is a partnership with our IT, county IT, and one of the senior programmers there. We have deployed a new software for all of our civil transactions. I think it will allow us to capture more of the true cost in calculating the time that it takes for staff to process these. So we have been, but I think that we will be refining it to get us closer to actual true cost, because we will be able to track more closely how much time it actually takes to process these sheriff sales or other types of civil papers that the ones that we are allowed to capture our overhead.
State sets that rate that we can capture from it?
So ORS states which types of civil papers that we can collect fees for processing. And then we just provide, we have to calculate our staff time at whatever their base rate plus incentives and roll-ups and
Okay.
so.
Okay.
Other changes in the patrol budget, we are continuing in our 51602 expense for uniforms. I think this will be the final year of trying to get everything current with respect to our ballistic armor, making sure that everything is cycled out before the end of the expiration period. Those panels do expire. And so we have a need to make sure that we are cycling those out and getting on more of a even rotation where we don't have 20 of them that are all due in the same year. We are also having to look at probably some expense under, I think it's House Bill 4138 that just passed. We are going to have to do some modification to our uniforms because that is what is commonly referred to as the masking bill. It also requires that we have the name of the agency prominently displayed on the uniform. And so where all of our folks that wear the external vest have the big patch on the back that right now just says sheriff, it now will say Yamhill County Sheriff. And for those of us like myself that wear the traditional uniform, we actually have to get Yamhill County embroidered into our shoulder patch, because if you were to look at me from any distance away, it does say Yamhill County very small in the seal right here, but you couldn't read that from any distance. So we have to be readily identifiable to what agency we work for. So there is going to be some cost associated with that, with retrofitting all of our uniforms to new patches to be able to identify the agency.
And what department do we send the bill to at the state?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, there's my.
Question.
Yeah.
On the bulletproof and the expiration on it. You said you're one more year on that cycle to get them replaced. When does that cycle start over again? Or
Every 5 years that
every 5. So
they
you're
have to be
3,
replaced.
so 2 years you have a hiatus from, and then you'd be right back into replacement again.
Yep.
Okay.
Our small equipment line 54301 was increased to reflect half of our Axon contract, which is the software system that pays for the body cameras as well as all of the digital evidence collection. And also the annual subscription. So just as a forewarning, this is year 4 of a 5-year. And so next year will be the final year of the existing agreement. And then we're going to have to renegotiate. And everybody that I've talked to, other sheriffs across the state, that cost has increased significantly from 5 years ago for that technology, for the cloud-based storage, for the body cameras themselves, for the subscriptions, for the licenses for all of them. And it is certainly challenging. They have been immensely helpful. And I certainly appreciate the support to be able to obtain them and put them in service. And we have them across the entire office, so everybody in the jail wears them as well. They are a critical tool. The evidence.com platform, which is where all of that footage and photographs and video and everything that people can submit to us, the DA's office has direct access to. We've gone away from burning CDs and thumb drives. It's all digitally stored. All law enforcement agencies in Yamhill County are now on Axon. So McMinnville Police, Carlton Police, Newburgh Dundee Police, Grand Run Tribal, the Oregon State Police just went to Axon. They certainly have the corner on the market, but I would anticipate that when we go to renew, we'll probably start those discussions in roughly a year. We are going to see that that is going to be significantly more expensive than it is right now. Professional services 61001 and capital software purchase 80006 continue to reflect our records management software upgrade project. We are still looking at go live this calendar year. We are pushed back a little bit from our initial deployment date. We were hoping for spring. We wanted to do it before fire season began. But I will tell you, if I take off my sheriff hat and put on my YCOM Executive Board Chair hat, I will not be implementing this change in the midst of fire season because it is a partnership with YCOM and it is heavily dependent on YCOM and YCOM IT. That is just the wrong time of the year. So we may get to the point where we could go live in like June or July, but I am going to delay that implementation until we are confident that fire season is at a place where YCOM can absorb that without having to worry about a fire kicking off and that drawing all of the needed resources away from the project.
I was just gonna ask you about YCOM. I saw in patrol, there was 25,000, but like Marine, I didn't see it in Marine or anything like that. Is it all under one or bulk of it under one line somewhere?
For the YCOM
Yeah.
user dues,
Yeah,
it's actually in
Is it under admin?
administrative.
okay.
Yeah.
I saw it under yesterday.
Oh, we have a revenue from YCOM
Right,
where
above.
they're paying us. So Jackie
Yeah, I saw that.
processes payroll and AP for YCOM. So they contract a portion of her salary to perform that function for the organization. Line 78005 reflects a almost 25% increase in our motor pool. This is a project that I have been working with Mark and Kira for over a year. You guys are full well aware of the costs of vehicles, and obviously the cost of fuel right now is not doing us any favors. But we are pursuing the vehicle lease option to at least help with our cash flow for the immediacy while we allow that replacement fund to build back up again. Line 99003 reflects our continuation of the K-9 reserve for future. That's the fund to help with the replacement cost of any K-9s. We did just add the 2 dogs in the last few months, but that was all paid for through donations through the Sheriff's Office Foundation. One donor in particular, I think, covered the cost of the 2 dogs entirely. But we are looking at the need to probably replace Rojo in the near future. He's our narcotics detection K-9. I think he is 10. He's 10 years old. So he's nearing the end of his working life. So we will continue to pursue those private sources of funding, especially for things that are wildly popular like K-9, but we do have the need to make sure that we're continuing those programs. So we're doing $5,000 a year into that reserve line.
If you need another therapy dog like Watson, Emily has one, and the name of the dog is Alice, and it is the sweetest husky German Shepherd mix that you'll ever meet. So if you need another therapy dog,
we'll talk afterwards because I can get connected with the Working Dogs of Oregon that's doing the training. And
oh my goodness, this
sure,
would be
yeah,
perfect.
So the add back request that you have includes 2 full-time deputies. Those positions are currently occupied. We swept all other budgets and allocated funds to restore 4 occupied deputy positions, but we were unable to identify sufficient funds to support technically the 3 positions that are being eliminated. We have asked for just the 2. And I will tell you that as something that I've lost a lot of sleep over is what to ask in this add back request. Yes, we did lose that marijuana grant funding, and that ultimately results in the funding that pays for 1 full position. Hence my request for 2, because those are all the occupied positions. We are holding the 1 vacancy, but I will tell you that that 1 vacancy, that 1 position directly represents our capacity to continue in the same manner the street crimes and narcotics team and the work that they're doing. So I just want to be very clear that the add back request that you have is to restore the 2. Those are the occupied positions that folks are currently in. That 3rd position is the one that we've held vacant. But I will also, just as a point of historical, I mean, obviously as a law enforcement agency, we're big on stats. I have to justify to all of my constituents and the 5 cities that contract with us, why we do what we do. And the budget that you have in front of you, and that is the version 20, so without any add back, reflects a total of 84.5 FTE for the entire organization. In 1995, we had 81.5 FTE. And the population of the county in 1995 was 78,500. It is now 109,983. So without the add back, we're looking at, we have 3 more FTE than we did in 1995. With the add back, we would have 5 more people than we had in 1995. And so again, I would go back to my opening comments that I recognize that we are a large user of the general fund, but certainly the demand and the complexity of what my people are doing out on the street and in the jail every single day has not diminished since 1995. And I would argue that it is significantly more demanding and challenging and complex than it was with the amount of mental health issues that exist and who we're dealing with on a regular basis, both on the street and in the jail. We continue to experience the effects of the elimination of the support services specialists that happened in fiscal year 23-24. And that is directly reflected in our civil unit and our records. All statutory allotted time is currently being used. So there are certain functions that we have statutory time frames and time limits that we have to respond within, whether that's a concealed handgun license, whether that's a public records request. And we are consistently bumping up against those statutory timelines and having to reallocate people to deal with things in the immediacy. We are trying to pursue all efficiencies with the home-built software, with county IT, with continuously evaluating how we're processing things and making sure that we are eliminating any duplicate work. But you will see in the jail budget when we get to that point that I am actually looking at, because it's what I could squeeze in there, I'm looking at adding a 0.5 FTE on the jail side. The amount of fail to appear warrants and civil papers and time computations and things that are happening for record staff is constantly increasing. And so we have 5 people that do that work 7 days a week on the records function. And so, I am looking at adding a 0.5, which will help across the entire organization, but that is attached to the jail budget. I could, remind you again of my conversations last year that if we see any part of 114 go into effect, the permit to a purchase, we estimate that that would immediately generate 2.5 FTEs worth of work. It's currently still in a stay. There was legislation in this past short session that delays any implementation until 2028. So we will have some time while we wait to see what the courts decide. But if we do wind up with that or any form of it, just know that that is going to add a whole nother layer of mandates for things that we are being required to do without any fiscal support whatsoever from the state. In addition to our Axon contract, our current lease for our mobile data terminals or MDTs expires in August of 2027. That is something that we work with Shane and IT to absorb those costs through our replacement funds and replacement program through IT. But that is something that is coming up. I have told all of my staff, basically, we have frozen any unnecessary spending for the remainder of this fiscal year. Anything that we had previously committed to, we're trying our best to honor, but we are trying to hold the line as best we can right now for the remainder of this year. For an organization that relies so heavily on general fund, staffing shortages continue to place a significant strain on our patrol and our core public safety functions. We have a new mission. We have the work that we're doing. And I don't want to sound as though I am unthankful for the support that we have received from you all, because without the support that we have gotten over the past several years, we would certainly be in a challenging place. But it is troubling to me that we continue to see these tremendous cost increases, a lot that we don't have any control over, and we need to find a way to remain sustainable. I'm doing my best to be creative and actually have a vision and a strategic plan, and not constantly be looking at where do I minimize the cuts in order to stay viable as an organization.
Sheriff, just a quick question about the marijuana funds. Is there a reason that they pull those back, or they just discontinue the program, or?
I think it was different legislative priorities. If you were asking for my opinion, I believe that, they took a bunch of the funding from that program and reallocated it, probably some of it to behavioral health deflection. But, there's constantly new priorities and new things emerging within the state. And that was some funds that the legislature felt that they could tap into and not have the repercussions that would be undesirable to them.
Can you tell me really quick, Sheriff, the two positions are deputies, right?
Correct.
And the one that's eliminate or that you have open is a deputy as well?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Jail maintenance wise, what, do you have just a rough gross number on what it is costing us to maintain the jail? I mean, I know Joe and his crew spend a lot of time over there. I'm just wondering
That'll be
where we're
coming
at
up.
with putting money into it, and, finally starting to, because I know it'd be years and years in the future, but finally starting to replace
That's
it.
actually scheduled for this afternoon. Fund 440
Okay.
has those particular details as the jail maintenance and the jail capital fund.
Okay.
So that's part of the capital reserve discussion for this afternoon.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I also like statistics, and you mentioned that the FTEs hardly grew over the past decades. But the cost went up very significantly. Would you say that the cost per FTE went up, or is more of the money going to software, technology, cars?
No, without a doubt, the cost of personnel has increased. And there's a variety of reasons for that, whether it's PERS, whether it's health insurance, whether it's collective bargaining and wage increases. I mean, I know a number of you were sitting up there back in 2019, 2020, when we were having conversations about the number of folks that we were losing to other law enforcement because they could immediately take a job with another organization and get $1,000 a month pay increase. And we did a lot of work. The prior sheriff, there was a very substantial contract that was negotiated that resulted in a significant increase. There is no denying that translates into a higher cost of operations. It's also necessary. Just last week, we were having a discussion. Right now, we estimate it costs between $150,000 and $200,000 to train a brand new deputy. By the time you go through the entire hiring process, pay for all the testing, pay for the psychological exam, pay for the background investigation, do the health screening, pay for them to go to the academy, buy all their equipment and their uniforms, send them through, come back, do their field training, you are at least $150,000 invested into a new employee. And if they don't make it through training or they leave within 2 years, you're losing money. And so there is a strategy to retention that actually saves money in the long run, because the more people that we have to hire and train, that's just a huge hit right off the get-go.
And if you look at your turnover percentage, how does it compare to other counties?
Right now, we are attracting people from other counties. That's why we wound up in the position where all those vacancies were filled. We were fully staffed in all divisions for a period of time during this past fiscal year. We had a couple of people move out of state, which is why we have some vacancy in the jail. We had an individual in training that did not successfully complete training. But our turnover right now is extremely low. And when we have recruitments, we are attracting a lot of applicants, and we are filling our vacancies typically with experienced people.
I have guys in the commissioner in Klamath County who was a sheriff's deputy who says that we're the top in the state. Everybody wants to come here if they can, if their families would allow it. So we are one of the top agencies in the state, offices in the state.
I still have a question in line of it. I think it's an understatement to say that the cost of your department is growing faster than the revenue of our county. And I'm not saying that's your fault, of course, but is that trend changing, or is that gonna? It seems like it's gonna continue in the near future.
You know, without having a solid answer on some of the variables like bargaining, like contracted services such as Axon or our medical contract in the jail, food service. Yeah, I mean, until we see some substantial changes kind of on the entire economic spectrum, I would anticipate that those increases year over year are going to outpace the revenue increases that you see with, you know, the capped property tax increases at 3% every year. That's just, you know, whether it's inflation, whether it is, you know, the reckoning for past decisions. I really don't know what to attribute it all to, but yeah, at least for the foreseeable couple of years, you know, we're seeing double-digit percentage increases through a variety of costings personnel-wise, and that's not just my department, that is throughout the county. You can't absorb 20% health insurance premium increases year over year.
Sam, I want to touch real quick on some conversations we started a few months ago, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but when we started talking about a Yamhill County Traffic Court to try to like look at an income line through citations for patrol, what on your initial perception of that, do you think that's something, number one, that's viable? I don't want to get something into where we just step it up and it's just admin costs and we actually don't end up getting revenue in. So do you think it actually is a revenue generator? And what kind of time frame, if we really hammer down on this, that we could get it implemented?
I'm still trying to work through all the data. It is my understanding that when we previously went down this road and looked at it, the Oregon State Police is not willing to issue citations into a justice court. They continue to use the state circuit court. So it is going to be mostly dependent on the sheriff's office. And, you know, certainly I would say that there's some careful steps to be taken when we're talking about, are we utilizing citations as a revenue generator? Or are we using citations as a mechanism to affect change in behavior for dangerous driving? And if you look at the numbers of citations that we issue as an organization, also know that you have all 5 of those cities that we serve that have their own municipal court, and we would have to get the cities on board that, you know, there is some cost savings to them and not having to pay for a judge and a court clerk and process all those through their cities. So it is a very large scale project of getting multiple stakeholders to the table to have conversations. Timeframe wise, I really don't know. You have to identify the location where you're going to have it, how you're going to staff it. And your startup costs. When we looked at this, it's probably been 6 or 7 years ago. The startup costs back then were about $1 million. And then obviously you have, you know, a long-term strategy after that where at least a greater portion of the fines that are paid come back to the county versus the very small amount that comes through from the state right now.
And what is that portion that comes through right now?
Oh, I know Carla had told me at one point the percentages, but I want to say on a standard like Class C violation, it's less than $10, and the base fine amount for that is $265.
So could we, along those lines, like we do with dog control, but basically we've sort of taken that back and say we get a cut of whatever. So let's just say Lafayette. We could fund every department on what one of those deputies brings in for driving through 1 mile over the speed limit. But if we were, instead of setting that up and going through that, we just basically write into our contracts with the cities that they will give us a percentage of all of the tickets that they write. So we don't have the startup costs.
I can tell you right now, if it's a hit to them, they're already like right on the edge. Every time I watch the sheriff give the update, they're right there, and Dayton's going out for, I think, a bond levy
A levy.
to try to pay for it. So it's going to be interesting to navigate that. And I know last year, we were close to losing some of the contracts too, just because of cost. But the sheriff's done a really good job of, hey, of communicating better, of just this is what the services are. This is the trends that we're seeing. There's a lot more communication there. So
Right, so you've been able to retain, but in terms of if they do their comparison on setting up their own or getting a contract somewhere else, I can't imagine that there would be, it would sort of be a end of story there.
I mean, I've met with all of the city managers and explained to them that if it is their prerogative to start up their own police department, that is, they have to respond to what their citizens and their council and their city administration desire. I do believe that one of the core services that any government provides is public safety. And I also truly believe that none of the municipalities in Yamhill County that are under, a certain population threshold, which it's probably now going to be, 15,000 people. It cannot be more cost effective to have your own and have to have all the overhead of having the insurance and transporting all your own evidence to the crime lab and having detectives and being able to respond. Because those agencies, those small agencies in the county that still have their own police department, frankly, they rely on us all the time to come in and assist when large things happen. So I understand what you're saying, and I would tell you that without talking to the city managers of those cities directly, I would almost guarantee that that is what they are using right now to pay for their contract with the sheriff's office, is the revenue from fines paid into their municipal court. They're just turning right around and using that to pay for their contract for deputies.
Because if you were the cost of a lateral, so it's cheaper than hiring somebody who's brand new, right? So the cost of a lateral would probably be a better deal for your office, right?
It is up front. Yeah, you will pay them more on the pay, they'll be higher on the pay scale, but you won't have that $150,000 in getting them trained.
So my point is that they would probably not be able to pay for a lateral and certainly couldn't afford a new hire. So it doesn't seem like if they were to look at the numbers that they would have much choice, kind of like our bus service, our transit. We're paying the freight on that, and the cities are, like this. So,
Yeah.
I don't know, just something to think about.
No, I am very conscientious of the fact that we always will respond to emergencies, but those cities, it is their responsibility to determine what level of public safety service that they're going to provide in their municipality. We will respond to emergencies, but we are actively having discussions right now about what does it look like for the non-emergent type calls where, my one deputy who's supposed to be covering everything from Masonville Road to Grand Ronde is spending half of his shift in the city of Sheridan handling calls because that's where they're all happening. And you can't staff 24/7, 365 with 3 people, and that's what our contract is in Sheridan. Some of those are likely going to have to wait until the next time that a Sheridan deputy is on duty, because it's not fair for the rural resident that never sees a patrol car up Willamina Creek at Coast Creek because they're constantly supplementing the city.
Sam, do we have any kind of idea how many dollars or how many citations are issued per year?
I don't have the annual report in front of me, but I want to say last year we were somewhere around 3,500 to 4,000 citations. As
I mean, in dollars, do we have any kind of idea?
No idea, because they can run the gamut depending on if it's a class A to a class D, whether there's multiple violations on one citation. I would have to do some data mining to get that information for you.
Could I ask another question back on Marine real fast?
Sure.
I didn't see any place on here where we have boat storage. Is
It's under professional service or Let me get back to that. It is on page 2 of the Marine budget. So that would probably be 201. At the very top, 65201 is building rent.
So it's only $12,000 a year.
Correct.
Okay.
That's just the rent. That's not the power and internet and everything else we've stood up there to make it a viable workspace.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I actually also have a question on marine.
Yes.
Or maybe a suggestion or, you were mentioning you have a lot of temporary staff for marine for in the summer.
Correct.
I always had the feeling that many of the violations we see are relatively easy to correct in the sense like, hey, please don't do this. Is it possible to use personnel that is not fully qualified? You mentioned they need to have, for example, an option to arrest people. I assume that's adding cost to the education and training. So is it possible to work with more volunteer type people or people who get a little bit of training? For example, if there's a severe violation, they would just call for help.
I think we do a good job of trying to manage that cost already. So those seasonal staff, the reserve deputies that are performing that sworn function, you know, we do pay them under the contract with the State Marine Board, but they are volunteer in all of their other capacities in the sheriff's office. They are substantially less expensive than a full-time deputy. And then the cadets or the Marine safety officers, they're able to go down and do essentially shore patrol. So they're able to contact people on the boat ramps before they've put out onto the water to verify that they have all their safety equipment. But ultimately, you just never know what you're going to encounter when they're out there. And from just a pure safety perspective, somebody on the boat does need to have law enforcement authority to be able to deal with, because it just is impractical to think that, you know, they would be able to either break away and come back and pick up a full sworn deputy to come back and deal with something when they're out on the water. And you do have to have full sworn authority to even enforce the most minor violation, to be able to potentially testify in court and see that case all the way through. So even the most, you know, what we would consider to be minor violation, they do have to have that sworn authority. So utilizing the reserves is a very cost-effective way of maximizing our time on the water, which ultimately is to promote safety, without having the true cost of a full deputy with all the roll-ups and health insurance and retirement and everything else.
Sheriff, the dollars that come in, the citations that our Marine Patrol are
Mhm.
writing, is that the same thing? It's only going to the state?
Correct. They all go through circuit court.
Okay.
Well, I'm just gonna put a plug because I know we've got, it seems like a lot of time on the schedule, but the sheriff also has 5 more divisions to kind of cover with the budget.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I just kind of, it's good discussion, but just kind of a reminder, I think we should keep rolling.
Well, I'll just go. You guys
Rolling.
Oh,
keep going.
5-minute break?
Thank you, Ken.
Keep going.
oh,
You want
oh, no.
Keep
I mean,
going.
if we need a 5-minute recess, we can, I mean, we've been going,
5 minutes. Okay, sounds good.
oh, the chair,
Yeah.
to the chair.
5-minute break.
Did he call it? I didn't hear it.
Chair, Chair, are you calling it?
Okay, all right.
Keep us going.
with Sheriff's Department on narcotics.
All right. Next up, I have narcotics on page 209. So we do have a beginning fund balance. The majority of that is originating from some older cases, but primarily it is some forfeiture funds that have carried over even back to some like older cases from back when we had the true interagency narcotics team. We have continued to receive some small distributions of forfeiture funds from some narcotics investigations, but I would just remind that there are a lot of federal and state forfeiture rules and restrictions on what those funds can be used for. Most notably, you'll see that there is in line 69901 some repayment back to patrol for some FTE. We have tried to remove all personnel from this fund and just use this as a way to manage revenues that come in from forfeitures or, whether that is state or federal because of the restrictions. We had the loss of that illegal marijuana market enforcement. And so that's where that is reflected with the repayment back to patrol to cover some of those personnel costs. But other than that one line in there, the remainder of this all is non-personnel related. So it does allow us to augment through some training and equipment, the things that we do, some schools and conferences, some of the special investigative softwares and techniques that we use. That's why you see, some of the software license and maintenance and professional services. So it's kind of an odd one because there are no people attached to it, even though, it is clearly a function that we're using people for. It really is to keep separate some of those funds because of the restrictions on them.
What's under professional services?
Under professional services, we have our there is a distribution to the DA's office because they process some of the legal matters with respect to forfeiture. And then so when we have state forfeiture, there is a cost share. So if there is a state forfeiture proceeding that takes place, and I want to, I'll just use a round number, and let's say that it's $10 that is forfeited. Roughly 44 of those $10 gets sent back out to various state entities, whether it's DEQ or Oregon Education. There's a whole laundry list of places that we have to share revenues with, and then the remainder stays with the agency. So that is allowing for that equitable sharing out to those various state entities.
One correction, I think, Mike, you guys were probably chatting about the same thing, but I think we may have to move that 69901 to a different line because that's technically a transfer, not an expense. So that's something that I think we're going to have to update. That's more on our end.
Okay.
On, because it's a transfer, and we have to appropriate transfers on their own.
And the same thing on the patrol side.
Correct.
That said regular revenue.
Yeah. So we'll be moving that to a 700 series.
Okay.
Or 70,000 series. I'm still.
Any other questions on narcotics?
Then maybe that's still a little bit difficult for me to understand. So it looks like there is zero income, so zero revenue.
Because we cannot predict or project what cases may result in any sort of forfeiture or revenue. So we obviously have the current new beginning balance that's carrying over from the prior year,
Mhm.
but I have no way of predicting whether or not there would be any revenue into this budget.
But let's say theoretically, there's zero revenue for this year. And so how are you gonna pay for example, the software license and maintenance fees? for next year?
The beginning fund balance. Basically, that beginning fund balance should be able to cover all this, and if there's no additional revenue, you're just like here, all these expenses are being funded strictly by that beginning fund balance.
So this is just a one-time, maybe.
And so if that was spent and if there was zero beginning balance and no revenue, there'd be no expenditures.
Thank you.
All right, next is radio system, page 212. In this past fiscal year, I put together a radio system advisory board or committee. It's made up of both fire and law enforcement from across the county, including the Newburgh Dundee Police Department, who are not current users of the county radio system. We've been doing a lot of work at looking at what the future of the system is. Certainly, the commissioners all know from prior years the investments that have been made, particularly with ARPA dollars, into the radio system. But we also put together an RFI that went out in the fall and looked for those professionals in the industry to give us their recommendations on what they see as being the needs for the future of the county radio system and how we achieve better interoperability with all of our public safety partners. Simultaneously, we've been working with the YCOM Executive Board and looking at the ORS 190 intergovernmental agreement that establishes the YCOM organization, what that looks like as we update both the membership and how that's reflected. There's been many changes since the inception of the last update, I think in 06 or 07. Obviously, McMinnville Fire District separating from the city of McMinnville, becoming its own independent fire district. West Valley Fire District is contracted to Grand Ronde Tribal Emergency Services. So just a lot of cleanup in the language, but also looking at the dues structure. So we do have some recommendations back from that RFI that went out. We've just went through and scored all of the responses and are looking at some of the suggestions within those responses. Again, part of my salary now is attributed to this budget is managing the public safety radio system. And I'll just also note that we have submitted for a community improvement project grant. Commissioner King has, been communicating a lot with the field representatives from Senators Merkley and Wyden's offices, as well as Congresswoman Salinas and Brian Young, the emergency manager, put together our application that we submitted and are waiting to hear whether or not we would receive some one-time grant funds from some of our federal delegation to help with some of the recommendations from the advisory committee and the RFI responses. So the budget itself, not really any significant changes from prior years. We do continue to allocate essentially everything that we have available just in the event of some sort of an unanticipated capital project. So that you'll see that in the 80123 line, the majority of that costing. That's not because we necessarily have anything planned, but we certainly want to have the ability to respond to any sort of immediate need that would arise with the radio system, just because of how critical it is to the public safety infrastructure here in the county. Any questions about radio? All right, we'll move on to the jail. This is page 215. You will see that we have a fairly healthy beginning fund balance. This is due to significant increases in bed rental revenue for our bed rental agreements with the U.S. Marshals Service and the Washington County Sheriff's Office. I will be the first person to raise the flag and say this is not a trend that I would anticipate continuing indefinitely. I know the Washington County Sheriff's Office is making some significant headway in all of their capital improvements to their facility that they have, which will allow them to reopen 2 housing units, which will reduce their need for housing adults in custody under their contract with us. I think it's noteworthy to point out that if we had not received this bed rental revenue, and I think that it is something that is highly concerning to me, without the projected bed rental revenue, we would be looking at eliminating 8 deputy positions, which means that we are entirely reliant on that bed rental revenue for our operations. And I will tell you also that that is not something that I would actually be able to do because we have a memorandum of agreement with Teamsters that specifies the minimum number of deputies that I can have in the facility. And so those cuts would have to come from elsewhere within the organization. We are averaging about 33 bed rentals per day. One change that will need to be made is on the revenue side in the 33499 other state grants. We applied for the Oregon Innovation and Intervention, or I'm sorry, we were looking at the Oregon Innovation and Intervention Fund grant. We are not going to be pursuing that grant, so that that revenue line in the 33499 and the corresponding expense in 69901. Obviously, it's just a wash with the two, but we are not going to have that grant option.
Why not?
Well, partly was we were not able to get all the information. It is a very technical, it is the Oregon Innovation and Intervention Fund. So we were waiting on receiving information from outside sources to be able to compile the information that we needed for the grant application. We did not get that. It was a very, very short window of time to apply, and we couldn't get all the data that we needed to prepare. It was a minimum of a minimum of 150,000, maximum of 400,000 that you had to apply for. So we were having to look at various different options to get within that range of the minimum and the maximum. And some of the vendors that we were working with, we just couldn't get all the data that we needed.
So you've mentioned, Sheriff, a number of grants and things like that. Internally, you are able to look for and apply for grants. So you're able to do that through your department, your office. We do. We have people that send us information about new grant opportunities. All of the grants that we currently receive are grants that we have applied for using our own personnel. They're the industry experts. They see how those grants are going to be relevant to our operations. And we divide it up. I mean, it's a collaborative effort, but certainly we have folks that are more knowledgeable in certain areas. So if it has to do with the grant, has to do with the jail, we look to some of our corrections staff. If it has to do with patrol, we look to our patrol staff. We use our administrative staff. So we are managing all of those grant applications in-house. Just notice over the last couple of days, we've had our largest departments talking about how they are able to manage grants, apply for grants, because as you mentioned, they are the industry experts. So thank you for clarifying that.
So if you're not intending or won't be applying for this grant or it's coming in, is there a need for the appropriation authority as a placeholder to be in here, or do we need to modify this to take that amount out?
You know, I'll leave. I don't, certainly this grant is not going to be an option for us. We will continue to pursue. I don't think we need to, because certainly if we found another alternative, we would follow our normal process.
Is this one a one-off or is it an annual or?
I can't remember if it's annual or biannual. So,
Because I'm only asking because if we're not going to apply for it, I mean, that's a pretty significant number that's in here and I
Yeah.
don't want to artificially inflate the budget and, if the
Make things
appropriation
worse for
authority
next year.
isn't needed.
yeah, I would have no issue with removing it entirely
The
because
full 512 or
400.
400 of that.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll make those changes. It'll be reflected. Yeah, it's on the list.
And as I mentioned, talking about the patrol budget in the 40405, you do see that reflection of an additional 0.5 FTE for records. And that is just, again, trying to increase our capacity to deal with the increasing demands and workload for that division within the organization. And we are reliant on the bed rental revenue. I mean, that is where a lot of this funding is coming from. The FTE in this division actually shows larger than that due to corrections of personnel based on actual assignments. So we're trying to clean up how we allocate our people because you have the multiple different budgets with emergency management, patrol, and jail. So we're trying to align the actual numbers, but that is where it's reflected in this budget.
Your Teamsters contract, how many is the minimum in the jail that you mentioned?
21. Line 48100, we have held steady with overtime, but certainly with vacancy, we do see some usage of overtime, but we have drastically, if you look at the monthly stats that I know at least the commissioners get, we have done a really good job of curbing overtime usage in the jail. And as of yesterday, we have only consumed 74% of the existing fiscal year's overtime budget for the jail. So we are constantly evaluating the need. Certainly having vacancy doesn't help. And then, as I know Commissioner King and Commissioner Sterrett are aware, there's ongoing discussions about the demands being placed on sheriffs across the state for civil commitment transports, because oftentimes we're having to backfill those with overtime when we have to send people to do a transport to the state hospital or go to Salem. So, a lot of kind of shifting targets when it comes to overtime, but we are looking at historical years actuals and trying to refine that as best we can.
Can you remind me again, how much is overtime more expensive than regular time?
Well, I mean, just at a base level, it's 1.5 times.
1.5.
1.5?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have seen cost increases. We have the food and kitchen supplies in 51126. It may come in a little bit lower. We're currently in negotiations with that vendor for a longer term, a 5-year agreement, where we would just see a 3% increase per year. So they're looking at a little bit longer with lesser increases as a strategy versus year to year, where you see some big fluctuations depending on what the market's doing. I already talked about uniforms on the patrol side. That's the same within this budget. Same with small equipment, 54301. That's absorbing the other half of the Axon service agreement. And then the 61001 professional services, I would just remind this committee that we did sign an agreement with our medical provider in December of 2024 for 5 years, and that was a not to exceed 11 million for the 5-year period. That is for the base agreement. That is for the amount of services that are covered. So we can have additional medical costs outside of our base agreement if we have folks that wind up needing treatment outside of the correctional facility, going to specialists, going to the hospital, as well as medication that's not covered within the agreement. So we are seeing this year in particular right now, we've already exceeded our cap for outside medical. And so that is one of those costs that continues to climb, just like you see in private industry, anything to do with medical care. we do have the fixed agreement for that base cost, but we can have some variables with outside medical services as well as medication expense. There is a little bit of an offset or a difference between our medical services cost, and we have some revenue from the Criminal Justice Commission under the jail-based medication for opiate use disorder grant. Those are a biennial award, so it's $112,980 for the year. When we went out to identify our jail medical service provider, that was part of the RFP, was that they have to be able to provide that medication assisted treatment in the jail. So we were able to utilize those grant dollars to offset some of our base medical contracted expense, because they are providing that jail-based medication for opiate use disorder in the jail currently. Software license and maintenance, we are projecting an increase. As I mentioned, we're currently mid-project on our records management software. I think our current jail management software was implemented in 2008. 13 was the last update. So it's now 13 years old, and we are looking at how to update our JMS software. So that's why we have increased that line. I also will point out line 78022, the transfer for adult behavioral health service. This was previously reflected under a transfer out to HHS in line 78152. But Director Manfred and I have had multiple conversations throughout the year. This essentially is directly connected to the 2 full-time staff that work in the jail providing mental health services. This is an increase over prior years. I've committed to the director to try to close that gap as best I can each year, because those 2 folks are assigned their full-time. They are of priceless value to the staff in the jail to be able to deal with the folks that come in that are suffering from all manner of behavioral health conditions. We rely on them heavily. They're, unless they're out for some reason, there's one of them there 7 days a week. They are meeting with probably on average 10 to 15 adults in custody per day, and helping us to manage those individuals for their best possible outcomes, and hopefully set them up for warm handoffs back to HHS when they get released from custody. But that's what that $80,000 transfer out for adult behavioral health services is directly tied to. Again, as I said previously, I can worry about today and I can worry about the future. Obviously today we have the revenue that has probably far exceeded what we initially anticipated when we entered into these bed rental agreements. And certainly it is helping us with this process today. But I will tell you again, I am extremely concerned about becoming reliant on this bed rental revenue, because it could change at any moment. The ending balance that you see, that is assuming that we hit all of those projections on bed rental revenue to see that ending fund balance. If any of those 2 entities that we currently have agreements with changed or reduced or did anything different, that would be a direct result in reducing that ending fund balance. And I am just, I know, as Ken mentioned, there is some money that is coming from that bed rental revenue that is going into the jail capital budget. It's not nearly as much as I would like it to be, given how much revenue there has been. And I am just cautious about our becoming dependent on that jail bed rental revenue to fund personnel for normal operations.
Yeah.
But it certainly is helping us in the right now.
I have a question for Ken.
Mhm.
The adult behavioral health, the $80,000, is that general fund on Lindsay's, on HHS's the rest of that, the actuals, because that's like, those are those two therapists, right?
I believe it would be, Lindsay would have to confirm, because there's limitations on Medicaid funding and what you can spend
In the jail.
in the
Yeah.
jail.
So yeah,
Yeah.
those are general funds as well, right?
So Lindsay would have to confirm. I'd have to go and look at that information yeah. Because obviously, yeah, the 80,000 doesn't cover the full 2 FTEs, so.
Yeah.
So she's using some other funds to cover the rest of those positions. So it could be discretionary, but I'd have to confirm
Okay.
with Lindsay.
Another question for Ken.
Mhm.
Budget instructions this year were 0% increase. Budget instructions for 25-26 were what? Is that like a 2%?
Oh, for the discretionary
Mhm.
allocation?
Yeah.
Did we
It's
do
like
a
2 or
3
3.
or a 4? It was, I believe it was 3%.
Okay.
I thought it was 3.
3 plus, any add back requests or anything else that may have come. So I would say 3 plus, depending on the department.
3 with an asterisk.
Yes.
Any other questions on jail?
The OHF grant, can you speak to that just a little bit? Other expense line 69901.
Oh, that's the amount. That's actually going to be coming out of the budget. That was, he mentioned that they're not applying for the grant, so that expense
Oh,
line. so
that was that
100,000,
particular grant.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, that 400,000 will come out.
Yes.
All right. Court security, page 221. I think we've done a very good job of working within our allocated funding for this budget with the increase in the number of in-person court appearances. And we expect that that will continue to increase. As I mentioned in talking about the jail, there are ongoing discussions about civil commitment laws and processes, which directly affects primarily court security as well as the jail because they are the individuals. Our court security staff are the ones that predominantly are conducting transports, whether it's to the state hospital or to the hub for our normal transfers or to the intake for the state prisons. There is an add back request for this budget in the amount of $58,280, and that is directly tied to the increase in the contracted service with DPI, who are the screeners at the entrance to the courthouse. We do have now an agreement where we are party to the state work contract, which is increasing the hourly rate roughly 16%. It's a 5.5-year agreement. We had a need to get current with where we were at. We've kind of been in a little bit of limbo with DPI for a while. So this gets us back current to what their current state pricing schedule is for the level of staff that we utilize for the screening at the courthouse. I will point out some statistics. In 2025, the calendar year, there were 57,740 individuals that were screened to come into the courthouse. There were 539 knives located, 1 firearm, and 2,264 other weapons, which is everything from lighters to brass knuckles that are being screened out. So I think that that is a notable statistic that, for them to screen out, roughly 3,000 weapons of some sort.
Lighters are in that.
Pardon me?
Lighters are in that.
Yeah,
category.
lighters. If you guys pay attention, I know Ken and others, you'll see people stashing stuff in the bushes out front. You see it, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. There is ongoing conversation
Sometimes
and
it results in a complete shutdown for a 3-block radius and yeah.
Are
all
there
the-
any statistics on incidents that happened because of a lack of screening?
not in our courthouse.
That's right.
Yep. I know that if you had other questions, certainly I think Ken would be the right person to talk to, but there are ongoing discussions about adding a 5th courtroom into the courthouse. And certainly that would just increase the demand. Currently, our regular staffing is 4 court security personnel. Just so you're aware, if we have a trial going on with somebody who is in custody, that necessitates 2 people being in the courtroom at all times, which leaves the other 2 for securing the rest of the courthouse and facilities.
The one thing, if I may, the one thing I would just kind of call out, and this is, and I think I bring this up occasionally or maybe even every budget year, but this is another area, you know, that I think kind of a perception about, you know, the court security that we're doing. If you look at that court security assessment, it's woefully inadequate for covering the security services that we provided this courthouse. It's another role. We're strong partners with our court system, but this is, the county is picking up the dime for not only this facility and maintaining this facility and improvements to this facility, but the security as well, you know. And, you know, again, this is general fund for the most part that is coming in because of the county's obligation to provide a courthouse. But most of this, and especially if you look at the courthouse, especially with what we have in motion right now, we're down to the DA's office, juvenile probation, and sheriff's office and our facilities division are really the last county operations that are in this building. And so we've seen this fund grow, and I know it's needed, and having the full-time deputies to support court operations. But if you notice, there's no revenue lines for state courts to kind of help assist with the security and the service that the county's obligated to provide. So I just like to call attention to that every so often. So maybe someday in the future, some legislation or something may come down to help offset some of these costs. And I know this isn't unique. I know all 36 counties are dealing with this with their courthouses and the services that they're having to provide with their courts. But, you know, this is a tough one. And we've seen this grow, but like the sheriff was saying, the demands for the security and the number of trials, and you're right, but with the addition, because I know the courts is really wanting to add an additional courtroom, you know, wanting us to add an additional courtroom to have jury trials and possibly even the future of a 5th judge.
Yep.
Has also been floated out there, and that's going to put even more demands on the sheriff's office and this budget.
So when you're short-staffed here, you're pulling from patrol?
We pull from across the organization. If we're short here, we pull from the jail, we pull from patrol to ensure that we have the sufficient number of people that we need in the building.
And you have been short-staffed here a lot.
We have.
So you're taking people off the road, you're taking people out of the jail for this, and we're leaving our responsibilities pretty much shorthanded.
Yeah, I mean, it's every day is a new exercise, and where are we going to pull from to accomplish the day's tasks? And we just don't know what that is every day when we come in. I will point out, for consistency's sake, on the personnel side, we did put the 0.4 reserve deputy back in. We had discussions multiple times about trying to remove them from this budget and from the utilization of reserve deputies in court security. And after 2 futile attempts by myself, I would tell you that it's going to be impossible. We rely on them heavily. The 2 individuals, Deputy Lane and Deputy Ramsey, that you see, they are the ones that are going and doing those transports. There's 2 days a week that we have to go and make the run to do transports. And so they are the ones predominantly that are doing that, which is leaving our full-time staff here. Or if one of the full-time staff has to be gone or is on vacation, those guys are coming back in and helping on the days when we have multiple trials going on or we have a need in the courthouse. So they are, because they're reserves and they're not full-time employees, you know, they are significantly less expensive than full-time folks. What the variable is with them, I don't know when they're going to say it's time to retire, because they both are retired. from full-time work. Deputy Ramsey was a 30-plus year deputy here at the sheriff's office. Deputy Lane was a longtime career employee of the Federal Correctional Institute in Sheridan. When they decide that they're going to be retired completely and stop coming in and working 2 to 3 days a week in the courthouse, then that's 2 more bodies that I have to try to absorb the workload that they're doing for really a very economical price tag. So I think that's it for at least the 7. I may be sitting in the back when we get to talking about jail capital improvement this afternoon, and then dog control.
I wouldn't go too far. Dog control's next.
All right, well, dog control's next.
It didn't make it on the list, so it's the next one in the binder.
And
Yeah.
you've got like almost an extra 40 minutes.
Well, we still got to get through dog control. So, yeah. Yeah, so on page 225 is, and I believe I mentioned this during my budget message, but that seemed like that was weeks ago, not yesterday. But dog control, you know, we've been having a lot of discussions from year to year. We're also, the sheriff and I have been talking about dog control quite a bit. And also, we had a work session with the board, which I think we're still scheduled to go back and have some further discussions with the board as well. Just kind of setting the stage. This budget is being built under the concept of, one, for the first time, we have general fund, discretionary funds being allocated to dog control. And then we've also identified some video lottery funds. I went over economic development yesterday, so there's some economic development funds also earmarked to help with some seed funding to basically bring this program back, what I'm going to call in-house. But looking at putting some staffing in place to not necessarily the full kennels and everything else that we had historically, although that's subject to discussion, but at least to start coordinating the program in-house with a position. So hopefully we can start seeing better responses to issues as they come up, start addressing challenges that we've had with licensing revenue, because we've seen a pretty steady decline over the years and it's going to take some time. At one point, the licensing revenue used to fully fund this program. And so it was much more than the 60,000 that we have built in here. So we're working on plans. So what you're going to see in those revenue lines are estimates. And some of it's based on data that we have right now as far as licensing. And then you'll see the general fund, and you'll also see the video lottery, which is economic development funds in the revenue lines, to help build that $329,000. And then under personnel, what we have proposed and what we built in here, we're still working on title and classification and stuff. So we use something comparable as kind of a placeholder in this line. That's where you see the systems coordinator, but I kind of plucked that from, it's an existing classification within the sheriff's office. But this was just kind of a placeholder because it was similar as far as compensation and things that we were looking at. So we have that one position. We also have some extra help identified because for some clerical support to be able to assist. So looking at a part-time position to support that. Then you get down into beyond the personnel costs for the 1 year. Then you'll see that there's some funds identified for kennel rentals, some professional services that could cover any veterinary expenses that may come in or other costs associated with this program. And, you know, and then the customary transfers that we have for some of the other things that are built in here. So this was, I think the major changes that come in with this, if we implement this full thing, is right now we currently contract out with Homeward Bound Pets to provide the licensing and administration of the program. That would end and that would come in-house. Further, there was for licensing revenue, there was an arrangement under the existing program when it went into place, when we pivoted away and kind of from an in-house program, there was a revenue sharing of the licensing revenue out to the cities and recognition that, responsibility kind of rested on those cities. We're looking at stopping that and having all the licensing revenue come in to support the staffing and program costs for this. So, yeah, so what you have here is basically a hold within the budget on what the program budgetarily will look like, but we're still working on the details on what actual implementation would actually look like and whether or not we're going to be ready to go come July.
I see you have license going backwards. Is there
Say that again.
licensing is last year was 67. This year you have budgeted 60. We're supposed to be going the other way, right?
Yeah, I looked at year to date and it's, just being really conservative with that estimate.
Okay.
And so the 60,000, if we can collect more than that, fantastic. That's the ultimate goal is to, hopefully, with getting more compliance with licensing and we start seeing those licensing revenue. Sheriff has all the great stats that I don't have as far as the licensing and, I don't know, Sam, did you have anything you want to?
Yeah, I mean, if you have to add all those together, so it's about 67.7 when you're talking about licensing for animals plus kennels, the professional licenses, or the facility licenses, I guess. We are seeing an upward trend right now. I have been pretty blunt with my patrol staff. Certainly in the order of priority when we're responding to calls, following up on dog license is off the bottom of the page. But if we're going on calls that are directly related to, dogs at large, attacking livestock, biting people, repeat nuisance complaints in the cities, if they're encountering dogs and dog owners, then my expectation is that they address all violations present, which includes licensing requirement. And so we are seeing actually a pretty good incline on licensing. I think we hit 2,000 this year, which is a significant improvement over prior years. Certainly having dedicated folks that can follow up, I would expect that we would be able to continue to replicate that, especially if it's consolidated in-house. To be really candid with you, I don't believe that any other law enforcement in the county is handling dog licensing. I know there's some one-off cases where that has been enforced, but as far as reminders and enforcement, and I'm going to tell you, we are not heavy-handed. The vast majority of folks we encounter, the deputies are telling them they have 2 weeks to go and make sure that they've got all the necessary stuff and get their dog licensed, and folks are doing it. They're not being cited unless it's an issue that's a repeat problem or they just haven't followed through. But the big cities in particular, I just think that there's a very laissez-faire attitude with respect to dog licensing across the county. Nobody's checking on it. Nobody's dealing with it. Why go through the hassle of trying to get into the vet and make sure that your rabies vaccination is current? We have stood up the online licensing. You can upload your proof of vaccination certificate. You can do it all from your living room on your cell phone. You don't have to go in person, write paper checks anymore. I can tell you it works because I just did it like 2 weekends ago. So, there is, as Ken mentioned, I think a lot of room for improvement. It's just a matter of what does that look like on the practical side? Is one person, just yesterday, I'm guessing we probably had like 7 dog calls for the sheriff's office for patrol. I don't know what's going on in the cities. I see all of the Facebook groups and the folks that are working to try to locate owners and identify. I took a phone call from a citizen last night that's really upset about some dogs that are way up off of Eagle Point that are chasing, they're constantly on all the neighbors' property. It is a huge livability nuisance problem across the county. So I think we're headed in the right direction. To Ken's point, we currently have the contract with Homeward Bound for the clerical and licensing. That expires at the end of June. We currently have a contract with Newburgh Animal Shelter for kenneling. That also expires in June. So we do need to be looking at successor agreements and plans and what we're going to do, especially if we're taking it all. City of Newburgh has 2 kennels that they contract in Newburgh. City of McMinnville has 2 kennels they contract at Homeward Bound Pets. We have 3 kennels that we contract, so that's 7 just between the 3 large agencies. And we're going to have to look at what do we need capacity wise for kenneling if we are taking all of that on across the county.
Sheriff, you said that there's only 2,000 people who've licensed their dogs.
Yes.
I'm just going to tell you, I've knocked on more than 10,000 doors. And I'm going to tell you, 80% of those people have dogs. And most of those people have more than one. So that is insane. Do we have an idea how many dogs we think we have in this county?
Oh, man, when you look back at like 2016, 17, I think we were 12 to 15,000.
What's the fine? You find somebody doesn't have a dog.
$94.
Huh. Boy, I think we ought to make sure that people understand that it's going to cost some money if they don't do their responsibility and get their dogs licensed. I'm not sure how we do that, but we got to do that. It's like having a driver's license. It's your responsibility. Yeah.
Brings you to the choir, man.
Yes. I
So-
was just, I was knocking on a door in Yamhill, and I knocked on this gal's door. She was only 24 years old, and she had 2 little kids, and she had a couple of big giant dogs go through the fence and tear up her arm. Horrible. Now I'm going to say that would not make a bit of difference. However, it's still about responsibility.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so that's what we've put together right now. Like I said, it's a placeholder and it's subject to more discussion. And again, we're having discussions all through the spring in preparation for. And so a large part of this is making sure that we're ready for whatever the plan is that's finalized here in the coming weeks, if not months, that we have the funds available to do this. So any questions on the dog control budget? And then the last one that we have under criminal justice is on page 228, which is called 911 dispatch services. For this portion, what's reflected here, and this is something that I have to usually reflect even after the budget's approved, but prior to adoption, I have to update it because we're still pending YCOM, their budget committee meetings and when they set the rate. So the amount here, it's kind of a placeholder until I get that updated rate. And then I usually have to do an adjustment here depending on what the dues increase. So the amount that you see here, the $678,000 is the county's dues for YCOM.
And I know Commissioner King's heard this before, but I would just point out that this is a work in progress. We're looking at all of the due structure and what the base services are, but Lincoln County Sheriff's Office, which is roughly the same size as my office, recently in the past year and a half, transitioned to contracting with a dispatch center housed in Salem. I think we are within 5,000 calls per year of what they do as an organization. So very similar in size and scope of busyness. And they are paying over $1 million a year for their contracted dispatch service. So that's my plug for YCOM, that you get a lot for what we pay for here in Yamhill County.
Yep.
If we're about wrapped up, I got one more question. I'm going to backpedal a little bit back to the bed rentals. Of that total, how much of that do you feel confident will linger into the future years? Half?
You know, I would say that I don't know that we've been very conservative in our estimates because of the concern. I don't know that I foresee Washington County continuing with us beyond 26, 27. I think that they have a lot of initiatives going on up there. For per capita, they're one of the smallest jails in the state as far as their bed space versus their county population. And I know they're having a lot of discussions about major expansion of their jail. So I would not count on anything from Washington County. The marshals, that's a harder thing for me to pin down. I do think that that will continue on beyond this current fiscal year. The number of people is totally dependent on, what federal initiatives and prerogatives are and what other facilities. We're right on the cusp of the distance from the federal courthouse in Portland. You have to be within a certain mileage range. So we're getting towards the outer limits of, so if the reason why we have received so many bed rentals in this past year is because Multnomah County has said that they don't want any more because they are constantly bumping up against their matrixing for population. And so if they remove those U.S. Marshal beds out of the mix, it allows them to house more local adults in custody where they're not hitting their 90% of capacity and having to force release people. If other jails that are closer started taking more, I could see them opting to go with a closer facility than all the way out here. I just don't know, that's a really hard thing to pin down. Right now, I believe that they're taking full advantage of the fact that we have available bed space. But maybe a little to Commissioner Sterrett's question, I am the most expensive bed rental for the U.S. Marshals in Oregon. When we renegotiated that contract, I wanted it to make sure that it was covering true cost with how expensive our medical services and our food service. And so the bed rental rate that I charge for a U.S. Marshal adult in custody is higher than any other jail in the region.
Sheriff, I wanted to go back to under emergency management, and this is something that Ken's going to start cringing when I bring this up. A number of years ago, we used to have, traditionally, we would have the volunteer organizations come to us during our public hearing, and we had CERT coming and asking for vests and someone else coming and asking for whatever, flashlights, and it always seemed like we were having these organizations that have provided us with something like 22,000 hours of volunteer services at a cost that would have cost us over $800,000. So when I see what they do, and then they were coming and asking for, this and that, I felt like it was probably important for us to acknowledge what they do. So we, as a board, prior boards, had designated $5,000 to go to emergency management, and Sergeant Young was basically, when there were requests going to him. And now we're seeing, for instance, Aries, the amateur radio, which is pretty significant disaster-related emergency. And I've been out to some of their musters. And when it all goes down, it would be the emergency dispatch that we would have access to. They have come to us with significant concerns about the lack of equipment that they have. This year, they're asking for $1,600. So of that $5,000, I believe it was supposed to be sitting in emergency management, but maybe would be in the Sheriff's Foundation at this point. So I know we've gone back and forth, but what I'd like to do is get to the place where we see these requests go to a certain place, they were in our budget at the county, and get them either funded or not based on what the board wants to do. And I don't know where we're at right now with that.
So my understanding, and I do appreciate the board's efforts to acknowledge the volunteerism that occurs through all of those organizations. I have spoken with Sergeant Young. I think that there is still some unfamiliarity within some of the groups about the fact that we have stood up the foundation, that it exists solely to support the sheriff's office and all of the functions that we serve. He was going to follow up with them, but certainly the prior board at one point in time collectively pooled all of your discretionary funds and essentially seeded the beginning of the foundation with a rather large amount of money and stood that up. And we have continued to build on that through other donations from the community. I've told Sergeant Young to ask Aries to redirect that ask back to the foundation because in my eyes, you have already provided the funding that would satisfy that request when you collectively pooled all three of your commissioners' grant dollars about 2 years ago, year and a half ago. And so we are educating all of our team leads on the fact that we have received that support from the board, that you all have already done that, and that that request needs to be made to the foundation. And, you know, just continuing to educate them on what the purpose of the foundation is and how that corresponds to the work that they do. I mean, we've done a lot of support over the last year with search and rescue and CERT. And so I appreciate the question. I don't know that that $5,000 is still reflected anywhere as far as an ongoing thing. But certainly when you stood it up, that was a collective pooling. It was about $10,000 that.
Because I know years ago, there was a $5,000 allocation increase to emergency management. This was many years ago. It wasn't related to the discretionary funds, the commissioner. It was a discretionary. There was an increase to emergency management to kind of help with those one-time things. I think since then it's enough time, and I know there was some add back requests or some financial challenges within emergency management. So I think what has happened is that $5,000 kind of got rolled in to help cover shortfalls where, you know, and so I don't believe we've maintained that $5,000 line for grants and things in the emergency management.
I'm sorry, I want to get a little territorial on that because that was a earmarked designation annually. The board, no successive boards have rescinded that. And this was specifically designed. So to see that it doesn't exist anymore, it's been, you know, absorbed and now it's under the foundation. I just, you know, I don't want to be nitpicky, but this was a reason why we had to do this because every year we were getting these requests and now they've kind of just disappeared.
I mean, we can verify too. I mean, I don't think we've budgeted a $5,000 line for that.
No, and
No.
I actually even think prior that there was that maybe was moved into the patrol budget out of emergency management because at the time, you know, the patrol captain ultimately was the one that oversaw all the volunteer groups. But an ask of that extent, what they have presented to you, you know, they have been redirected to take that request, that ask specifically back to the foundation. But even within emergency management and the increase that we made to the small equipment purchases, that is directly connected to the work that they do out at emergency management. And so we have multiple ways of addressing a request like that without it having to come directly to you. I think it was just an unfamiliarity with the current process because it has changed over the past year and historical. I know that individual has been around for a very long time and probably remembers more about those conversations back when they were happening than what I do. But certainly we are in a position to be able to fulfill a request of that nature right now within the existing structure.
Okay, I just, because we, you know, it's a question that, first of all, I was not aware that it moved into the foundation. I don't think the board was aware that it was no longer.
No, I'm not saying that it did. Because I remember when that initially came in and we hadn't seen a request. And so I just don't remember, and it may have fallen off the radar. I just don't remember seeing that $5,000 line item. But like you were saying, I think I kind of remember that this was years ago. That I can't remember if that landed in emergency management or
Yes,
patrol.
it did. It was emergency management.
Yeah. So
anyhow, I don't want to take up a bunch of time, but you know, again, I just want to be the advocate for the groups that really do a lot of work for us and have them, they don't even know where to go because I didn't even know this was an issue.
Well, and that's a great segue to the fact that it is National Volunteers Appreciation Week. And so we are acknowledging our volunteers this week with a couple of different things, but you know, Ken and I will get together. We'll make sure, you know, I do want all of them to know where they should go when they have a request and how to get that fulfilled. We need to make sure that, you know, that is adequately communicated to all of our volunteer groups. But certainly we can look at the historical and determine exactly where that went. Because it was two different things. If there was a prior discretionary allocation amount change versus the funding that you guys pooled together to stand up the foundation.
It was different.
It was
Yeah.
separate,
It was
totally.
separate.
Commissioner Sterrett, can I ask you, just for clarification,
Sure.
like you want $5,000 for the emergency management for grants or the foundation?
No.
You lost me a little bit.
No.
Yeah.
Years ago,
Yeah,
we would have people come to the public hearing and ask for, was our organizations asking for
$1,600. Yeah.
little bits of money. And I said, this is not fair to them, not fair to us. So let's take $5,000 every year, give it to emergency management, go to Sergeant Young. Those are where your requests go. That never changed. It never changed. It became something that we did.
And that was supposed to be year over year, not.
That
just-
was year over year.
Okay,
Had
good.
nothing to do with the foundation, which I think we should still continue to think about using our discretionary for that. And that's a discussion I want to have tomorrow. But this was sort of like, let's get these guys covered. So this isn't, because otherwise we're going to have to discuss this as a request from our public hearing request. And I don't want to have to, pick and choose who gets
Yeah.
whatever. So.
You want Brian to?
Not even
No,
sure.
Brian is so tired of me nagging him about this
I
that,
think what it is though, to Commissioner Sterrett's points, more of having it there to show appreciation that we know that that they don't get compensated for what they're doing. And it's a small ask to just give them the equipment that they need to keep us safe in an emergency. I think that's a very logical ask to have. So I think that's more the point of leaving it there, not for them to have to come ask for us, be like, no, we appreciate this. So we've made an actual item line for you to request on. To the sheriff's point, it sounds like it's in the small equipment line or whatever, but if we need to get it back specified in something, we'll make that happen.
I'll work with Ken. We'll identify, because I think what I'm hearing you say is you want to actually see that reflected where people can point to it and say, this is why we did what we did. This is the $5,000 and where it resides.
that's what that's.
Because
what
this
we
is
did.
the first time we've had a request from Aries and some of the other groups. We used to get requests from CERT and some of the other groups, but it's been some time.
Yeah.
In fact, I was surprised when I saw it because we hadn't seen one in years.
Because they were going to Sergeant Young.
Okay, well, we'll get her back in there.
Okay,
Perfect.
thank you.
Sheriff, I've got a question for you.
Sure.
So in your dog control budget, I don't see anywhere in there where we've got any kind of education for the public for them to know what their role and responsibility is. I'd like to make sure that we have that somewhere in here, and maybe that's something we have to talk about.
Well,
later,
honestly, the
tomorrow.
budget that was put together was not intended to get into that level of detail. It was
Mhm.
kind of put together the bare bone basics of putting an in-house program. It was more about the staffing
Mhm.
and kennels and addressing that. And then the other lines that were built in is to build some appropriation authority to stand up the program back in-house, but not necessarily, that would be an expectation for that position anyways to work on
I
that.
can tell you, we
communication.
had those conversations during
Yeah.
the work session.
You-
Yeah,
okay.
we, a lot of high level, but details of
Mhm.
reminder cards, the software that handles it all,
Yeah.
and kind of the main points, having a one dedicated person to this so they
Yeah.
can follow up, because the main thing is to grow those revenues on the licensing.
Yes, and can you tell me what, I don't even know what it costs. I mean, my wife takes care of it. What does it cost to license your dog these days? Just a guess.
$35.
$35. So why don't we make it, I'm just talking out loud. Why don't you make it $300 a fine per dog if you don't have, make it so easy to get your dog licensed.
We're
Well,
working on it. We're
Yeah.
working on it.
Yeah, the work session discussion did include, the
And
fund
then we'll
fee
have the,
schedule.
then we'll have the funding to take care of this problem.
We're working on it.
Or everybody's gonna have their dogs licensed, and which we will have that money. So, anyway, okay.
You didn't say getting the donkey out of the ditch.
Say again?
You didn't say getting the donkey out of the ditch.
I don't have.
Somebody has to say it today.
I don't have-
Somebody said it yesterday.
That was
It
me.
was Ken.
Okay. I said it twice, so we're
We're
covered.
covered for today.
We're covered for tomorrow too. Nobody say donkey in the ditch tomorrow.
There you
Ah, yeah, we're covered. Okay.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm
Thank you.
even done on time. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll take the win.
Deserve it.
The one good thing, Sheriff, is you will never have to endure me bringing this up again. Think about that.
I
be
appreciate
sad.
the fact that you're recognizing the contribution that volunteers make. It's substantial.
Thank you.
Technically, there's still additional steps before the final budget is adopted. So
No, I mean,
there's a couple-
Get it in.
next-
I won't be here next year, so you don't have to listen to
Who
this.
knows? Commissioner Starrett may be on the budget committee.
Remember, this is like step,
Oh, man.
this is like step 3 in the budget process. So we still have the hearing and then board deliberations in June that you could also bring it up again. if you-
Yeah, okay. We'll see you then.
See ya.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica.
Thanks, Jessica.
Do we want to go to community service? We have 12 minutes left.
Actually, no, I think we've pretty much covered all of the funds because with, the two that are, we have presenters coming, for those two, community service, transit, and, transit's gonna be more than 10 minutes and
I
then,
would think so.
the law libraries also. It's not a long one, but then we have the law librarian that'll be attending. So at this point, we're a little ahead of schedule, but right now I don't have any budgets that I can present in the next 10
Okay.
minutes. So
Okay, well, we'll close and come back at 1. Ooh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, the budget session is now called, or the budget committee is now called into session. Okay, the first thing we'll start with after lunch here is community service. And
Transportation.
transit.
Good
Good afternoon, Budget Committee members, council, commissioners. My printer was giving me trouble, so I'm having this up here for case I need to refer to some of my files. But I'm gonna be old school and have my paper, a couple of my papers in front of me. I think most of you know, but I'm Cynthia Thompson, Transit Manager for Yamhill County Transit, and it's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for taking the time. I know your time is very limited, and I thought I had sent in your supplemental documents, but I don't think you got it. The presentation that I provided to the Board of Commissioners at a work session, but I think Carolina might have just sent it to you because it has a lot of kind of background information regarding the system and some of the investments made over the last decade. So I'm not going to go into all of that, obviously, but I think most of you know that funding for the transit district is primarily federal and state funding. The county contributes $500,000 a year. Other cities and partners contribute about the same, actually, if you take into account Grand Ron's contribution. So for your investment, you have tenfold that in actual funding spent in Yamhill County, because the budget's typically $4 to $5 million annually. You may recall, if you were here last year, that the 25-26 budget was unusually larger than it had ever been. And that was because of a lot of different things, but most primarily, we had several bus grants that had gotten delayed during COVID and all sorts of things that happened, and they all landed in one year. So in this year we're in right now, it's a very large budget of like 9 million, and almost 4 million of that was for vehicles. We have those vehicles, they've been delivered. And right now we're processing the request for reimbursement. So soon we'll have all the grant funds for that. So this budget you're going to be looking at for 26-27 is back to the typical range for about approximately 5 million. And the key focus of this budget is really implementing necessary service adjustments that we need to make to maintain our financial stability, and then create a focused, reliable system with the resources that we have available. So I usually go through the budget line by line, and I'll highlight anything I think that's a major change or an addition from previous year. And then I'll open it up after each section for questions. I believe that the transit budget in your packet starts on page 230, and that has the budget message. And then we start with revenue. And there's going to be an addition. We've been working pretty hard since I prepared the initial budget, working on some service adjustments and really going through everything. And I believe there's going to be about a $90,000 beginning balance. So I think we should add that. It's because we're planning to implement on May 11th a whole host of service adjustments that should save us about $180,000 by June of 2026. The next line item is, I really am strongly recommend you add this, and this is for 2 bus grants. One of the grants we already have in place, and we are ready to send it out for, to get some quotes. The other one, I just got notice that the grant agreement will be here any day. So it's for buses also. And one of them is, I don't know if you care about the number, but they're both federal funds, and they're for 2 grants. One would purchase 4 vans, and it's for the grant funds is $607,197. The other one would is actually for 6 vehicles, but I only included 4 in here because those would be the ones you could actually get before June of 2027. So the number that I recommend you add is 1,253,197, and that's just the grant fund portion. You can always not spend it, but I think it would be better to have it in the budget. Therefore, you have the budget authority should you choose to spend it before June of 2027. So that's a recommendation to add that. And it wasn't included initially, partially because we're concerned about, we're very tight budget this year because of getting the buses and large match requirements, et cetera. There were a lot of other things, but I think it's with all of the adjustments we're making, I think it balances and it would be good. There's not really any other option. I mean, you really can't give the money back. Well, I guess you could. There's not a lot of benefit to doing that. So that's my recommendation to do that. If you go to line item, I don't know if I mentioned this, but I'm always referring to the last 5 numbers. So this is the 4th one down, 33418, which is State Transportation Improvement Fund. This number needs to be changed to 2,206,350, and that's because I used an older, we get a projection every year from the state on how much they think that we will receive. It's usually fairly close, but this was an odd biennium. We have a 25 to 27 biennium, and we got 4 updates. And so when I did the initial budget, I used the 3rd update, and actually the 4th update is a little bit more money, which is a nice thing for us. So this is based on the 4th update. And I believe there will be a small amount of carryover from when this year ends into STIF. So that's why there's that change. 2,206,350. And that makes then the change to the grand total for revenue, 5,607,015. And I think when we're all done, if I didn't do my math wrong, it should balance, but I'm sure Mike can check me on that. The only thing I would mention about the revenue is I don't really have anything to point out except that you'll notice in the previous 25-26, you'll notice how several of the grant items were much larger than they are this year, and that's because of several grants, because we also thought there'd be more carryover from STIF funding, and there wasn't once the audit was done. So there's a lot of most of those larger numbers are due to grants and bus grants, and that's why they're not there this year. Okay, end of the revenue section. Anybody have any questions about revenue?
What is rent?
We lease the Durham building in out on kind of when you're heading towards Grand Ron. And it's about almost a 10,000 square foot building. And then we lease the 60% of it is used by our service provider, Transdev, First Transit Transdev. And so they pay us rent, and that's what that is. And then they also pay rent for the transit center. The transit center is owned by the county, and we lease it to our service provider. So that combines those 2 rents, and then that's what that number is.
I had a question about the fare revenue. First of all, it wasn't there in 23-24, and it also is, I think, changing then that the fare is changing.
Yeah.
So what is that something that Transdev?
No, we just have the process to get our fare policy designed, public outreach, approved, and implemented has taken forever. I'll just say that. So we are finally at the point where we have a policy, we have a structure. It's going out to the public. It was supposed to be April, but it's because of all the service adjustments. It's going to be May and June, with implementation early summer. And even if we have to implement it with a manual, not an electronic approach, we will. Now, the 250,000, I don't know whether that's aggressive or not. I think that you'll collect that much because the new fare structure, it charges quite a bit more for people coming from far away. Like say you want to catch the bus in Tigard and go to Grand Ron and gamble for the afternoon or whatever. So you might pay more than Susie who lives in town and is, just going to pay a monthly bus pass. But I think the structure of it will result in more money than what we got in our previous fare structure. But you would want to monitor that and make sure that it's really collecting at that, and it'll all depend on when it's actually implemented.
And the reason why,
Oh,
No, I'm
oh,
sorry.
sorry, and the reason why it was not in the 23, 24 and 24, 25 budget? Is it-
Because we stopped charging fares and what we did is we used stiff funding to offset what we lost in fare revenue during
Hmm.
COVID. Thought we could get it done in a couple years because we knew we needed to revamp the fare structure anyway. But then it just ended up taking us much longer. So there was no fare from, I can't even remember the date. I want to say 2020-ish to, we put it in last year's, although we really didn't collect it. We still were getting that from Stiff. So even though it showed up in this year we're in, we didn't actually collect fares this year.
Cynthia, what's the transfer in for behavioral health deflection?
They purchased some bus passes that even though we're not charging a fare, I think they had some funding from somewhere and they wanted to make sure that they would get them. And so we said, sure, as soon as we start charging fares, then we can work out that. So that's what that's about. But I don't see a number in there.
Yeah, and that was from just 25, 26.
Oh,
I
okay,
think
that's
that-
why.
Yeah.
Where you see it zeros there, it's because there was an actual expense recorded in the current year and it's not reflected. So during 25, 26, there was some revenue that was recorded this year, but it's not budgeted and it's not showing, but
Sorry,
there was
I
revenue
said that wrong.
recorded there.
I apologize. I got that wrong.
Okay. Thank you.
It shows up in the line. So anytime you have something that's recorded to a line, it's going to show up, but we don't have a column that shows year-to-date actuals in here. And so where you see that it's dashes across there, it's zeros, it's because sometimes it was by mistake, sometimes it was intentional, it just wasn't budgeted, but there was an expense or a revenue that was recorded. And
And-
so it's showing up in the line there.
And it was $2,500. It was a small.
Okay.
Small amount.
Thank you.
Any other questions on revenue?
How do we get revenue from Sheridan and Willamina and all these different places?
We asked them for it based on a agreement. Well, they're part of the district by resolution since 2007, actually.
Mhm.
But there never was really a formal agreement in writing that they would pay any particular amount. So when I arrived, I looked at what the verbal agreement was, then formalized it and wrote letters and said, hey, you said you would contribute. And then every year I increased it by 5% based on typically what we were getting increases from our service provider. And actually I have to say some cities have never paid, some have paid. And recently Amity paid like $5,500, which I was very surprised about. So and then McMinnville's they have been increasing theirs slightly over the years too. So it's been more of just will you do this? And we usually reach out to them around budget time and ask if they'll contribute.
Thank you.
So 231, let's move to page 232. And the grand total for the personal services line item. The only thing I really have to say about that is that it includes 4 full-time employees as it has for the last two or maybe even 3 years. It is all in line with what's included in our transit development plan. Obviously, you're going to be getting a new transit manager this year. And this budget reflects a similar wage scale as what it is currently. So that's what's included in this budget. And I think the reason for the increase, because there is an increase, is primarily insurance and
All the above.
and all of those things that everybody is dealing with, insurance and retirement and those things that are just.
And it'll probably be more of an increase because most of these positions are ASME represented employees. So they're going to be subject to whatever is agreed upon in that collective bargaining agreement.
So the next one I want to highlight is if 232, about midway, and basically it's fuel, and it ends in 52004. With all my, going over the numbers again, I've increased that to 317,504. Our fuel bills they're going up. And I just think it'd be good. Usually, in the past, we've budgeted, like you'll notice this year, we budgeted 375. We typically don't spend that much. You can see in previous years, but I think we need to increase it as much as possible. So
you're wanting to increase that line?
to 317,504. So then the grant total for that section, which is called materials and services, would be 327,304. And I don't really have any other changes. The only thing of note is that you'll notice that a lot of the contract services, professional services, those kind of line items that have been fairly large in previous years because we've been doing lots of projects. We've had technology project, we've done our bus stop project, we've had, you know, all sorts of projects, and those are pretty much winding down and done, thank goodness. So really, we're to the point where this would be kind of like a normal, go out and get a consultant to help you once in a while for something. And so that's good news. If you move to page 233, I think there may be a little bit more savings than what's shown here when you look at the provider payments for 72017, which is about right above where it says total for other expenses, but I left it the same just to be safe. So there's not really a change there, but you will notice it's quite a bit less than if you look at this year, it was 3.8. We're down to 3.2, and that's because we know we have to. We're trying to balance what we have in resources with what we're spending, and the only solution is really to adjust services. So that's happening, and this reflects that. So there's not really change there until you get to the capital section. So line item 80203 for other vehicles, that's where we'd be adding those two grants, and this will include the match. So the number is 1,436,692, which then changes the grand total for the total expenses to 6,154,402. And then if you take into account the portion that the county contributes, it should balance, but does it? Not quite. Did I do the wrong one?
Sorry.
Let me look. No, it's okay.
It doesn't include the change in the fuel. Does that
No, I
include-
think.
I think
thought I
in the
did.
interest of making sure we have the correct numbers, I'd like to have, whether it's in an email or a memo or something, the
I could do that.
general ledger, what the changes are in the revenue, and
Okay.
then what's the corresponding expenses to balance to that. Because it sounds like we're changing quite a few lines here.
Yeah.
And I want to be able to track that.
Well, when I did it earlier and I sent myself an email, it did balance, but I will double check that and send it to you. I will. Okay. Yeah, because I did on my sheet here, I do show that I did change the fuel, but I'll just summarize it for you. So I think that is everything that I was going to highlight, and then you may have other questions just in general. One other thing is, no, I think that's it. So just thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Well, I wanted to say, Cynthia, thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
I'm sad to see you go. I was hoping I might have the opportunity to work with you in the future. But
Well, a little while. A few more months.
Thank you.
All right.
So you'll get us those numbers, the final ones.
Yeah. I'll be sure to
I'll
highlight
send
those.
you an email today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up will be the law library.
Library.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello. For the record, I'm Carolina Rook. I'm the Office Supervisor for the Board of Commissioners Office, and I also oversee the Law Library. And I want to introduce you to Garland Joseph. She is our new Law Library Clerk, so she'll have a chance to answer questions and share her projects with you in just a minute.
Welcome.
Welcome, Garland.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. So the law library is, by Oregon statute, the county has to provide a law library to provide sources for both citizens.
I know, it's okay.
Excuse me, revenues are accrued through court filing fees by the state. And with that, we'll just go into a couple of minor changes that I want to bring up. So There were some vacancy savings in personnel lines due to our previous law librarian, Mary Bonta, leaving in October of 2025. Garland started with us at the very end of January, so I'll say February 2026. So that's about a 4-month gap in that, in personnel lines. The other 2 items that I can call out are in materials and services, line 51001. It's slightly increased this year just to anticipate any cost increases for supplies. The same goes for number 54301 in small equipment purchases. Just wanting to add a little cushion there in case Garland needs any extra supplies or equipment to reorganize the law library the way she'd like it.
Nice.
Yeah. And unless you have any questions, that's really.
No. I
Thank
know
you.
where to go get the commissioner's pins now.
So with that, unless you have questions, I'll let Garland just kind of introduce herself and talk about some projects that she's working on right now. Yeah.
Thanks, Carolina.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm Garland. I've only been in this position for a few months now, but I've been really enjoying it. Some things I've been really focusing on is community outreach. I am really trying to focus on making sure that the public knows about the resources that we have in the law library, and trying to think about ways that we can make these resources accessible. So I've been working with different public libraries in the county. I recently met with Newburgh Public Library to discuss ways that we can just, kind of let the public know what's available and think about resources that the library could help provide. And then also working with different groups within the court system as well. I just met with the operations manager, and it's Mandy as well. I'm forgetting her title, but
Court administrator.
Yeah, court administrator. And so just to kind of, just to let everybody know what's available and, what the law library can and cannot provide. I currently just did a reorganization project for the library in anticipation of possibly getting a cataloging system in place for the library. So that's great because, again, I'm thinking about ways in which we can make our resources accessible to the public. And so having an integrated library system where users and patrons can go and look up resources through a catalog instead of having to come into the library and look on the shelves so they can plan out their trips a little bit better. Those are kind of been some of my main projects I've been working on.
Thank you. We're happy to have you. Thank you for joining our team.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So on the line item publications and dues, 95,000, how much of that is paper and how much of that is electronic?
So I would say about, we have one major database that we pay for, which is Westlaw, and I'm forgetting off the top of my head, I think it's around 1,000 a month. Yeah, I think it's around 1,000 a month for Westlaw, but most of it is, so besides that, most of it is print. And that is just specifically because organ specific material is hard to locate online if you don't have, access to these databases. So making organ specific material to the public is expensive and kind of what our focus is on.
We seem to be relying a lot on the ending fund balance for this. What do we typically do? Is it hardly any ending fund balance?
I will say historically, we have not had a lot of beginning balance because it's really, when you look at the the history and some of the actuals and some of those savings. It's really up to the law librarian on how much they're spending. Cause I mean, we budget a pretty big line for publication and dues.
Yeah.
But that's really up to the law librarian to kind of monitor, because there was at a point, even the Westlaw was still kind of newer. Having more things online was something that's come on over the last few years, but keeping the latest editions that we need as far as the books is having those funds available. So the only revenues that are coming in here is the court filing fees and a little bit of pool and bond interest. So basically you'll see we're usually a little closer to break even,
Okay.
but what little bit that you see in those balances, it's usually out of that $95,000 line, and it's all up to the law librarian on what they need to order for that year. So,
Okay. So typically those court filing fees are going to match, because I mean, just from employment, where was I? Employment, and then,
yeah.
I mean, you're 120, 130, so.
Yeah, so we make the adjustments to the materials
Okay.
and services. And
How does that affect if you're working, are the court filing fees then not holding their own weight on what it takes to keep us updated far as the law library and the additions that we need? Or is it you update while you can and then
we spend
throttle
within-
it back when you
Yeah.
don't have it and then throttle it back up when you do have it?
Yeah, for the most part, we've been able to operate for quite some time well within the court filing fees that we have. I mean, it's the reason why it's a part-time position,
Mhm.
and because again, we have limited resources, and so that does have an impact on staffing, and so we try to make sure that we have enough to support the staffing. So there is, you know, a librarian that can assist the public when somebody comes in to do that, but then the rest, whatever we have left, we budget for materials and services, and we spend what we have available to us.
So is there state statute that says to a certain level that we have to stay up to date, or?
Our obligation is to provide a law library. We have to
That's
have
it.
an accessible law library.
Okay.
So out of those publication and dues, there's nothing mandated. It's just,
The mandate would
Right.
probably end up coming from the people that need the resources and I guess requesting
Correct.
on up-to-date materials, maybe
Yeah, so one thing that I've done is started to implement a more collection of data to understand what resources our patrons need and, you know, who our user base is, so that we can make more informed decisions about what resources we provide and what are available. Yeah, so that is a focus. From my understanding, there's no mandated material that law libraries have to have. But I think there is a standard among the county law librarians of what we provide. And so that is making sure that our collections are fairly Oregon specific, and also keeping in mind that the majority of our patrons are pro se litigants. And so also keeping up to date with guidebooks and sort of more general books that are geared toward the public rather than attorneys. Yeah.
nice.
Mhm.
All right.
Thank
It's
you.
almost like I'm doing a job interview right now. She's already hired. Very nice.
Thank
All
you.
right, that's all the
Thank you
questions
very
I have.
much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carolina.
Thank you, Garland. Thank you, Carolina.
Ken, did we cover economic development?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
So we already covered economic development, mediation, and county schools. So we are a half hour ahead of schedule. If you like, I do think we
Did you-
can jump into general government.
While we have economic development here, so dog control saw the transfer in. What line is the transfer out of economic?
That
development?
is it's lumped
Video-
into the same line where there's a transfer out to Marine Patrol. You'll see it's included in that total. There's Marine Patrol, Parks, Fairgrounds, and Dog Control are all in that one lump.
Got it. Thank you.
Transfer. You're
Yep.
welcome. So seeing how we're ahead of schedule a little bit, Shane, I'm going to take your spot, but why don't I go ahead and do county council's budget? And then Shane Hoffman is here, and we could probably go ahead and jump into IT, so we can go into the next section. So we can go from there. So if that's okay with everyone, we
Yep.
could go to page 246. And what I'll do, 246 is the narrative, 247 is the actual budget numbers. And I'm presenting this budget because currently our county council is out of the office. And so I know this budget because I helped county council build this budget for this year. So there are some changes and things. You're going to see a beginning balance. It's been pretty consistent that county council's office has had about the same, because we do have a vacant attorney position that's in that office, and then there's some other savings. We may be having to make some modifications to this beginning balance between now and budget adoption, just for the sake. County council's been out, and we've been utilizing a lot more outside legal services for certain matters, so that could have an impact on the beginning balance. So this is something I'm going to be watching between now and then the next step in the budget process. Because I may need to adjust that somewhat into the future, but
So is
again,
there a plan to replace the missing attorney?
yeah, I'll jump down, and once I get into personnel, I can talk about some of that. Yeah. So, as far as revenues go, it's pretty straightforward. There is a discretionary allocation that comes in. You'll see the transfer in for legal services. There is a fee. There's a schedule that's put together that's charged out to several departments for work that they do, that county council does. But again, pretty straightforward on that. And then here I'll jump down. And then as far as you get down to the legal counsel line, the first line, of course, is county counsel. That's our legal counsel. You'll see the senior assistant county counsel position, 40362. That's the position that's been vacant. And, as far as where we're at on filling that position, that's going to be, that's an ongoing discussion with county council. But for right now, we've been utilizing cost savings or the vacancy savings in that position to help offset the cost for outside legal counsel, because we've been utilizing with that position being vacant. We did fill some of the other beginning balance because we had 2 vacant positions there for a while this current fiscal year, 2 open attorney positions. So the assistant county counsel 2, that position was filled. And so Caleb, he's currently serving in that role. And that was proven, to be not an easy hire, looking for attorneys right now. So that's why that position, it's not like the recruitments haven't been open. It's just haven't been able to fill all the vacant positions. So
We ended up hiring Caleb, and he was still going through the bar exam.
right.
Absolutely passed it with flying colors.
Yeah.
Excellent.
He's done a fantastic job. He's really hit the ground running for somebody who's still new.
Yep.
Still.
And can you give us an idea of what the outside counsel costs have been?
Right. And
Is that coming up?
it is coming
Okay,
up.
sorry.
And so I'd be happy to talk about that. You're going to see similar, like every other department, there's associated roll-ups that are affecting the personnel lines. But essentially we still have the 4 FTEs. I forgot to mention there's a paralegal as well, that's currently out on leave right now as well. So those positions, the intention is, to hopefully have those 4 positions, including the vacant, once everybody's back and then filling that vacant attorney position. I know that's ongoing discussions that county council has with the board as well, that trade-off versus filling the position with in-house counsel or utilizing outside counsel resources. Let's see, get down into materials and services. I will say materials and services is pretty much status quo. It's when you get into 61001 professional services. This is where we see outside counsel charges. And with the vacancy, we're
Still doing good.
we're overspending that 75,000. It's
Yeah, but
probably
I mean,
twice that.
you go back to what that one position cost.
Correct.
That's
We're still within the
well
cost
within,
savings
yeah,
from that vacant
well
position.
within it. Cool.
And I projected that we were going to spend more than twice of that 75,000 on outside counsel.
Okay, cool.
Because again, we're utilizing outside counsel, because again, we've one attorney, one new attorney, you know, and a lot of work is happening right
And a
now, whether it's
paralegal, yeah.
collective bargaining agreements,
Mhm.
a lot of contracts, a lot of land use, cases, you know, all the above. So that's a really tons of contract reviews that are
Procurement.
happen weekly.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of, that's a very busy office. So, you're going to see that I did boost the professional services lines, a little bit up to 120,000. That again, we've been overspending. You'll see in 24-25, we spent about $113,000, in outside counsel, you know, which comes with it. Sometimes we do have to hire outside counsel because there might be something. We have our general counsel, but sometimes there's things that come up that are pretty unique, that we have to sometimes hire specialized counsel to come in and represent the county on those matters. And especially when you start getting into LUBA appeals and arbitrations, and when it comes to labor agreements and some of those matters, we have engagement letters with outside counsel that we're able to utilize in those areas. So, so for the most part, this is a pretty close to a status quo budget, as in prior years. You see a little bit of savings in the personnel lines, but that's really, the prior year, the budgeted position for the vacant, one of the vacant that Caleb filled, that was budgeted at a top step attorney, you know, with the recruitment. But with him being so new, he actually came in on the lower end of the pay scale. So we did realize some savings there. And then that has an effect on all the roll-ups as well. So that's why you see a little bit of a change in the number, in the personnel costs. And then those savings, I really did try to boost that professional services line. And then all the 780 numbers are pretty status quo. That's per the budget instructions, but was able to put together this budget and we still have a ending balance of 102,000. But again, I do think this number could change a little bit, you know, because it's, I'm watching that professional services line pretty closely. And there's a, you know, if for some reason it starts exceeding my projections that I put together when I projected the beginning balance here, you know, I was aimed that we were going to spend more than twice, but you know, we have a lot of matters that have been open that we're utilizing outside counsel for. So there's a possibility I may have to revise and reduce that beginning balance a little bit. But then you see I have $102,000 projected in the ending balance.
Is that to date outside counsel?
Would you like to know the to date? Because I can pull that number right now. Hope nobody's watching me type, so type in my someday I'll get this other hand back. Let's see. I have that open. And I'm probably racing Tara right now. Okay. I'm filtering.
No, Commissioner Sterrett gave me a dirty look, so I made it louder. She didn't like me tapping the pen.
Survey says.
No, this is the singer right here.
We'll do it.
Okay, year-to-date actual, as of today, or as of when this report was refreshed this morning, professional services, it's at 129,502. So it's just like Commissioner Johnston was saying, you know, we've overspent that line, but we do have the corresponding cost savings with the vacant position that's off, you know, so we're still within that.
Okay.
Well within that, because we had 75,000 budgeted, and so right now it's overspent by 50. So, and if you look at the fully loaded vacant position, it's a lot more than that. So, but I'm still watching it. Yeah, I'm still watching it pretty closely because we do have some matters that are pending. So
Can you remind me again, and what threshold do we trigger a revision of the budget?
anything that's like a 10% of a fund modification, so that's a pretty big number. So if you look at the point that the budget committee approves the budget this week, between now and prior to final adoption, adjustments can be made up to 10% of the fund, and it's the fund. So this would be Fund 110. So that's a pretty large number. So honestly,
So, for example, the ending balance that you have there, for example, at the moment at 102,000, that can all be spent before there's a trigger.
well, because what I'm saying, what would happen is if we continue to spend to the point to where I had already factored in that we were going to overspend those lines, but if for some reason we exceed to where it's going to have an impact on that beginning balance number of 339,000, that's where I would make an adjustment if I had to. So let's just say if we ended up going over my projection, it's not the actual, but I had a number that I kind of projected to put that, to come up with that number. So if it was another $39,000 that we were overspending, I may have to come back prior to adoption, drop this number to 300,000, and then I would reduce that ending balance down to 70,000. So this budget's pretty straightforward. It's all personnel and outside counsel. It's and there's also potentially going to be some further cost increases depending on, because, we have some folks on leave and stuff. So
Thank you.
any questions on that?
Thank you for doing that.
And then I should say that also, because we do cover some litigation or some outside attorney costs in other portions of the budget, depending on the matter that's at hand. So we have the risk reserve 680 that we also have available to help offset costs for litigation. And then we've also spent, like I've mentioned, the non-departmental, we had some funds, but right now we've overspent in that line because there was a large Lowe's appeals case that we had representation, outside representation that was handling those appeals. And, hopefully, fingers crossed, we're waiting for a decision, but if we prevail on that, there's a chance that we're going to get a lot of those attorneys' fees back as well. So in addition to the tax revenue that's currently in dispute, that's sitting in a lockbox waiting to get released. So yeah, and that's county council's budget.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll move on to IT then.
Are you ready, Shane? You brought paper and not a laptop?
No.
Oh, your goodness.
You're gonna be here a while.
No.
Okay.
And feel free to move the microphone a little closer once you get all situated.
Check.
Right.
All right. All right, ready?
We're ready.
All right. For the record, I'm Shane Hoffman, Information Technology Manager for Yamhill County. So welcome administration, Board of Commissioners, Budget Committee members, Finance, to the 26-27 Information Technology and Telecommunications Budget Presentation. Please let me know if you have any questions throughout. You have any questions before I begin? You ready? All right. Let's begin. So we'll start with information technology. The narrative starts on page 21 and the actual budget starts on page 22.
251.
What?
That's all right.
Okay.
I'm here to help.
We can follow.
Well, that messes everything up. Anyway.
Put in a service.
I'm out
ticket
of
for
here. Okay, so information technology provides the following services: desktop support, help desk, maintaining, administering networks and related equipment, maintaining and administering servers, email services, our Office 365 and Oracle environments, creating and maintaining creating and maintaining custom software, support for third-party off-the-shelf software, report writing, and providing database administration. So this fund captures all the revenue, expenses, and capital required to provide those services. So let's start with revenue. Account 30101, beginning balance, 164,081 projected, a lot lower than what we came in with last year. And some of the drivers for that are we changed some FTEs throughout the year, so we put more of a strain on IT and less burden on telecommunications. And a large part of that was just really looking at how we perform our work. Where do we spend our time? And that's what drove those changes. And we've just done a lot of automations over the year with telecommunications, and it's just taking less time to spend on that fund. And let's see, and the other driver is our expenses are higher than our revenues. So that's dragging down that beginning balance as well. Moving on to account 33429, assessment and taxation grant, the 25,000. That's what I received from the tax assessor for my share of the CAFA grant. Account 34155, computer access. You'll note last year we had some revenue there. I don't have any targeted this year. I talked to Derek, and the feeling was just that needs to go away. That was more of a legacy revenue. I was told that with our prior software, it was very laborious to get that data. There was a huge lift for IT, some of Derek's staff time to present that data. And now with our software, it's really simple. There's really not an effort.
Predominantly for
Title companies.
Yeah. Getting access to tax and assessment data.
Yeah. So after talking to Derek, we decided to take that away. Account 38010, admin overhead. That's table 4 adjusted software in the budget instructions, and you'll note that went up as well. And that's just due to additional collaboration with finance to ensure all costs are accurately depicted in the formula, particularly for expenses that IT pays for that support all departments. And 3824, computer service, that's comprised of 3 things: network charges from table 9, an HHS transfer for a senior programmer analyst, and a transfer from the computer replacement fund. And the number is bigger, and that is because there's a larger transfer coming this year from the computer replacement fund to help pay for licensing and equipment replacement for things that all departments use. Are there any questions on revenue? Okay, moving on to personnel. And I won't say the page number. Let's see. So yeah, I mentioned about doing some analysis just on where we're spending our time. So based on that, here's the following FTE changes. So account 40350, the senior systems administrator, changed from a 0.9 to a 0.95. Account 40353, information systems manager, changed from a 0.9 to a 0.98. And account 40375, the desktop support specialist, changed from a 0.9 to a 0.95. Other than that, no other major changes for personnel. Any questions on personnel?
Are you, and that's a general question, but I see a lot of companies in this industry implementing efficiency improvements based on the AI. Do you see something similar happening in your department?
Yeah, absolutely. Over time, I mean, right now we're working on an internal policy that I'm going to be taking to administration very soon. It's pretty much written in draft form. And we just want to be very well organized, in how we roll it out. Right now, we've kind of left it up to the discretion of departments. We're asking that people check with the department heads and stuff if they have any ideas on how to use it. I think there's some low-hanging fruit there. I think it does a great job at, quick summarizations, doing some, getting you to where, getting that, if it takes a heavy lift or laborious, a task to crunch numbers, it can do some of that quickly, but you have to be careful. You have to make sure it's coming up with the right numbers, and you do have to have your checks and balances. So I think there is some low-hanging fruit, and I think over time we'll be able to use it more. I just think it's really important to be organized especially if you go outside. Like right now, only thing we really endorse in IT is the Copilot with our Office 365 tenant, and that's because all the data stays within our tenant. It's not shared with the outside world. And you got to be really, really careful when you have CGIS data, HIPAA data, and PII information. You don't want to get that with the outside world. So I think it's really important to also have your internal staff trained so they understand how to use it, understand the upside and the downside, meaning, you have to scrutinize the data. You got to make sure it's right. You just can't take it and throw it out there and think it's right. So I think there's definitely going to be some benefit there. I think, again, you just need to be well organized with how you roll it out.
And having the necessary protections. I know you threw out a lot of acronyms there, but we do have HIPAA security concerns with HHS. We also have the CIS, the Criminal Information System. There's a lot of rules and protections around that data. So that's some of the things, because Shane and I are talking about this all the time, and that's why we're working on a policy, because again, the technology is rolling out so fast with the AI. We don't want it to suddenly put us into our security posture in jeopardy or put us in violation of HIPAA or CGIS or some of these other requirements that we have to comply with in order to operate. So it's kind of a balancing act. So fortunately, Shane, has done a really good job with that, but we're having those discussions. But unfortunately, it's one of those that it's great to be on the cutting edge on new technologies, but sometimes we have to approach it with a little more caution than, with some of the data and the systems we have in place.
I'm just mentioning it also because your department will be the first one who get scrutinized if there's questions.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's more like, do you have a plan in place? Have you thought about it? How are you going to put in your system? And you see in the news, companies like Oracle are laying off 40% of their people because of AI. So I'm just giving you a heads up.
Yeah, we're well aware, like I said, just being organized about it, but definitely some benefits there too. Good question. Thank you. Anything else on that? Okay, moving on to materials and services. Let's see. So account 62005 data circuit, that increased. We have redundant internet connections with multiple ISPs, internet service providers. With more systems being cloud-based, such as our Oracle financial system, it's really important to have that uptime. So that redundancy is important. IT is also paying for the internet connection at the GSB. And I also factored in a 10% increase, which is pretty much standard from the vendor that they're going to give us every year. So that's factored into that number as well. 68307, software licensing and maintenance for fees, a slight increase there. And again, that's just due to the increase we get from our vendors on a yearly basis. We are pushing back a lot more, depending on what the increases are. Nowadays, it seems like it's a gift basket if they give you a 10% increase. We're seeing higher increases, but we're trying to do our best to push back. And in cases, if we can negotiate some longer term contracts with, we would come to the board with that if we need to, but we're trying to do our best just to manage that number. Because when you have a bigger number like that, it grows pretty fast if you don't watch those annual increases. So. And let's see, the other one I wanted to highlight would be 78001 building reserve. I pretty much doubled, and that's just because we moved from the IT houses to GSB, so Harlem to Fifth Avenue. So. And so the rent doubled. So anyway, but I get it. So I'm not complaining. I'm happy to be there, and we love the work environment.
Sure.
Well, no, we're happy. I get it. So that's okay.
Those aren't torn down yet.
No, thank you. We're happy. We'll pay even more if we have to. Bake sales every week.
No, just let the record reflect.
Any questions on materials and services? All right, and in account 880, capital department equipment, 211,000. We just have some real expensive equipment coming due for replacement, and so we have some money set aside targeted for that. And if we need to come to the board with any approvals, we will do so. Are there any questions on capital or the information technology budget? All right, cool. Thank you. Where do you want to go next? Do you want to go telecommunications or computer replacement fund, Ken?
Yes, why don't we go to? Yeah, why don't we go to page 278? Which is gonna be IT capital and then
Telecom. All right. Okay. Computer replacement fund.
Oh, sorry, let me get to the actual page. That was the summary. So the actual is going to be 279 is facilities. I'm sorry, we're jumping into Fund 440 here, so let me get to the facilities, general capital improvement. Oh. Come on. 289, thank you so much.
289.
We'll have to make a note. We usually keep all these budgets together in the budget binder, so we'll make a note, so yeah, page 289 is IT capital.
Okay. Everybody there? Okay. So computer replacement fund. So departments pay into the computer replacement fund each year for their PCs and laptops. So at the end of a life cycle, they paid for a device and we replace it. We're actually going to change the number of years for a life cycle starting this upcoming fiscal year. So laptops will change from a 4-year life cycle to a 5, and we're going to change desktops from a 5 to a 6. And one of the reasons for that is we just purchased some devices in March, and they went up $300 per device compared to when we bought them in December. And of course, one of the main drivers for that is just AI companies buying up all the memory and driving up device costs. So I don't know where that's going to end up. So that's one of the factors. And the other side of it, if we can extend those life cycles, then we should be doing so. And so we're going to give it a shot. I think looking historically, I think we'll be fine. You will note when I present this budget that I am keeping appropriation authority. And that's just in case I'm wrong. In case we have some problematic devices that do need replacing next year, we'll replace them. So my hope is it would just be a handful. And next year is kind of a transition year with everything getting pushed out 1 year.
So on the extra lifetime, what is the risk? Are you afraid of computers dying? Or
yeah, I think that and just added burden on my staff. If all of a sudden we see an uptick in help desk tickets, you know, where we're having to spend a lot of time on particular devices, or just starting to get old, you know, and problematic, things like that. We'll just be watching for those trends and watching our, you know, our tickets and seeing if there are any of those. And I would expect there could be some that we will have to replace. And if we do, we're prepared to do that, because that's not good for the end user either if they're constantly down and trying to be productive. So it's kind of a balancing act. So that's why I think it's important to keep the appropriation authority, but go in with the plan is to not replace them if we don't have to. So good question.
Now, typically the lifetime of a computer is not dependent on the budget, but on the equipment itself.
It is, but I think, you know, we're, you know, based on industry standards, I think the 4 and a 5 is what a lot of people use, and then we're just trying to push it out 1 year, and I think that's realistic, because I think taking a budget aside, I know myself, even my personal devices, you start get up over 5, 6 years, start slowing down, and here, you know, a lot of times you can do a reimage or do things to try to speed it up, but it does get to a point where, you know, you're kind of stuck. And then Microsoft is always good about forcing updates and forcing things that where you have to upgrade almost to be able to apply, you know, security patches, things are no longer supported. There's all kinds of variables there that you have to factor in. So anyhow, let's see. Also, I want to point out, yeah, that the sheriff also pays into the computer replacement fund, and that's just setting aside money that he uses to pay for the lease contract for their MDTs and their patrol cars. MDTs, mobile device terminal, essentially their computer and their patrol cars. So let's start with revenue. So account 38021, that's table 9 in the budget instructions, so about 354,000. Little lower than last year. I think one of the drivers for that is that more and more people are getting rid of 2 devices. There is some people in the county that still have a laptop and a desktop. And I know there's been a big push to not do that, which is a good thing, really. Everybody, really should just have 1 device for the most part. So that's obviously going to affect that number. And I think that's one of the reasons it's coming down. So any questions on revenue?
How much did you say?
You said 354, but he meant 454. Okay.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Make sure we don't have different pages.
Yeah, 454,000. It was like 469 last year. So, okay. Any questions on revenue? We're good. Okay, let's move on to materials and services. Account 54301, small equipment purchases. We have $332,600. So that is the money that we're planning to spend to replace devices. But I was mentioning I want to keep the appropriation authority, but we'll only replace what we have to is the plan. Account 54302, MDTA equipment, $61,100. That's the money the sheriff will take to pay for his yearly contract for the GTAC mobile device terminals. Any questions on materials and services? Okay, we'll move on to account 7815, and that's that transfer number. That's when you saw, I think it was the computer service number in my IT budget. I said there was the reason that number had gone up so much was because of a transfer from this fund. That's that $681,020. And again, that's just to pay for licensing, maintenance, and equipment replacement. That helps with that. And that's for all, basically for equipment and licensing that all departments get to take advantage of. Well, let's see, any questions on material services or transfers? Good. And finally, we have account 9929, reserve for the future. That's at 412,000, a big drop from last year, pretty much cut in half. We're still fine, still healthy. And that's also going to help next year with the transition year. And I'm going to obviously have to see where device costs end up. And yeah, I have a few challenges going forward for sure to look at. But I mean, I've looked at the, what I could take, what I needed, and that's the bare bones, and it still leaves the fund healthy. And as you can see with that 412,000 reserve for the future, we're still targeting the 332,000 to spend for device replacement. So we're fine. I wouldn't want to go below that, but we're okay where we're at. So, and of course, next year, if I don't end up replacing a lot of devices, that's going to help us build that fund back up too. So. Any questions on the computer replacement fund? No, all right. So back to.
All right, and at this point, I'm gonna ask, sorry, Shane, I'm gonna throw you a curveball. If we could take a 5-minute recess, we realized we are missing a fund out of the budget binder, which is the telecom budget. Fund 648, for some reason, it did not end up in the binder, and that's Shane's last budget to go over.
Oh.
So we're currently printing copies of that so we can get that added to the packet.
Let's come back at 2:15.
Okay, thank you.
Nice. 12 minutes. I like it. He one up, you Ken.
I believe it didn't make it in there.
Wow.
All right, we're on.
Ready to go? All right. Is everybody on the right page?
Yeah, so apologies for that. So everybody should have a handout and we'll look at updating the online packet and make sure that we get this fund added to it. So this is Fund 648. As far as, you got a couple different options where this, you know, you can put it right in front of the insurance reserve tab, or you could put it right after the last budget that Shane, you know, depending on where you're at in the binder. So, again, apologies. It looks like, this didn't make it into the final, report in the binder. So it's all you, Shane.
Are we ready? Okay. All right, well, telecommunications. So we provide voice communications for the county departments as well as the city of McMinnville and YCOM, which is Yamhill Communications Agency, their business lines. So extension costs, some bond and pool investments are the primary source of revenue for this fund. And of course, this fund captures the revenue, expenses, and capital required to provide those phone services. So let's start with revenue. So we got 30101 beginning fund balance, about 193,000, little lower than last year, mainly due to just, you know, our expenses are still higher than our revenues. We did have a large beginning balance for a while. Our goal was to bring it down, and it's certainly trending down. The FTE adjustments that I talked about earlier are certainly going to help this budget as well. We also increased the phone rates this year to take a step in the right direction. And we're also looking at new phone systems to look at, you know, at least the same feature set and more, and hopefully lower cost of ownership. And when ready, we will come to the board for approval. So moving on to account 36230 telephone revenue, you'll note that's a lot lower than last year. And the reason for that is if we end up moving to a new phone system, we will likely not get any revenue from the city and YCOM, because right now that's revenue, that 36230 account is the extension cost monies that we receive from YCOM in the city. So I'm just targeting a few months of that revenue, being more of a pessimist approach, but I feel that's better to be safe than sorry. So anyway, that's what that is. And we have 382.5. That's table 8 in the budget instructions. That's $373,747.
Hey,
That-
Shane, but you know, you were talking about the outside entities and the loss
Yeah.
of revenue, but then we're also going to be providing the services, and the support is actually going to fall in those jurisdictions, right?
That is true. They
I
would,
just
yeah,
want to clarify that we're not
Yep.
just giving a discount and still providing the same level of service. We're not going to be receiving those revenues, and we're going to be looking at the city is going to be supporting their systems moving forward.
So is it financially to our advantage to change if we're going to lose that revenue?
well, yeah, because I mean, the city and YCOM are seriously probably going to go that route anyway, because it's cheaper for them to look at some of these cloud-based systems. It's just a better deal for them to do that than go through us. And really, we're at a crossroads, and you'll find that in my memo when I present it. With our current system, we're end of sale, and we're in a situation where it's huge dollars to upgrade.
Oh, you mean end of life for the Mitel system?
Well, it's end of sale is
Oh,
really
end
what
of
it is.
sale.
But still, you have to, we can't buy any more licenses at this point. We're done. And we also, if we have to replace it, we have to replace equipment, we have to repurchase all our licenses. So we're really at a fork in the road. And so that's why we started looking at some other systems and what they offered. And it looks like a better move, and we can save money overall.
Okay,
And you'll see that in the memo.
thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Yeah, and the other thing I wanted to mention was with our revenue and extension fees. I've kind of simplified everything. We used to charge for extension fees and call costs. And this year I went away. I just took call costs out of the equation, and we just charge a flat rate. I think that's just, it's easier for me. I have fixed expenses. I reduce them as much as I can. And it just makes sense to know what I'm getting for revenue. And I just kind of work that into the formula. So it's just one flat rate versus worrying about call costs. All right. Any questions on revenue? Not, we can move on to personnel. So again, I mentioned in the information technology budget that I spent some time looking at IT tasks and telecommunication tasks and where we spend our time. And we talked about some changes to FTEs in the IT budget. Now we'll look at those corresponding FTE changes in telecom. So account 40350, senior systems administrator, changed from a 0.1 to a 0.05. Account 40353, information systems manager, changed from a 0.1 to a 0.02. And account 40375, desktop support specialist, changed from a 0.1 to a 0.05. Other than that, no other major changes on personnel. Any questions? All right. Next is materials and services. So let's see here. So account 61001, professional services. We have some money set aside there, and that's to help with the phone implementation if the board approves the project. Account 62001, telephone. That's a little less than half targeted there. That's because I'm projecting to pay that till roughly January of 27. And if we move forward with a replacement phone system, that particular line item will maybe not go away, but be dramatically reduced with the other technology that we're using with the cloud-based providers. So that's why I've only have half there just to pay for the expenses till January of 27. Software licensing and maintenance fees is targeted at about 261,000. That increased because I'm projecting, okay, I'm accounting for the licenses for a new phone system plus any support for our current environment that I need to pay for part of the year. So I'm trying to balance all that in. And I actually factored it in. I do think there's going to be some opportunity to have some savings there where we may not pay for all of it, depending on how the project is going. So I may not have to spend all of that, is the hope. But that's why that's there, because if you're moving to a new system, there's a little bit of a transition, paying for the old and moving to the new.
Are you having a new phone system plus mobile phones, or
Well, we're still gonna, everybody will still have a mobile phone.
why
but
would you guys want to, why would you want to have a phone system if everybody's got a
Well, not everybody has a mobile phone.
mobile phone?
Right.
Yeah, not everybody not every employee has a mobile phone. They may have their own personal phones, but we have many positions that, it's really an operational decision on who has county issued cell phones or is being compensated because they're using their phone for business purposes. There has to be a direct connection or a need for that.
Sure.
So when you get like a lot of your clerical and support teams that are, in the office, we don't do the cell phones. Usually the folks that are carrying cell phones because they are working in the field or they're on call, like a lot of the management team, we have phones because we're on call 24/7. So that's kind of the difference. If we went to the model of providing cell phones for everyone, it creates.
Does anybody carry a cell phone that doesn't have a desk phone?
Does somebody carry a cell phone that doesn't have?
Do our commissioners have cell phones and landlines?
Some people have both. Some people
Okay.
have one. Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting. I think a large part of it too is just, there are certain departments, they have hunt groups where, phones, you need multiple people answering the phone, work groups, there's auto attendants. There's so much going on there that, it's just hard to get away from it, to be able to transfer a call. There's a lot more going on there. I do think with cell phones, there's an opportunity in the future. I mean, it's interesting. They have come a long way with what they're capable of doing. But I just don't feel comfortable right now that just moving that direction. I think in a couple of years, it might be interesting to look at that, and maybe we will be somewhat of, maybe a hybrid, but I don't think you want to mix and match right now. That would probably be a disaster. I think it's good to have a clear direction. If there's a cost savings, move that direction. And then in 2-3 years, once you stabilize and that's rolled out, maybe look at, what cell phones can do with us, and that the technology will only get better, right?
Sure.
So I think our big leap is also going to be incorporating more soft phones where you necessarily don't have a physical phone that's on your desk, but that you're working through a soft phone that's on your device, on your computer. I think that's one that I think that could probably be our next big move, because I could see that getting utilized more and more by departments to where you have less of that physical. So then you don't have the need to buy a physical phone to be on that desk. Except for the old timers like myself, that gives, it's just something comforting about having that phone there. So
One of the other things I'll throw out too that's interesting with some of the phone systems we've been looking at is, like, right now there's a huge liability, like if somebody presses 911 and knowing the location of where that person is. And it's really important that people work with my staff. So when, desktop support or whoever moves them, that they update that database so we know where their new location is. Otherwise, you're going to show up at the wrong location if we're not told, if someone moves and doesn't tell us. But it's always just, it's a manual thing, and it's very easy, to forget sometimes too, right? That could happen. And with the new phone systems, there's a lot of upfront work that you have to do. It's called port mapping. And if you load that up front where everything is, basically if anybody plugs in, it will know where they're at. And so you're basically automating that process, which is huge, because that's a big liability piece for us. So that's something else that a phone system like that will help. And I think that's a big reason why you want to do it too, one factor. So hope that helps. Let's see. The other thing is, building reserve cost doubled. And we talked about that in the other budget,
complaint number 2 noted.
What can I say? Fifth Avenue. Anyhow, let's see. I think, okay. And if there is no question, is there any questions, I guess, on materials and services? The only other thing we have to talk about is 80123, which is capital, and $12,000 set aside there. And again, that's just to help with the expenses to move to a new phone system if we get the approval to do so. Any questions on telecommunications? Okay. Well, I guess I'm done. Before I'm done, 30 seconds. So I want to thank my team. They're amazing. Pleasure to work with them each and every day. I think they provide great value for the county, and I just so appreciate what they do. Thank you to administration and Board of Commissioners for their leadership and all that you do. Finance and everybody else that supports to bring this off. The budget committee members, thank you for all your time and the wisdom that you bring in the outside perspective. That's provides a lot of value. And I also want to just thank all the department heads. We have a lot of great leaders here. They're a pleasure to work with, and I think we're doing good things. So with that, thank you, and I appreciate the time to present the budgets.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you, Shane.
Need some help collecting your stuff?
Oh, I'll be out of here in about 20 minutes.
All right. Thanks, Shane.
Well, I assume, Ken, we're moving back towards the front. Treasurer?
Yep.
Okay. So county
Yay.
treasurer is next.
Are you the treasurer?
Are you?
Hello, I'm Paulette Alexandria. I'm the Yamhill County Treasurer. I was appointed in July of 2024 when our other treasurer left, and then I was elected in 2025. So I've been here for about 1 year and 2/3. And what I do is I make sure that our liquid funds in the county are as working as hard for us as possible, earning interest that we very genuinely need, right?
Absolutely.
So we can keep our budgets balanced. So this year, I came on last year and there was excess in that budget. And historically, I don't really know why, but there was. So I don't spend a lot of money. I'm just me in one little entity. And sometimes I have a couple of professional designations that I have to pay to keep going, and they're all to do with being a treasurer. So it's pretty valuable. And sometimes there's training specifically designated for treasurers that I like to take. Sometimes I can take them online, but sometimes I actually have to go to the place that they're doing that. Once a year with my colleagues, we go to the Oregon Treasurers Association, And that's very valuable. There's a lot of training and best practices that we learn. And there's also an Oregon government officer, financial officer training once a year that's very valuable. But everything else is pretty much just if I want to get a printer, I need new pencils, all that good stuff. And this year my budget actually went down. I think Ken Huffer transferred a little out. And as far as I'm concerned, you could transfer more out.
No, I don't think I did.
Okay.
I think the numbers that I had was just looking at year to date, what you spent and making sure that you had a little bit of funds in case you needed to spend between now and June. And so that's why that beginning balance might be down a little bit, because I may have overestimated what you actually intend to spend between
Well,
now and June 30.
The treasurers historically had been very thrifty.
Correct.
And that's really all I have to say unless there's any questions from anybody.
I have a question.
Sure.
So your FTE went down from 1.0 to 0.4?
That's a misprint. So
Regardless of what the FTE is, I just do the job. And pretty much just for the public, besides making sure our funds are working, I work with finance to make sure also that we have enough liquidity so he can pay the bills and there's no checks don't bounce, all that good stuff. And I work with some financial entities to buy bonds from. We manage a bond portfolio. About half of our investable funds are in a bond portfolio, 5-year laddered bond portfolio. The rest is with the state of Oregon in their LGIP account. So they're both, all of our liquid funds are working as hard as possible.
So Ken, if it is a typo, so which one is the correct one? The one, the
well, see,
1.0,
this is where, because our system has a hard time with this. So it's always a tough one because how the position of treasurer was funded, and this was years ago, this predates me, that it was essentially a part-time position. And the compensation committee and the board at that time, way back when they did this, set an annual amount, but there's really not, that annual amount isn't based on a proration of a full-time FTE. But our systems that we navigate in, and both our financial and the budgeting software don't like it if we don't put an FTE associated with it. So that's why it looks so different, and we'll see these typos come up. It's a system issue that a lot of times we're arguing with our own system on what it means, because it's not, it's not that that 30,000 that was approved by compensation committee but that's not truly 0.4 of the total salary. It's really recognition that, well, this is a position the committees at that time deemed that, well, the work that's doing is really part-time, but they didn't define a FTE, because as an elected official, there's not really an FTE associated to our elected officials. They work as many hours as, they're truly salaried, and they're elected officials, not employees. So, if that makes sense, again, I'm trying to regurgitate what was before me on how they did this, but I do know at some point there was some discussion, because again, these conversations predate me, about that they looked at the scope of work of what the treasurer had done all those years ago and deemed, well, this is really part-time, it's not a full-time position. And then they set the salary, and that salary was based on what compensation committee recommendation and what was approved, not necessarily like a lot of our employees where we do a compensation, and then if you adjust the FTE, the salary is adjusted based on, on that FTE calculation. So
there's no equivalent position for them to base it on. So they just guessed, and frankly, they don't really know, because anything financial is kind of amorphous to everybody else because they don't do it. IT as well. People really don't know. So I just do whatever's necessary. Sometimes I'm here every day of the week. Sometimes I'm here one day a week. It just depends on that particular cycle. Because when I have to prepare for our quarterly meeting, I'm here a lot. And right now I'm working with the state of Oregon to renew and to approve our investment policy statement. So that takes up a lot of time. So it really varies.
I just wanted to figure out if this was the estimated, projected, required amount of time you have to use, or, and if that had changed. But it's still the same.
It's a mistake, I think.
It's just,
Yeah, it's just the system, because we, like I said, we fight with it because the rest of our systems are built around, we're used to, the salary for this position is X. And then depending on the FTE, the salary is adjusted based on the FTE. So if it's less than full-time for a part-time position, it would be adjusted. Whereas this one's just a little bit different because like tomorrow morning when the compensation committee convenes, it didn't follow that kind of a mathematical, logic. It was basically a set rate, and it was and it had been increased several times in the past too.
and that's already a question for tomorrow. So the amount, the compensation for the treasurer does not have to be correlated with the commissioner. They're to complete.
Completely different. Yeah. Each of the elected positions have a different requirement, and you'll see it tomorrow morning when Patricia joins us to present the report that she presents every year with all the comparable counties, and then it's up to you when you convene as the compensation committee.
So the fact that the treasurer gets, let's say, 30,000 has nothing to do with that the commissioners get 30,000.
No.
And every county is different. I had the pleasure of going to Association of Counties, County College this last year. And boy, you cannot really compare the counties. They're each one totally different. In some counties, the treasurer is also the dog catcher and finance. Almost, they do everything.
So are we gonna get a transfer out to dog control? Or?
36 counties, 36 different ways of doing
Way
things
different,
sometimes.
because the populations are so different.
You just showed us how to save some money.
I love dogs and I would do it.
That's right.
I would do it.
You would be perfect.
I think they have an opening, so.
I could manage our bonds and take care of the dogs.
Take care of the dogs. There you go.
Licensing.
Sheriff is with-
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
do a
you.
Great job, and I appreciate what you do.
Thank you, Paulette.
Okay, we're moving on to county clerk, I believe.
Good afternoon, Budget Committee, Commissioners, staff, everyone. Okay, so we're here to talk about the county clerk budget. And if I have the right printout, we're on page 261.
Correct.
Okay. So you'll see that we have a beginning fund balance of 285,263. Once again, most of our revenue is fee-based by statute. So most of our fees were set in the early 1980s when minimum wage was barely over $3 an hour. And we have tried to get those statutory fees increased, but we have not been successful. So I had submitted an overview, and you'll see on page 2 the recording revenue trends of that on that memo. It also explains exactly how much money we get, the clerk itself gets, and we only get $6 out of that 87 for every time we record one page of a document. So if there's additional pages in the document, we get $5 per page, but there are a lot of one-page documents that just come through, and so we would only get $6 that we get to keep. Currently, right now, recording is still remaining pretty flat, and recording is our main source of revenue for the most part. And it's not looking like interest rates are really going to move that needle much in the next year. So we are still under what we had been previously. Right now, we're about 20% away from reaching our goal for this year. So most of our revenue here, like marriage licenses, we charge $50 for a marriage license, but we only get to keep 25. Again, the rest of it goes to the state. So you'll notice on page 263, there's a line there for expense for state of Oregon. So that line there is for what we have to pay back for marriage licenses and domestic partnerships. That's what we give back to the state. Passports are down right now. There's not as much of a interest, it appears, for people to be traveling as much as they have in the past. But we should be able to kind of break even. So does anyone have any other questions about revenue? Kind of one of those things where all of our services are on demand. So if someone decides they want to get married today, they show up. Otherwise, we don't see them until they're ready. If you want to get a passport, you can come on down. And then, as we've talked about with elections, there is no reimbursement for elections in the next fiscal year because we only get reimbursed for special districts. And then if there's just a measure here or there, but it's a very small amount. So we were reimbursed in July of this current fiscal year for the May special district election in 2025. But this following fiscal year, there won't be any expected election reimbursement. Cities do not have to pay in an even year. If they call an election in an even year, they do not pay for any of those services. And then we can, if there's no questions about that, we can go to personnel. Personnel remains the same. There are no changes to personnel. I know we're in a bargaining year for the AFSCME contract, but other than that, there's no expected change to our personnel. We do have election personnel in here. We do expect to need quite a few more people for November and next year for elections, just due to the turnout that we normally see in an even year. There's more turnout. There's more ballots to process. And then the next category is materials and services. So here is where you'll notice that we're trying to keep any expenses down, but typically what we're seeing right now is 6 to 8% increase on all any kind of cost of goods. It just keeps rising. So you can't really even buy a toner cartridge very cheap anymore, but we try to keep it down as much as possible. Some of our machines are special, they have to require special things. So it's hard to shop around really for any deals, but it is what it is.
Carrie, how is your software licensing and maintenance fees going down and everybody else is going up?
Well, I don't know that they're necessarily going down completely, but when I first arrived, there was a lot of agreements and licensing fees, maintenance agreements on machines that were no longer being used, and we were able to renegotiate some and then cancel the ones that we no longer needed. So you're probably seeing that trend there, and we're keeping things as low and as flat as we can.
Okay, thank you.
And then in contracted services, we typically do not have a lot of activity in this particular category, but I do want to note that we did just receive, so postage went up the beginning of the year. We just received notice that it's going up 8% on April 26th, and there was already a 4-cent per postage stamp increase scheduled for July of this year. So we will see a significant increase in postage. So the way it works for postage on ballots is we pay the cost, the county pays the cost of mailing every ballot to every eligible registered voter. But when they're returned, the state pays for the return postage. And the majority of our ballots are returned via Dropbox. It's a little bit more than half, but kind of split down the middle. We will be mailing next week over 78,000 ballots out.
Voter pamphlet statements haven't come out yet.
Our voters pamphlet, the county's portion, has been posted on the website
Oh, it's not going to be mailed to
a couple of
anybody.
weeks. We insert into the state's voters pamphlet and they're distributing that this week.
Got it.
So you should start seeing them showing up anytime. And obviously, when we insert into a voter's pamphlet, that does bring the cost of our voter's pamphlet down. So next year, when we have the special districts and we have to produce our own, that's a much larger price tag than on the years when we can insert into the states.
Not
Okay.
everybody does it.
What's that?
And not everybody does it, as we learned a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
No voters pamphlet, yeah.
Yeah. Ours is set by an ordinance that the commissioners approved that Yamhill County would produce a voter's pamphlet.
Ken, there's no building rent in this, is that?
There is, it's actually down, it's a 780 line, not in a.
Building reserve, sorry, okay.
Yes, so our building reserve, we've been hovering around low 60,000, and it increased to 87,000. So we had quite a jump this year as well. So,
I ran district.
any other questions about those? Okay, so I do have an add back request for election costs. It's a memo for that. We have identified some election costs that we need to be able to spend this year.
Sorry, Carrie, page 258.
258, okay. So we've reached the end of life on some technology with critical equipment, and it will become obsolete December 31st and no longer usable. So that is also creating an urgent need for replacement. And it's just, we're going to need to have extra security, extra help. You'll notice on our central supplies line, typically the way we have to look at our budget is it's in a 2-year cycle. So this elections we're conducting in this next fiscal year that would be similar to what happened in 24-25. So our central supplies, in order to make our budget balance, we had to cut those significantly in order to present a balanced budget. And our central supplies line, that's anywhere from ordering envelopes to mail ballots in, to printing ballots. It's pretty much everything that falls in that category. There's a lot. So that is why we are asking for $71,500 to make sure that the integrity and continuity of our elections can continue next year. Anybody have any other questions about this budget?
Your security in the budget is 1,500, but then your add back is 85. What is the big jump there?
So the 1,500 only covers our monitoring services.
Okay.
So there is no additional money for us to have deputies and hire security for that way. And there's nothing built in then for any other security risks that we identify that we need to have covered. This budget does not reflect anything to do with our move that is anticipated this year as well either. So
That's because we're moving you. 3 of us. Well, and Ken, if he gets
see what
better.
happens once we get there. There's other needs that come up. But
Ken can just point his finger where stuff goes.
Ken's, he's got.
Can you do that? Okay, well, you just stay sitting in your office. That's fine. We'll take care of it.
Got it.
So just for my information, the printing of the ballots, is that what you do in-house or do you contract it out?
It's contracted out. Okay, any other questions? If not, we'll move on to the county clerk's record fund, which is page 265. So here we have a beginning fund balance of 52,767. And this fund here is funded by 50 cents from the land corner preservation fee, and then 50 cents from the A&T fee. So if you look at the breakdown of my fees, I get $1 for each document that's recorded that goes into this fund that's supposed to then help preserve and archive all the documents that we're required to manage and maintain. So with recording dollars down, that's not a lot of revenue coming in. We will be caught up completely within the next month of archiving all of the documents that were backlogged. And within the next month and a half, we will be receiving back all of our files that we had digitized that are going to be a huge asset to people coming in and researching records, people coming into our office to just even look up, try to find something that's really old. It will be just a regular search engine. It will be available for everyone to use, and it will be a huge asset. Some of these documents are hard to find because some of them are handwritten. Some of them are under different assumed names, not their legal names. And so it can prove to be quite a challenge when you're trying to look through old microfiche, microfilm. Some documents are there, some aren't. And then at that point, if we can't find it, we're in the basement looking in the books. So this way they will all be readily available and digitized. So that will be a huge asset to the public. But we don't anticipate spending a lot of money out of here. There are still some missing microfilm rolls that we want to get redone. I think that they were contaminated at one point, and microfilm will be phasing out by the end of the year. So digitizing our records and moving forward with a better format is something that we are going to do so that we can have them preserved for generations to come. That's the clerk's fund. Does anybody have any other questions?
No, thank you. Appreciate
Thank you,
you and your
Carrie.
team. I
Thank
know
you.
it's a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting us present.
Thank you. Derek,
Thank you.
before you come up, would you grab a picture of Harry? With the budget committee? Or just, oh, just something that, well, I tried to get one, but I had you making a face. And I was sure-
That's why she had
No, I mean,
to get
can you
Derek out of the
show that
background.
we're, like, where she is?
What are we doing, a selfie?
Oh, action photo, everybody, back to work.
Okay.
Yeah. Make it seem like she said something. Oh.
Doesn't cut into my time.
Thank you. I took a picture of you and I sent.
Take a photo.
Then I
And the
made
perturbed look,
smile,
you're
so I
like,
sent it to you and I asked you to move over, but you didn't.
No.
Because you want to be in the shot. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Karen. Did you see it? Did you see you got this big smile on your, I'm like, no, Derek. don't." I tried to cut you out, but I couldn't.
Yeah, she's not, yeah. Good redo.
All right. I believe the next section is the assessor.
Oh, thank you, Mary, for that intro.
Oh, absolutely.
Assessment.
Assessor does take a lot of photos, so that was well within my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Get a picture of him from your phone, do it from center here.
Okay, where is it?
Get rid of this.
Two.
Okay. Ready? Yeah. Thank you, committee, Chair Thorsgaard and commissioners and other admin that is here today. Thank you for the time to present. I don't fall out of your seats. I don't have a lot to say today. I do want to hit on a couple of things and then we'll get into the sort of the line items, but the county continues to grow. You know, we are at 30 billion in total real market value. That was something we've been targeting for about 5 years, and it finally exceeded that. It will this roll when we turn the roll this year. We've got 50,000 accounts. We send 48,000 statements. The assessed value for the county is 12.5 billion.
With that, we levy, this year will be 200 million in property tax. So when I started 14 years ago, we had just cracked 100 million. And now we're at 200 million. So the county's grown, and it's grown, and we've done a lot to adapt to keep up with that without adding a lot of expense, both in personnel and in materials and services. I'll go ahead and jump in. Everybody has this memo, so I'll jump into the budget. Mine doesn't have a page number on it, though. I printed it out. 274 would be the page. You'd like to follow along? Okay. So, in the revenue side of things, first, we're not a revenue department. We, the things we bill for are print copies, and we collect a small fee for applications to process exemptions or something along those lines. But there's not a mainstream revenue item on here. We are between the general fund and the CAFA grant, which is a state grant that we get annually. That is 96-97% of our budget. So on the revenue side, it is what it is. The CAFA portion that I was alluding to is GL 33429. I've left it flat relative to last year, and that sort of coincides with what Carrie is saying, which is recordings are flat or slightly down from historical. The funding mechanism for that state program is county recordings and delinquent interest. So there hasn't been a major shift in that. The other challenge with that particular line item is adopted in 97, but was never indexed. So the funding that comes through that has been relatively flat, and expenses have gone a different route. So any questions on revenue? Okay. On the personnel side, we had a very fortunate series of events. That's what I'm going to say. I'm happy for the 2 long-term employees we had that retired. There may be 1 or 2 more in the hopper here coming up. But what happened with that is, and you remember Eileen, 40 years with the county, but it started a ripple effect of internal shifts. So we had, at one point, we have 9 and potentially 2 more out of 20 employees, 11 potentially taking new positions this year. Everyone's sort of filling a new seat, either via promotion or switching from tax to appraisal or that sort of thing. With that comes, I call it a salary management turnover gap. It's a dollars we save because positions are open for the recruitment period. And then you've got the folks that were topped out moving into a new step, a new range. They're coming in at the middle versus the top. So there were some salaries to be saved there, which led to a push in our beginning balance. The number of bodies is the same, sans 1. We added a GIS coordinator last year post-budget. So we went through the budget process without asking for additional dollars, but we had a need to bring our GIS function in-house from an outside vendor who was Mid-Willamette Valley Consortium of Government, or what we call COG, was doing our GIS service, and we'll leave that there. We brought it in-house. We did that by adding a position, but we added no additional dollars for that position. We had some dollars that were being used as part of that contract that went into our professional services, which sort of helped to offset it. But now we've got GIS in-house, and from what I've heard from the public and from interdepartments that are using it, it's going smashingly. There's 40,000 views in less than 9-10 months now. So it's being used. It's a modern deployment. It's scalable. Everyone's plugging into it to get information. We're making information more accessible. But that was the one position that is different from the FTE count we had in the 25-26 budget. So we added a body, but we didn't add dollars. I want to make that part clear. We didn't add. There wasn't a budget request for that function. So now we are assessment, tax, and GIS. I call us the ATG. America's Got Talent almost. Anybody? No? Tough crowd. Okay. So outside of that, on the personnel side, we took the budget instruction tables and plugged it in. And I think if you haven't heard already, medical and retirement ginormous numbers. We absorbed an additional 220,000 in those expenses from last year to this year. I'm not asking, there's no aspect this year, so it was absorbed through our beginning balance that we established from the prior year. And then again, it's contract year, so that number could probably even be different depending on how that result is. So I'm happy to be here today with a balanced budget without a request, noting that we're all personnel, we're 97% personnel. That's what our expenses are. And we absorbed the increase in personnel through what we had in reserves in our beginning balance. So that's just fiscal responsibility, in my humble opinion. Questions about personnel?
Yeah, sorry, I have a very basic question.
Sure.
It looks like your total revenue, including your fund balance, is around $1 million. And you're spending $3 million on personnel. So
General fund.
it's all general fund, but
Just a reminder on Fund 110 departments, if you did the math, they're all gonna appear to be out of balance, but they're not out of balance because we balanced a 10,002, which is the discretionary fund.
okay, so, and maybe that's, sorry, I'm just new to this. So why isn't there a revenue line here that's
So what would happen is if we funded it for 110 departments, if we were to include the discretionary allocation as a revenue line, it would overstate our revenues within that fund. And so what happens is if you go back to the discretionary fund that we went over yesterday afternoon, which is all the general fund. So the 34 million that's being distributed, you're going to see that fund that I had 36 million total revenue, and then I had a $2 million ending balance, and it didn't show the 34 million. It's because the 34 million is distributed to all the Fund 110 departments. So when you look at the 110 departments like here, his discretionary allocation makes up that negative amount because we balance to that account. It gets, I know this trips up a lot of people over the years when they look at it because it looks like our 110 accounts are out of balance, but they're not. It's because we're balancing to 1002.
Okay. The number is correct though, in terms of the discretionary amount 2 million.
yeah, but that 2 million is never not
Itemized.
shown
Yeah.
here.
Right.
That's what Ken's getting at, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder why there wouldn't be a footnote showing that it's being pulled back to the discretionary fund.
Typically, when we do the footnote, I mean, we have an explanation that's in the narrative on the discretionary fund. Like if you were to jump to the discretionary and go to the narrative, you'll see that that's described is how we balance, that we have a note in all of our approved budget documents and everything, that the funds are not truly out of balance because they balance to 1002. And so
I get it now, but it's still like for the amount of brain cells I have, it's not enough to understand just the first.
Oh, I get it. It's hard, but
Well, no, it's checks and balances. So if it's there and it shows it goes back to the discretionary fund and there's a note in the discretionary fund saying these are from all these different departments and they do balance because we have enough money to cover it, then it's just a matter of reading the document instead of deciphering the system.
Yeah, and again, this is how the budget has been built since the beginning of time. We always balance to 1002, and because really the concern is potentially overstating expenditure and revenues if you're showing that distribution that's going out in the budget as well.
Okay.
Yeah, because
I'm still not saying I agree with it, but it is what it is.
Understand it? Well, the discretionary allocation this year was 20,000 than last year, $20,000 less. Yeah, so it didn't go up. It held flat. I don't count the 20.
But it's also, and I will shut up on it, but it's still difficult to figure it out just from your balance.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I've been taking notes about the offset all the way through and now we're talking about it and it's like, why was I doing it?
Okay. Any additional questions on personnel? I think. Okay. There is one line item, 48,200, called extra help. And that is a placeholder in the event that we need to bring on some temporary staff sometime between now and tax collection. That's the 41,616. Historically, that's had nothing in it. Okay. Let's see, get my pages together. Here we go. So now I'm on to materials and services. And they're actually down for the year. And the lowest it's been in 3 years, but a lot of that has to do with there was money from COG that was handling our GIS put into professional services last year when we discontinued that contract. That's now been shifted to a labor expense because we've added a GIS coordinator. So if you look at the materials and services, professional services line, it is line 610. No, that's the wrong one. 001. Think. Yeah, that's just 15. No, it's the one.
1001.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's software licenses and maintenance. That's the one, which is 68307. Last year it was 159. This year it's 100. So materials and services looks like they went down notably, but really it was that they're more flat than not. That 60,000 was what came to us from consolidating GIS that then got repurposed in salary, a portion of salary anyway. So material and services, I would just call them flat, although they look like they're down. Revenue, somewhat flat. And then personnel expenses is where the increase came. Had we not had a beginning balance of, what did we end up with, 482,000? There'd be an aspect. It's just kind of the nature of our department. Any other questions? No?
Thank
Sure,
you.
it's a chance. Okay. Thank you all. Yep, thank you.
Thanks, Derek. You can come up too, Don. Yeah.
Afternoon, I'm Joe Moore. I'm the facilities manager and I believe we are on 279.
That is correct.
Hey, I'd take my shoes off and count.
And Don.
And
Yeah, Don Fairley, Capital Projects Manager.
welcome.
Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right. So this fund here, you'll look at our revenue. Rent is OSU out at the Adair building where they lease their space from the county, so that comes to us in maintenance. The rest of our revenue, reimbursements, that's kind of a figure of what we're charging for operational services to OMI, who is leasing back from us over there at the GSB building. And so that's based on what we received from them last year. The rest of this budget's made up from table 7. You have your rental tables and then you have the maintenance tables. So is what it is. This year we did tweak it a little bit. This is the first year that we've charged for general areas, public areas. So everybody's paying a percentage of everything in the building. So there's nothing that's not being covered this time. And then the rest is general fund transfer and that kind of.
Also, you revised on the square footage and everything.
Well,
for
we
all the
did as
facility
far as
changes and everything.
moving in over there, we
Right.
had to redo all the tables as far as what space everybody was occupying. And that pretty much is the revenue for this fund. Any questions on that?
No, thank you.
Removed a administrator.
Yes.
Don't need that help anymore.
That was Justin's position.
Piece of Justin.
So that's
And
one
you
of the vacated. So I actually, because historically, when I had the two deputies, they were split up into different categories. And so facilities was in Justin's portfolio. And so those, we just backed those funds out, and honestly, with everything, with all the major projects are underway, they're stuck with me when it comes to facilities and IT.
Which isn't so bad because we've always worked kind of closely together anyway.
They're stuck with
so.
me instead of the deputy.
So with that, moving into personnel lines, everything's pretty much the same. You'll get down to, it would be 40343, facilities maintenance 1. You'll see last year we had 1 FET in that position. This year we have 2. Dropping down to 40357 for the facilities maintenance 3 position. I had a maintenance 3 that retired this year. He was a topped out maintenance 3. And what we did is the need was for a janitorial position. So we short filled that position and was able to see a little bit of savings there on our personnel costs. So that's kind of the major on personnel. 48,200, their extra help. That's with the OMI moves into the GSB building and everything. We've been kind of back and forth on whether we should hire some temporary help because while we're concentrating on that, we still got the rest of the county we got to take care of. We haven't done that yet, but that's a just in case we need to do it. And then that kind of wraps up the personnel lines, if there's any questions on that. If not, we'll go to M&S. You can see I've increased the lines on both cleaning supplies and maintenance supplies this year. We're seeing a significant increase in costs of doing business in the last few years. Cost of everything, as y'all noticed, has gone up. You can tell that just by going to the grocery store. So we added some extra money there, added some extra money into the contract services line, which is 60103, and then also contract services, which is 61102. Again, costs are going up. It's just nature of the game we play. Nobody wants to work for free. Any questions? If not, that pretty much sums up the facilities maintenance budget.
So I actually have a question, but this one's for you, Ken. And maybe I'm just not understanding this, but so previous budgets that were short didn't have this, but this one actually has a transfer in from the general fund
Correct.
of 624.
Because Fund 440 is not in the general fund. It is not in Fund 110, which is the general fund. It's in Fund 440, which is capital reserve. So anything that's outside of the fund, we have to show that transfer. There's a transfer out of Fund 110 that does a transfer to non-general fund accounts. So anything like this, which is Fund 440, which is capital reserve, we have to show that transfer. And the reason we don't show it in Fund 110 is if I had to show, because we have to appropriate transfers differently. And so what would happen is in Fund 110, which I have to balance, if I were to do the same thing here, I would have to show a transfer out of Fund 110-1002 of $34 million. I'm just going to use round numbers. It's less than that because we haven't gone to external funds. But I would show that, I'd show that $34 million of expense, and then I would show an additional $34 million of revenue that would be showing up in those Fund 110 accounts, because you'd be showing those funds coming in and
Like
then
you
booking
are
those
here.
expense. So you'd be overstating your revenues if you did that way. So all of 110, if they receive a general fund allocation, they have a negative balance because they balance to the revenue in 1002. I needed a minute to, maybe that sounded a little bit more concise or coherent to explain that, so.
Yeah.
But
to be fair, and that is of course related to the previous question,
Mhm.
what you're doing here is, in my opinion, almost the same as what you're doing on a 110 fund. I know your argument that is like, hey, then you're overstating your revenue, but it just, in my opinion, confuses.
You're
because-
just thinking out of one bucket, putting it in another. I know you're saying 110 is all together,
Correct.
but it's not when we're looking at, I bet none of the commissioners could refer back to the exact number that comes out of one of those subcategories back to 110.
Actually, because that's the spreadsheet, the 11 by 17 spreadsheet that I shared that shows the allocation, the general fund
Oh, the
allocation.
detail is in that.
Correct.
Yeah.
So everything that's those transfers and that where it's out of balance corresponds with the discretionary allocation table that I put together every year.
But again, you don't have to agree with me, but if I look at this balance, it's a lot easier to grasp because it's in the same.
I agree.
In the same budget.
It's easier to see, but but again, I have to show it there because I'm showing a transfer that's going from Fund 110 to Fund 440. Whereas everyone who's under 110, that whole fund has to balance. And so you have the revenues that are recorded in 1002. And so then everybody budgets their expense and it shows that it's a difference, but it's balancing to the revenues in 1002.
I was saving this to the end. That's why I didn't bring it up earlier, but all these budgets are supposed to balance. So a bunch of them in 110 didn't balance without the additional funds from the main
Correct.
110 fund.
Correct.
But you don't know that unless you either did the work or you're looking at the detail sheet, which is separate from the budget.
110 balances.
Yeah.
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 So I'm still, and you can tell me that it's not possible, but there should be somewhere in the software an option where you can put an asterisk and say, this is not a transfer from the general fund, but it actually is, but I don't want to put it in there because otherwise I overstate my budget.
Like I said, because if you go back to the discretionary narrative and it's actually printed in when we do the final budget document and you come to the very first part of 110, discretionary revenue on the very first page, and this is right before 1002, where I, again, this is where, come on. The next page is, again, those discretionary revenues that are in here. And on the very first page in the narrative, important note, allocations to general fund departments are not done in a line item transfer. All Fund 110 departments, general fund departments, balance to Fund 110, 101, 10002. So many of Fund 110 departments in the annual budget will appear to be out of balance. However, please note that Fund 110 and the departments within there do in fact balance consistent with the discretionary allocation. So we have that stated in here, and it's stated also in the narrative portion in here. And I get that when you're looking at it, it may look odd and sometimes it's hard to track. I'm here to help and trying to explain, why we set it up that way. But again, if we were to show an inter fund transfer, and if I would have to I'd have to show that $34 million going out. And then if I showed that coming in and then recorded the expense again, I'd be overstating my expenses within 110. And so then the image would be, by the time you got that done, it wouldn't be balancing to the $34 million that's been allocated out. It would be overstating that amount because again, the appropriation and the transfers would be throwing that budget. It overstate the actual size of that budget. And so that's why it's always been done this way. Yeah. So, and I get it. It can be confusing. We try to do our best to explain it. But again, Fund 110 balances, and it's work that we do a confirmation during all the reviews, and all the departments when they're building their budget, they have an obligation if they are in 110 to balance to that number.
Yeah. So just to state obvious, I understand what you're saying. I get it now. I understand why you're doing it. But I want to keep my point that is like, it would be better if it was reflected in the,
Even as a note,
so it would just makes it easier to understand.
Right, I understand.
because you're asking people from the public to come in and do this. And it's not like I've never seen a balance sheet or done a budget,
Mhm.
because I've done hundreds of them. But not having the numbers concentrated on each individual sub-budget then brings up a question in your mind on every single one of them. So you're taking a note to go back to the detail sheet to find out if it's reflected there. And then you're totaling all those in sub 110 to the main budget to see if that balances out. You know, it seems awkward to me, but it's your budget to write, county commissioners to run. You guys do it the way you've done it.
Thank you.
Okay,
moving on. I mean,
okay, page 282. How's that? Jail maintenance. It'll be the jail maintenance fund here. Yep. All right, revenue on this one, little bit of a beginning balance this year. You've already heard Jessica Beach talk about it and Sheriff talk about it. We get a transfer from Community Corrections 1145 funds. Helps to fund this account. This is strictly for jail maintenance. And then we have a transfer in from the general fund, which makes up the rest. Any questions? Personnel, nothing's changed there. We have 2 maintenance 2s and we have a maintenance 3 up there that do the work. There's a little bit of secretary that's in this, a little bit of me that's in there, and a little bit of our maintenance specialist that's in there. We do spend a little bit of time helping the 3 out up there, so we've got to put a little bit of our wages into that fund. And that is, and then I got a little extra on this one here. I added some extra on extra helpline. I'm gonna have, and we're gonna have probably a personnel thing I'll have to work through this summer. We'll wait and see what happens. So that's what that line is for. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. Cool. So moving on to M&S, nothing has really changed there. It stayed pretty static. A lot of what we spend on these lines, a lot of it has to do with the population in the jail. Obviously, the more in custodies they have, the more materials get used, the more damage happens, the more things need to be fixed. And so you never really know year to year what it's gonna be.
how much of this jail budget is due to, and I'm just spitball it, but due to just the age of the facility? So the hot water heaters that had to be replaced.
There's
The upgrades to the beds, the upgrades to the bathroom.
There's a considerable amount of, I mean, you go to the jail, the core area is 1990. Restitution Center was 1998. What they call the old jail is gosh, parts of that goes back to the 50s. You know, so it's kind of a facility that's been added on to, been remodeled, been proverbial duct tape and baling wire over the years. There's been several remodels that's been done. You can walk through like down in the basement and look at the different sections of the flooring and how it comes together. And you can tell where the different remodels, different additions that happened over the years. So yeah, there's a lot of aging stuff. Several years ago, we repiped all the water supply on the core area because the old galvanized pipe in there, you'd have a 2-inch pipe with that much free space in it. So we ended up taking that all out, had the asbestos that was on the pipes, abated out of there, and then replaced it all with copper lines. Lately, as we chase leaks down up there, we replace it with PEX, you know, because we don't have the leak issues with that you have with copper, if they didn't wrap it properly and they get it touching the concrete, you get, it starts eating it away. Or if it's a metal bracket, you get the electrolysis starting and you get pinholes in your lines. PEX don't do that. So, and then lights, we've, over the last, quite a few years, we've retroed everything over to LED, getting rid of because now you can't even buy, fluorescents. And so we've got rid of those. We've been upgrading everything to LED lights and all the cells and throughout the staff areas. So yeah, age has a lot to do with it. And I think we'll probably talk more about that when we get into the capital.
So in this though, for maintenance would be like the extra screenings we had to put on the upstairs to keep AICs from jumping over the edge and stuff like that. Is that gonna be in this or is that gonna?
That will be in the capital one.
Yeah, it depends on cost and whether it's a one-time project. If it's a one-time capital project, we try to spend those out of the capital funds.
And then dollar amount too.
But then things like this is break fix. This is need to get a plumber out, you got a broken faucet, you've got a water leak,
What about the bed upgrades? I mean, is that gonna be in here or is that in?
that'd be capital.
That would be capital. This is building related. So we don't do, so things like beds, TVs, stuff like that would be what we've always called program driven. And so this budget would be things related to the building itself. Whereas what you're asking there would be, I guess, program driven.
Okay.
I don't know if that answered it. Good.
No, it gives me the right direction to go though, so thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, because between the two, if you look at how facilities is kind of divided, we got 3 full-time maintenance staff that they're dedicated to the jail.
Yep.
1 maintenance 3 and 2 maintenance
Yep.
2s that work in the jail. That's where they work. And then the other facilities budget, total FTEs.
And I think we've been that dedicated staff over there in the jail since 2000.
And then the other 9 facility staff are for the rest of the campus, courthouse, GSB, Evans Street.
But we'll go when there's a big project to the jail.
If absolutely
It
needed.
depends. I mean, if we've got the bandwidth to send somebody over there, yes, we will. And we have done that on occasion. Anybody else got questions?
Okay, well,
That
don't go-
kind of sums that one up. It's kind of an easy budget to build and work on.
And so don't go very far because we'll go to the next page, 284, which is general capital improvement. What we call 4027, using the old terminology. So this is our general capital improvement. Now, the jail's not included to this in this one, just to clarify, there's a separate capital fund for the jail. All the departments are, like Joe was talking about with the budget, we charge a fee, basically building rent. You saw that in the 780 lines that we charge rent to all departments. So everybody's paying into this. And so then we do a split where a portion of it goes to facilities maintenance and then a smaller portion goes into the capital improvement fund. This way we're saving up funds for remodels, large scale projects, building acquisitions, potentially new construction, things like that, all fall into this capital improvement fund. And, so for this one, when you're looking at the revenues, you're going to see that, for years we were trying our best because we knew we were going to be implementing a facilities plan, but we were trying our best we kind of put pause on major remodels, unless it was health, safety, or ADA related. We hit a pause on projects because we knew we were going to be engaging in a pretty large project with the GSB and also because we had done quite a bit of planning leading up to this. Years prior, we did a overall assessment, a needs assessment of all of our facilities, followed up by a capital strategic plan for facilities. So that was 3 years of planning.
Yeah,
that went into that
cost of.
Right. And with a huge projected cost, because we came out of a strategic plan based on the needs that I believe for all the new construction we're going to have to do to accommodate the growth and the needs that we had, it was 153 million.
Something like that.
for the construction. And so then we did do a pivot because of course the government services building became available and we got it for a lot less than that. And it's checking a lot of boxes, but we're still working on elements in that plan because I know we had discussions about HHS yesterday as well and some of those capital needs. So that was some planning efforts that we have done in the past that did that assessment, did that a needs assessment of kind of it looked at not only just sheer how much space we were going to need as far as individual offices, but it looked at conditions of our existing buildings, limitations of our existing buildings, you know, the fact that we had 8 houses, 8+ houses that we were using for office use, which isn't exactly the most conducive to being able to expand. I mean, we pretty much maximize that. So it was identifying a lot of those needs. And so that's what we've been working on over the years. So what you're going to see in the revenues now, kind of going back into this fund for 40, we did spend down some of the reserves or funds that we had built up in here. And so we have a beginning fund balance. A lot of that is also representative of some funds that we did also have come in this year with the sale of the public health building and then also the 2 IT houses. And this is also projecting because we have construction that's underway in the government services building. That's all coming out of this fund.
What's the 700 in from the general fund?
Right.
Like 800 last year.
Yeah, so I reduced that just a little bit from last year. We approved an allocation of $800,000 into this fund, and that was specifically to help offset the costs of the repayment of the debt that we have. So I reduced that a little bit because what we're going to do is make use of both the building rent, the proceeds that we get from charging departments. We're taking a portion of that. We're taking this general fund allocation, and that's for doing the repayment with debt we had on the building acquisition. But then we also, for every property that we're selling, will also, any proceeds will go back into this fund. And then hopefully we'll get to a point, especially with some of our larger properties, when we sell those, that we'll be able to apply a portion of that towards the principal that we owe on the building as well.
So is public health in here? Or
Yeah.
1.5?
Yeah, and so I'd have to pull the sheet and the reflections. I can get more details on that. So, yeah, because we didn't plan on the construction. And so a lot of the construction that we're doing right now is all.
No. I meant the income from selling public health.
It's not reflected in here, but this beginning balance is based on the projection where I think we're going to land after we get all that. So, so we have those funds coming in. And so then that's how we came up with the 3.1 million that we have available. You'll see we have some staff here, the one position. The only full-time position is Dawn's position. Dawn is our capital projects coordinator. So he's our point person that works on any and all capital projects. He joined us in July of this year. And he's been heading up. He's been our project lead for the government services building, doing a really great job there. So there's a portion of Joe's position, and then I did include a portion of my position in this one. It used to have Justin's position. I didn't do it for the other facilities thing, but you know, I spend enough time in both, so 10% of me is in here because again, with all these projects, I'll admit I've got my hands all over these projects as well. So so that's why I kept facilities with me. So as you're going to see, personnel, not a lot of changes from what we had budgeted the current year. In fact, it's actually a reduction of FTE. We do have some lines for materials and services. We have the big lines like professional services. That's so we have funds available for architecture services or engineering if needed. But one of the other things that we have in the hopper is once we are finished with improvements on the government services building, we move in. Like I mentioned before, we're still engaged in design work in the courthouse for the addition of a courtroom and some improvements to the courthouse for areas that we've vacated or about to vacate, including the space we're sitting in. And then the second part is we're going to be doing some studies and evaluation of the second building, the older building that's on the Government Services Building campus, because there's another 28,000 square feet of office space there, but it's currently being used mainly as a very large storage building. But we're going to be doing some assessments next fiscal year and really stepping up our planning for potential uses there. We already have some ideas that we've all talked about as far as potential uses, but you know, namely, you know, I know we've looked at it for potential for sheriff's office use, community corrections, some of those consolidating, but there's some hurdles that we have to assess that building for to see, because anything that's public safety related, there has to be seismic improvements. And so if there's seismic improvements that have to be made, that can get really cost prohibitive. And so we might have to pivot and look at other areas or departments that might be able to better utilize that space. So that's something else we're going to be working on. So you'll see the professional services line, contract services, you know, again, that's for other contracts. Because again, it's not just for those really large projects, but sometimes like we have the Moore building where Family and Youth is, we're working on some ADA access to the basement of that building.
And
then
the
also-
stairs are about shot too.
Correct. And so we're also trying to make sure we have funds, because we want to take care, especially of the buildings that we do have long-term plans, and we don't have any plans to vacate anytime soon. They're going to be part of the county inventory for the foreseeable future. So we're trying to make sure we have funds to address large-scale projects. Seems like 9 times out of 10 we run into things that's usually HVAC related.
Well, we're in the process right now looking at totally replacing the entire HVAC system in that building.
In the Moore building.
We've had an engineer looking at that and an architect.
Yeah.
So we're involved in that right now.
Right. You know, so we have the balance there. So we have funds that are set aside for that. And then we have the typical transfers out that are happening, like all the other internal charges. You get down into 79500. You start getting down into these lines. There you'll see the loan interest and loan principal payments. You know, we're about to, it'll be year 2 of the Government Services Building on paying that loan. And then further down, 797, that was, we have one last remaining payment on an interfund loan. So that's making payments back to, I believe that's the fleet and insurance reserve is where the other two. So it's the last year of payments that's happening. So that's a debt that's going to come off of the books this year. We'll have that paid back. And then we still have $1.2 million in miscellaneous building remodel. The only thing I didn't build into this is, because it's really hard to project, but we do have a number of properties that we are going to be looking to sell over. You know, we already have a bunch listed. I didn't book any of the revenue in here, just because, you know, I don't know what the properties are actually going to sell or what the timeline is going to be for that. But
And the biggest chunks won't go up until July or August. By the time it actually gets listed, probably be
right
November, and
correct.
You'll be into next.
And aren't we going to use that revenue just to go right back to pay off the last?
Yeah, we're gonna have those discussions. I mean, I'm gonna want to keep some funds for making some improvements, but I'm really hoping to, you know, make some big payments towards the principal of the acquisition of that building. So we're gonna get very aggressive with that.
We put a big down payment on it too. So
We did.
I think our plan, even if we didn't do, we're a 10-year plan.
Correct.
So
Wow.
we're in very good shape. on
Yeah,
it.
that's our plan.
Oh, good job.
Thanks.
Yeah, so this fund, you know, we've been doing some spending out of it, and, you know, there's some things because we have the construction. I mean, we ended up, you know, honestly, with the Government Services Building, we're doing a little more construction than what I originally envisioned when we acquired the building, but honestly, it's needed improvements because a lot of the departments and all of us that are going to be moving there, that's going to be the county headquarters, or that's going to be a county building for ever, for a long time. So it's worth to make the improvements because we're going to be there for a long time.
I will say that within the next few years, and even if we have to do a side at a time, it's due for paint. In fact, I saw where somebody literally, probably as high as a roller could reach, painted gray at the bottom. And then the top is like another tan color. You don't see it driving by when you're actually looking at it. I'm like, what in the, no masking tape or nothing. It's just like roller.
Well, you know, and Ken was talking about what the spend as far as the remodel goes. You know, there's been we've made some pretty big expenditures in maintenance on that building. Things that hadn't been taken care of that needed to be taken care of. I mean, right off the bat, we spent 20,000 on the elevators.
Right.
You know, and there's some HVAC issues over there that are gonna have to be dealt with. And so it's, you know, it's what, 20-year-old building.
Still built hell for stout though, so.
Oh,
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a long-term investment that we're working on, and really excited once we get that building fully occupied, because right now, you know, we're almost there. We'll be fully occupied here in the next, you know, by midsummer.
Yeah.
The only question mark will be, the last one to move will be the clerk's office, because we're trying to coordinate that with the timing of elections to make sure we're not interfering with what, you know, make sure the clerk can do the elections with, you know, instead of setting up in a new space and not having enough time to test and kind of run through it. So, yeah, so that's our capital improvement fund. And again, I anticipate that, you know, this is going to be a fund that we're going to be looking to replenish over the next several years. And then, but again, you know, but at the same time, we have some major projects that are underway that are much needed. And so this has been in planning and been in the works for quite some time.
What's really been cool about watching this, I know some of you have heard me say it, 28 years ago when I came to work for the county, we were talking about doing a big building project, building a new building and moving into the future. So it's kind of cool now to actually see that finally happening, seeing something that's going to take the county into the future.
Any questions on capital improvement fund? The next one is 287 jail capital. So this one's a little bit different. So there's a whole history of the jail capital fund. Because unlike all the other offices and everything that where we do a calculation and we charge them rent and maintenance, we don't do that for the jail. You know, so the jail historically has had its own maintenance fund, which is comprised of, you know, the 1145 monies and general fund that goes in for the maintenance. And then the same thing goes here that we did. We used to have, but more of the 1145 funds coming in here too, but it was more needed over in the maintenance. That's where we have the ongoing costs. So we don't have any of that 1145 monies coming into the capital. So the only thing that's coming in here is we do have the 98,000. And then we booked room and board, a portion of that, 150,000. We were going to have a portion. We were going to start adding some funds from the rentals.
Bed rental.
Yeah. Historically, way back when, now it's my turn to get in the Wayback Machine. When this fund was first set up, this was, I'll just say 20 years ago.
Yeah.
At the time, all bed rental monies, you know, it's not new to rent beds out from the jail, but all the funds, all the proceeds that were collected from bed rental monies used to all go into this capital fund. And so they only use the bed rental funds for capital improvements within these funds. So like this fund in the past paid for the new Sally Port, paid for the new medical, and when the medical.
Well, we did the Sally Port and the medical and booking at the same time in 2008.
Right. So historically, so this fund was used for making some big improvements, but for the longest time, we didn't have a lot of funds going in here. And admittedly, it's pretty easy to spend this down because you get a water heater that goes out, or you get, you know, something major like the roof or a kitchen fire. Well, we got insurance at least for that.
Some of it.
You're right. So when we get some of those major end of life things that come into the jail, you know, you can see we don't have a lot of funds here. And I think eventually, you know, because I know the sheriff and I've been talking about, you know, of trying to, that's why a portion of the bed rental money, that 150 is coming in here. We started doing a general fund transfer several years ago. It's a small amount, but at least it's something coming into the account, to build that up. You'll see that we, past the revenues you get down, there's an interfund loan that's still being repaid. This is year 7 of 10. And so this is one where we borrowed funds to pay for the jail camera project that was in there. I think that was a $1.4 million project. To replace all the cameras and the control room and recorders. I think it basically replaced the whole camera system in there. So that was one we were able to utilize an interfund loan, but then we used this fund to repay those accounts where we borrowed those funds from. But otherwise, you can see we have, at this point, what I'm projecting is we have some funds for some professional services. So if we need to hire an architect or to do some design work, we have a limited amount of funds there. We have some capital department equipment. So if we need to buy a washer machine, or I'm trying to think of some of the other examples, or even if we had to buy a water heater, even though we're kind of, it's a bad example.
As I say, typically that's come out of the 82001.
Okay. And then miscellaneous building remodeling. So we have 341,000 that would be available for, larger projects within the jail that aren't break fix. It's more a larger project, but it's not enough. We need more.
And going back to what Commissioner Johnson asked, age wise, you look at the roofs up there, you're everything from 30 years old to 20 something years old. And that's something that's going to be on the radar. It's going to have to be done. And HVAC system up there, especially in the core area, that's 1990. So it was good back then. It needs to be. We've had an engineer look at that a couple years ago, and price tag that he estimated out was pretty high.
So any questions on the jail capital?
I think too,
I think that's all
what you alluded to, paying for the securing of the upper tiers that we've talked about, that'll come out
of here.
That'll come out of that fund too, because that's going to be pretty expensive.
Okay, I think that's all for facilities. Next year, Don, I'll make you talk.
Well, now sheriff told me to ask for 10 million.
I think he needs more like that.
All right, guys.
Thanks,
Thank
Don.
you.
So I'll keep going through 440 here. On page 288, we have what's called the postage machine. So we have a centralized mail room, and we always carry these funds. We have them available, and we're actually have it appropriated because our postage machine has reached end of life, and we're going to be looking to replace it this summer. So during the fiscal year, so we have the 35,000 that's available. Hopefully it's not going to spend the full 35,000. But yeah, it's amazing. That's going to be so that's all this fund has been for, to make sure that we have funds available to replace that postage machine. Any questions on that? We already talked about IT capital on page 289, that Shane went over that. Page 290 is software reserve. This was a line, there's nothing budgeted here for next year, but historically this has been one. Many years ago, we were putting general fund, we were setting funds aside for when we did our Oracle, our ERP replacement project. It was paid for by this portion of the fund. At some point in the future, I'm probably going to be looking to start doing some kind of an allocation to save up for the eventual replacement. If that ever comes to, not during my time, I never want to go through that again. But so there's funds available after I retire to replace our ERP system. That'll be something Tara can deal with.
You said offer life.
Wow. The last one is page 291, which is special capital projects. This is a fund we have available. The biggest thing that I would say from of note is one, you'll see a little bit of a beginning fund balance. You see that amount of 317,000. I mentioned before that in the landfill license that we were repaying, we missed a payment that was supposed to come out of this fund, and these funds are reflected here. So when You see the 317 coming in, you'll see the 229, 177 being transferred out. That's to repay because we paid for it out of the other account this year because we needed to make that payment. So, so that'll make that account whole. There was a little bit of funds left over, that 88,511. I transferred that to the general fund. So that's going into 1002. That's non-restricted. It's discretionary funds. So essentially, the only thing that we have here is we have a placeholder for $150,000 in case we get a special grant or a large grant. And we have the expense placeholder for $150,000. Sometimes we've worked with departments like emergency management or other larger projects that that will use this line, that if they get a large capital grant, we can have the funds come through here. We're just holding appropriation authority. But otherwise, there's not really much to this. This fund is really just a placeholder. Any questions on special capital projects? And at some point in the future, I could also see just kind of closing this fund out. Right now, we're still keeping it as a placeholder, but if we don't see utilization or if we're not using it because departments have sufficient appropriation authority to handle grants or other projects, I may just close this fund out. Let's see. The one thing, there was another example that, and I guess just kind of a quick update that this was one, even though it's not reflected, it was reflected in the actuals of 24-25. We did receive $2.3 million in FY25 from the state ARPA allocation. It came from Senator Boquist, and it was for a rural broadband project. I'm only bringing that up because I'm sharing that we are closing that project out. That project is successfully, they've spent all the funds in the grant and they're closing it out. So they were, Alerica was able to complete that project, that rural broadband project. So I'm going to be working with the state to close that out.
Can they give us some kind of a update and tell us how that went?
Yep, we can get that. They gave us a written report. I just submitted that to the state.
Okay.
So I just kind of wanted to share that here because even though it doesn't have an impact on this budget, but it's a good thing. It's a pretty significant project, and thank you to Senator Boquist and the state for that allocation to do that much needed rural broadband project. So it's closed, and it's one less grant that I have to report on. It's ARPA related. Okay, the next one, if I'm tracking correctly, unless we need a break.
No, let's go.
Okay, because we're ahead of schedule. Is on page 292 is where the narrative starts at risk administration. And the actual budget. So this fund 680, is our risk reserve, and it's divided up into several different divisions, you know, for our insurance portfolio. So you can take a look at the narratives on 292 and 293, but I figured we would jump into 294, which is the first budget, which is our risk administration. And so what we have budgeted in here is for administering this fund. We do have a portion of a deputy county administrator. We have our assistant HR manager, who's also our county risk manager. And then we also have portions of our HR director and another HR analyst that's in HR. So these are all HR positions. And because they manage everything from workers' comp claims, they do personnel investigations, they are working with legal counsel. So there's a lot of elements that are built in this, which is managing risk for the county. Kevin's position is in here. Kevin handles the renewals, working with CIS to go through our annual renewals for our property insurance and our liability insurance and auto, all the above. So yeah, so this is new for Kevin. Historically, this was one that was in Justin's portfolio, that Kevin's taking this on moving forward. So
You can remind me again, so how many full-time FTEs do we have?
there's 2.3 total.
No, I mean in the whole
699.
699. I think this budget includes, it's actually 677 total FTEs in this budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
But
that is,
that's almost 700 employees because there's a lot of part-timers mixed in there.
and this is related to the whole, to
This
all
is the
the
entire
699
county,
people.
correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have a small but very hardworking and robust HR team. I think a total of 5 FTEs total in HR.
4.5.
4.5.
I'm just comparing that to like a typical company
Mhm.
of 700 people.
Yeah, I would love to have more. So, because again, they have a full plate and they kind of divide up each HR person has a certain portfolio. One spends most of their, is divided, does everything from insurance, medical insurance, claims, enrollment, benefit administration, recruitments. We also have, like I said before, the risk manager, her responsibility is everything from personnel investigations to investigating workers' comp claims to best practices, safety committee, all the above. We have another position who's almost exclusively for managing leaves. From everything from paid leave Oregon to family medical leave to ADA accommodations, all the above. And then Patricia manages the whole thing as our HR director, and she does everything else and labor negotiations and labor relations as well.
Yeah, and the halftime position is shared with the Board of Commissioners office. She does administrative tasks for HR and then,
The mailroom.
yep, the
Yep.
mailroom for
She's our mail clerk as well.
the board's office.
Yeah, I would say from an private sector perspective, 1 FTE position per 100 employees sounds pretty normal.
Okay. If Patricia was here, she would, and then we do have some small amounts that are set aside down below. Materials and services, it's all pretty status quo from prior years. We do try to budget some funds like professional services for everything from ergonomic assessments to if HR needs to hire an investigator for a personnel investigation or something like that, we try to have funds available for that. Or if we need to have a more in-depth investigation, maybe on a workers' comp injury, working for SAFE, so all that's included.
They did like their wellness fair that they do, does
that also comes out of here too. So we do wellness fairs and we do annual benefits fairs for the employees, especially leading up to open enrollment. Again, it's all about risk management and trying to get claims and improve our experience because again, that's something that Patricia's really passionate about and some new things, especially for the wellness, because the more wellness programming and things we do, we hope that helps reduce the amount of risks and helps our experience with our medical insurance, and we see some benefits there. So they're very active in working all that.
And just to add to that, their work has helped reduce our experience. Our experience did improve this year. So while our increases are very ugly, they could have been far worse if our experience had been. And that's where those wellness programs really contribute.
Right. Any questions on risk administration? The next one, page 296, this is our dental self-insurance. So I think I mentioned during my budget message that we do self-insure for our dental plan. We do pay for MODA administers the plan for us, but we basically budget. And so you're going to see that we have fees that we charge the departments. It comes in here, it sits in the fund. And we just need to make sure we have sufficient funds to cover any dental claims that come in through the year. And so this has worked out very nicely for us for the county over the years to be able to manage this. It's been very cost effective because again, we're self-insured and it's been a very successful program for us.
And I assume I asked the same question last year. Do we also have vision insurance? Or is it also self-insurance?
Vision.
Yeah, vision.
Vision is part of our, that's part of our traditional coverage, our Providence plan. Yeah, but we don't self-insure the vision.
Okay. And there's no plan to change that?
No, our vision plan, I mean, it's actually one of the cheaper elements. I think it's $11 a month per employee. I mean, it's the medical plan that stings.
Of course.
Yeah.
But how much is dental if you would say, what would it be per month?
per employee. So we, since it's self-insured, we kind of just like run it through payroll. 1 second. I think it's like what, 130 or something like that we charge per FTE for dental. I can pull it up really quick.
Looks like 122.
Yeah, that's a good guess.
Any
And
questions on?
you're comparing that on relatively often with what is charged.
Yeah, we work with our brokers. We do have brokers that we engage with, and so they help us with not only renewals, but then when we do an assessment on, we run by these numbers to make sure that our self-insurance funds, that we're carrying enough funds and that we're charging enough to make sure that there's enough to cover claims. So we work with both the brokers, and then also I have the history that I'm able to look at, the brokers will talk about our total exposure, but then I can look at trends over the last 10 years. And to date, we've always had enough funds to cover any claims that we have. So it's running really effective.
Okay, thank you.
There's no questions. I'll turn the page to the next, which is contingency, page 297. I didn't budget anything for contingency because again, I mentioned before, there's some challenges around Oregon budget law. When you budget for a contingency, there's limitations about how much you can really take out as comparison to the fund. So I'd rather fully appropriate the funds and not have it in a contingency fund, because then there's no limitations. If we need the money, we can spend it. So there's nothing budgeted for this upcoming year. Page 298, you're going to see this is our beginning balance. So we balance to the fund. So we have just over $1 million coming into it. I always like it if we can get this up a little bit more. Again, we're trying to be mindful of when we put together our internal charges, of trying to strike a balance between the two. I don't want, because departments are already struggling with a lot of the other charges. So sometimes we'll have to spend into those beginning balance numbers to cover premiums and everything else. And so to kind of hold what the departments are paying into a little flatter or kind of mitigate those increases. So this is something that I work on every fall, and it's part of the budget instructions. So we have the beginning balance that comes in. This is for the fund. 299 PEL, this is personal extended leave. This is actually a liability that we carry on the books. This is a leave program that we have that you can only access it under certain limited reasons. Because per our CBAs, especially our larger one for AFSCME, we have a cap on the amount of PTO, which is called FET, flexible earn time, so your vacation time. You have a cap on how much you can carry on the books. Anything that you accrue above and beyond that cap goes into a PEL account. And like I said, the only time you can access this leave is for absences in excess of 5 days. And the only cash value is you can cash out a small amount on an annual basis to help get that liability off the books. But otherwise, the true liability is at retirement. Only retirees can cash out their PEL balance that they have. For the most part, most people don't max out their FET, so we don't have a huge group that has, but we still have $500,000 of liability that we have to make sure that we have on the books to cover that should somebody retire or take an extended absence. We'll take these funds and we'll transfer that into the department where that expense was incurred. So that way that department isn't having to absorb that cost from the liability here in the risk reserve.
What's leading to the biggest discrepancy there from the 2.4 to the 1.095? So adopted your 2.4 and then
It's a moving number. A lot of times I work with, if I'm looking at this correctly. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so the differences are just based off of balances. So once a year we do a transfer, we kind of do a little savings account for the departments. So if the departments that have the larger balances, we will transfer. So if people get COLAs, their payout's going to be higher at retirement. So once a year we will transfer money in from the departments that are carrying balances. So that's why it's a kind of a moving target. So like this year when I did the transfer, we actually paid money out of this fund because we had so many retirements. So the liability actually went down. So it all depends on who is retiring and who's accumulating balances.
And the hard part is this account was originally set up. It was when the largest union and which represented most of the employees, which is now AFSCME, but in the 1990s, they had a traditional vacation sick leave program. And so they went from a traditional sick leave vacation, which was two different buckets. And you know how vacation, you can cash out, it's yours. If you leave, they cash it out, but sick leave, it doesn't get cashed out. There's really no cash value. When they went to a PTO model, the current model we have, which is a combined FET program, we used to have more liability on the books because everybody who had a sick leave balance, that was converted into PEL. So they took those sick leave and they put that into PEL and set this up. So it was something that was set up, 30 years ago to accomplish that. But it's still here because, again, we have that language about vacation accrual caps, and anything beyond that goes into this. And so we carry liability for it. This is something, because I'll just say it's a discussion we're having at the bargaining table, because this is one of the areas that I have flagged on ways to kind of minimize or possibly get some liability off our books. It won't be a popular receipt, but we'll see. Any questions on 299? Page 300 is our property insurance. So again, we have the revenue that comes in here. We have the transfer in where we charge, we have a formula where we charge non-general fund departments, and then non-departmental pays into this for all property insurance. So, and this is an internal formula that we come up with to make sure that we not only have sufficient funds to cover the actual premiums that we pay to CIS for the property insurance, but we also try to build this up so we have funds to help offset the costs of any deductibles. And also, you'll see the miscellaneous claims, 61014, we have $60,000. So if we have a claim, or if we have a property damage that, let's say it's $15,000, that we're already on the hook for 10,000, I'd rather just pay the full 15,000 and not have the experience reflected on the books, and then we end up paying more for our insurance. So it gives us a chance to kind of mitigate and protect our experience if I get what I call a smaller claim instead of submitting a claim. But when you get like a fire in the jail, which that ended up being a lot more, we ended up submitting a claim for that. We were responsible for the first 10,000, and I think the total claim,
it was just under 60,000.
Right.
Wow.
So wherever we can, that's the other thing we use this fund for, is if we can pay for it in here to help protect our experience and avoid seeing significant increases, we'll try to do that. And that's just part of our claim management that we do here. So
That's why SAFE is so great on the workman's comp end, because they have that one program where you can pay part of it out of pocket.
Right.
And they're okay recognizing that. I think it's like 2,500 or something.
Yeah, I'll be coming to that here
Oh,
pretty quick
sorry.
too. No, it's a great segue. But before I get there, page 301, I mentioned this during my budget message. You'll see that we have this is called our retirement reserve. Funds were moved into this account many years ago. We've been holding it. We haven't necessarily added additional funds. In the past, we used this for some interfund loans. So we did have some funds come in plus some interest, but again, this is one that we have available that should, in a case to where we deem that all the departments are struggling, we're short on revenues, we see PERS renewal rates are, again, really through the nose, this is funds that we could possibly tap into to distribute out to departments to help offset that PERS increase. But we also have this available because there's a lot of discussions around unfunded liability at PERS. This is not enough to cover an unfunded liability, but we're always holding on to these funds because we never know with the PERS legislation or PERS reforms that may come down that might put additional cost burden on the county. And these funds are here as insurance to help kind of mitigate for those costs. So that way departments aren't having to choose between, to hopefully mitigate some of those costs before they have to do deeper cuts into services.
Is this like real money that you can put in a bond or in a
It
pool?
is. These funds are part of, if they're not sitting in the pool account, then they're part of the investment portfolio. So these are funds that are being invested.
But the pool and the bond income is not reflected here.
It is, and we just don't reflect it in the individual divisions. I may have gone past it really quickly. I believe it's up in the at-risk on the very first and page. If, on page 294, you're gonna see we have pool and bond investment earnings of $133,000 budgeted. So any, pool and bond interest earnings that come in on the risk reserve will get recorded right here to the risk administration.
First, and that includes
Yes.
that balance that we have on the
Yeah,
warrant.
that would include all the funds, any of the funds that are being invested either in pool or bond.
Yeah.
In 680, the revenues would be recorded there. And a lot of times, and the reason we have it there is, you know, with the risk administration, I'd rather use the interest earned instead of, you know, we use that to cover the risk administration, a portion of those costs, instead of actually tapping into some of the reserve funds. And if I'm going too fast, please tell me to slow down, or if you have questions. So, because I know not everybody loves talking about insurance. So, lost my page here.
302, no?
302. Let's see. Yes. So we talked about the retirement reserve. So page 302. We had this account called time loss. We've discontinued a couple years ago using this account. This will be the last year that you'll see this division reflected in here. We used to charge a small amount as part of the personnel cost to all departments to collect a little bit of time loss. So we would, in the past, we would have these funds available that should somebody be out on a workers' comp claim, a department could have used these funds to then hire coverage. But we saw it was so underutilized that we ended up there because most departments were just covering it internally. So we closed this out, and instead of taking funds from each department to go into here to a fund that wasn't being utilized, we stopped doing the time loss and we closed that out. So this will be the last time you see that. Page 303, and Kit left, and now I'm talking workers' comp. So, so we do have, this is our workers' comp, what we budget for. And again, this is for the entire county. So we do have a fee schedule that we build into all the roll-up costs that all departments pay as part of their personnel costs. Because there's a lot of, you know, because each position has a specific job code with a cost associated to it. So we budget for that. So then we have the funds transferred in to the workers' comp fund. And so that's where you're seeing is out of the personnel lines, we have that 832,000 that comes in here. We have small equipment purchases, 5,000. That's to help for any return to work purchases or doing any, you know, somebody needs a standing workstation, or, you know, it's a good example because ideally both the insurance company and the county, if somebody has a workers' comp injury, would like to see them return to work as quickly as possible, as medically feasible as well. And so we have funds available to, that's where our risk manager would work with that individual and our safe personnel and getting folks back to work. And so if they need something like, you know, a different desk or a different chair because of the injury, or if they need some improvements, we have funds available in here. Otherwise, we have some funds for professional services of 15,000. That's also to help with any return to work, ergonomic assessments, things like that. We have that built in. That's available for HR. We have 25,000 for workers' comp non-disabling claim reimbursements. This is what you were talking about, because there's certain amounts that it might be out on a workers' comp claim, but they'll send us the bill, we'll pay it, and then it doesn't count against us in our experience. And so it's a way to help manage our experience, and it's a heck of a deal.
Yeah, and how much did we save when we went to SAFE?
Oh,
A lot.
a lot. Yeah, when we first moved to SAFE, that was something that we did years ago. We were part of, which now CIS is now merged with SAFE as far as their workers' comp. But at the time, we saved, we saved millions.
And we get dividends back.
Can't
Correct.
let them join them.
And so we could, CIS is trying to get us to come back, but they're now with SAFE, but we haven't made that leap or change yet, because honestly, if it's not broken, you know, it's. So we have a really strong working relationship with SAFE, and they've been good to us. And so we've saved a lot over the years. And so what you'll see is 61008, that's our premium. This is an estimate because we usually, we're in the middle of renewals right now, so we'll get that number. And it's actually looking to be much better than what we had budgeted in here based on our last meeting with our brokers. So again, when I was building these numbers, we hadn't started renewal discussions. So I anticipate that premiums are going to come in under budget for next year. So that's
Wow.
additional, some additional savings we'll have built into this fund.
And how long ago did we switch to SAFE?
I want to say that was done. That might have been done in either 2017 or 2018.
Okay. Wow.
And then we do have we have an amount that we transfer out to county counsel's office. Again, there's a lot of risk and sometimes litigation around that. And county counsel is sometimes involved with some of the larger claims that may happen. So we do have a transfer that goes to county council fund. Any questions on workers' comp?
Nope.
Okay, page 304, general liability. This is the big one. So we have, you'll see 38041 transfer in for liability insurance. We do have a formula that we charge departments that they all pay in to help pay for the liability insurance. That formula includes not only the premium plus an anticipated increase, but we also try to make sure that some additional funds for deductibles and to also help contribute to make sure that this fund is in a good place. We try to be really careful because again, like I said, you know, departments are all facing a lot of challenges with personnel costs and things. So we're trying to be really careful about how much we pay into this, but at the same time, we need to have a healthy insurance reserve to protect the county.
Cool.
So we have that 1.1 million that comes into this. And so you'll see it's kind of broken down. It's a combination of beginning fund balances and then these revenues for the entire 680 fund. So we have funds, you'll see for professional services, that could be for outside legal counsel. It could be for investigations. It could be, you know, because litigation can get really expensive. The liability 61007 is what we had estimated what our liability insurance was going to look like, but we also got word on that. It looks like our renewals are not going to be as bad as what they told us. So I think we're going to have some pretty substantial cost savings here. I think I budgeted almost a 20% increase and it looks like it's going to be coming in well under that. So we have that. And then the big line 61014, which I hope we never spend a dime out
Which
of it.
that correction shows here, or you still need to correct that?
I'm not going to correct it.
You're not, okay.
I'm just going to leave it as
Wait
is,
till it actually.
but you should see it in the actuals in the future
Okay.
when it comes in better.
Same exact cells of the human embryo and then divide up to form two.
That sounds interesting.
Dang.
I agree. So, so we have 61014 miscellaneous claims. You'll see 1.1 million. Again, this is making sure we have sufficient funds that should we have a bad year. Because again, keeping in mind that litigation sometimes take time. And so it might be 2 or 3 years down the road before maybe something gets completely settled or there's a ruling or an adverse effect. And I need to make sure I have sufficient funds to be able to cover the deductible that we have. So I try to make sure we have plenty of funds that are fully appropriated and available so it doesn't impact operations. So that's what that 1.1 million is for. 66002 elected and employee bonds. We still budget some amounts for being able, because we have some positions that we have to bond. Even though this has been a point of discussion, we're still working with our brokers because I feel like we're double covered because we already carry crime coverage as part of our general liability, but we also purchase bonds on top of that because of a board order that's been in place since like the early 1980s, maybe even 1970s, that requires that we have the bond. So this is something I'm just telling the board I may be coming forward in the next 12 months when I have a kind of a window to kind of repeal that because we already have crime coverage under our general liability. So we don't necessarily have to go through the process of bonding all the elected officials in my position and Kevin's position and Mike's position. It's really a handful of positions that are bonded. But we have the funds appropriated so we can do that. County counsel's office, our paralegal in the office handles all the bonding. for us, so she usually processes those. Let's see. Then I did book another 75,000 in other expense. Again, this is our risk reserve, so I try to make sure that we have plenty of funds available, so I can't associate this to one specific need. It's available, and I actually use this line to balance for the whole fund because, again, where we have the most exposure, it's our general liability. So making sure that we have sufficient funds to cover any potential claims or litigation that may come up. And then the last item that's coming out of here is the last transfer to county counsel's office as well, because of course, county counsel's involved with all things litigation, so. And that is our insurance reserve, which I'm really pleased to say that, it's in a good place. And I hope to continue to see that fund grow, because again, I want to make sure that's one that I always keep a very close eye on because we need to make sure, that the county's protected from exposure. And just the nature of our work, there's a lot of exposure. We have a jail, we run health clinics, we do behavioral health, we have people working in the field, we're working on roads. There's a lot of liability that's out there. So it's critical that we have a healthy risk reserve fund. And I'm pleased to say that we do have one. That's Fund 680, and that is.
I have a question.
Sure.
We got to touch just a little bit on the OMI building. I would like to hear some little histrionics about why we did this and some of the features that are benefits why we did this.
All right. Yeah.
Who can take that?
I can take that.
Okay.
So history, and I shared a little bit before when we were talking about the reserve. So 4 years ago, working with the board, we engaged in because we knew we had a lot of needs, space needs. We knew, we could observe that we've maximized, our office spaces within buildings. We were having to double people up in buildings, and Lindsay and I were joking the first day about converting closets into offices, but it wasn't a joke. We actually had some closets that we actually converted into offices. In fact, I can think of one office in particular that used to be a bathroom that was converted into an office. So at that point, so that way we had something tangible that we could fall back on. We did a space needs analysis. And so we engaged with an architecture firm who came in and worked with all of our department heads. We did an assessment, we did interviews, we did walkthroughs, we took measurements of all of our buildings, we noted all the limitations, we noticed the occupancy level of each of the buildings, the condition of all the buildings, and we did a complete assessment that was put together on that for all of our buildings that were in our inventory at that time. Once we got that finished up, then the next phase is we went into strategic capital planning. And so then that followed kind of a similar format where we took the data from the assessment that we did, met with all the departments, and then started talking about where do we see departments in 10 years? How many more FTEs? Are we going to be expanding? Have we reached limitations? And so then we started looking at all the various options that might be available: redevelopment, consolidation on properties. How do we improve services? Do we build new? Do we acquire properties? So we started looking at those various things, while at the same time, I think we all recognize one of the biggest things that came out of that is we had a huge disconnect because we were siloed, because we were split up in all these various buildings all over the downtown core area. And of course the city would like to see, they also approached us concerned about the county sprawl, as we've heard it referred to, because this downtown area, we were occupying a lot of buildings that were coming off the tax roll and houses and things. So that was another thing that was kind of driving this. So we started talking about consolidation. We also recognize that the challenges for, I always point to the easy example, which is like getting a plat approved, that before we started consolidating to get a plat approved, you were going to 4 different buildings to, you would have to start in the assessor's office, and then you have to go to the surveyor's office and planning office, which is in a different building. Then you come to the commissioner's office to get all your signatures. Then you would go to the clerk's office to record it. And so as an example, that was very inefficient and difficulty with wayfinding because people are looking for a service. They come to the courthouse and their question, they might be getting pointed to 5 different buildings. And so there was a lot of disconnect the way we were spread out. So Fast Track, when we did the strategic capital plan, when we looked at various options, that's where the big number that we talked about, that we identified that in order for us to accommodate the anticipated growth and the needs and to accomplish the mission of consolidating services and having similar services in one location for a one-stop shop, we were going to have to do some new construction. And then that's when that huge price tag came, that when we saw it was going to probably be, estimated at like 153 million to build a new building, to then you could start consolidating and shrinking our footprint and then remodeling those buildings that we were going to hold on to. So, it kind of came to fruition that looked like the direction we may be going. And then my phone rang. And an opportunity presented itself with OMI and with that building. And they recognized that for the longest time, they only had 20 to 25 people that were working in a building that's 58,000 square feet. The industry had changed for them for the pandemic. Unlike all of us, that there may have been some telework, we eventually got everybody was back to work because that's just the nature of our business. Where the insurance business, they found that they could operate just fine with remote, and they found that a lot of their employees had kind of scattered all over, but they were able to fully function. So there really wasn't a need for that large office space. So we started having those discussions, and then I came back and talked to the board, and we started looking at this, and it just spend 153 million on a major capital improvement, or spend what ended up being 19 million for that government services building, whereby we were able to accomplish a lot of the goals and things that came out of that strategic plan and out of that assessment that we had. Because now when we're done, and the reason we call it the government services building, which I know it's not a popular name, that was my fault. But if you look at it, we're really centralizing general government services. So when we're done, because right now IT is in that space. IT used to be 2 blocks this way and 2 houses that were built in the 1940s. The county clerk's office will be in the ground floor. This hearing room will be on the ground floor and much more accessible and visible for the public to participate in weekly formal sessions and go through that process. You go up on the 2nd floor, we have tax and assessment is on one side of the building. Across the lobby there, you have planning department, planning and building. So like my example of getting a plat, now you can just go to one location and you'll be able to do everything within that one building, something as simple as getting a plat done. So if you're not sure if your questions for assessment or for planning, they're right there across the lobby from one another. And then we have HHS, Developmental Disability Program, their Enhanced Residential Program, Veteran Services, and HHS Admin also occupies that 2nd floor. So they were able to move out of a facility that we've been leasing for years into a facility we own. And so we're no longer, even though we're paying for this new building, but we're not paying for a lease anymore. And we were able to consolidate a large chunk of HHS, and they used to be located out on Kirby, which is, still a disconnect from the rest of HHS, which is over here on Evans and the Moore building. And then you get up on the 3rd floor, and then you're going to have central finance, HHS's admin finance team, their large finance team on one half, and then the board of commissioners and administrative offices are all going to be on the other half. So when you really look at it, we're now consolidating what was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different buildings that we were occupying with these departments are all going to be in one location, which will be much better for, long-term for maintenance response, for service delivery, because at least folks know that we're going to be at 1 or 2 locations. We're going to be in that building or this building instead of kind of scattered out throughout the downtown core area. And so that's how that kind of came to fruition.
So
I don't know if anybody wants to fill in the blanks or if I missed something.
So I'd add to it just the employment. efficiencies that it's gonna add, which is, and I see it sometimes when I go over there, if I'm gonna meet with somebody, I'm there at lunchtime. Just the fact that you can say hi to everybody and they see you because everybody, for the most part now, is in one location. I think that really adds to kind of the camaraderie, and I think it's great. And on a other separate level, you get to see people coming in and out, what time they're getting there, and that's a plus.
And then the other part is the other half of the third floor is actually still, we have a lease arrangement, a 5-year lease arrangement with OMI. So they're still utilizing that space, but then that helps, that was $1.4 million to help offset the cost of the acquisition as well.
Well,
So-
the other thing, I was gonna say, the other thing with it being a much newer building with much newer infrastructure, the cost of maintenance should be much lower
Yeah.
than in all of these historic buildings, because they are a burden to maintain. I mean, my office alone with that single pane window, there's no way that keeps up with it. So, it's also much more seismically safe because it was built to newer codes.
Mhm.
So there's just a whole host of benefits to it.
So we saved roughly $130 million.
I would say roughly, if you look at that plan, if we were to do new construction,
And then we can sell the old buildings to probably just about break even.
knock a good dent in it.
Whose idea was this? Yours?
I'm
That was a
working with the
brilliant,
board.
that was a brilliant idea.
I can't take
And
full
thank
credit.
God for our board.
It's actually the
Our
vision of the
commissioners.
board, like, because I give the board credit too, because again, we have the ideas, but honestly, this is a leap because this is a major investment for the county and probably the largest capital investment the county's made probably since they built this courthouse.
One small,
Yeah.
one small step for the board and one giant leap for
Well, good job. Thank you for that explanation.
Yeah, so it's just, and it's, because again, this courthouse has been in place since, I think it was constructed in 1960. So if you look at just the years that we've been in here, and I'm just looking at that's going to be the county's, between that and this courthouse, because we're still going to make improvements on this courthouse because this is a good building. And it just needs some improvement. So, for the courts and make better use of the space that we have and with vacating it, but that's going to be, the county headquarters for the time to come. And I really fall back to the service delivery more than anything else. Wayfinding, being able to kind of locate a service, at least it narrows it down, it makes it much simpler that if I, as a citizen, have a question, I can go to that building and more than likely somebody in that building is going to have the answer.
Yeah. And parking is more convenient as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, because kudos to OMI too. They were a good partner in going that, and I'm glad I was their first phone call.
Yeah.
There ain't a whole lot of other people to call for that one.
Mhm.
I mean,
They kind of want a co-location.
I was worried about a developer that might come in and kind of subdivide that whole building into individual suites or things like that. But, I was very pleased in working with Steve Patterson, the president of OMI. We had a lot of good discussions, and they were a willing partner and felt like we got a good deal on the building.
Yeah.
And I'm excited for once we actually get moved in there and these budget meetings next week will be next year will be in the new space.
Wow. Great. So we're all back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock?
Back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And just a reminder that for the 9 o'clock, this one's a little bit different. So it'll be compensation committee. So we'll be just the 3 budget committee members will be coming up here. The commissioners will be sitting in the audience with all the other elected officials, and Patricia Rojas will be coming over to do the report like she did last year with all the data. And Kevin and I will also be here to assist Patricia with that and answer any questions up here. And I do recognize that the compensation committee is probably one of the more challenging and awkward discussions that you have, but it's also a very important function. And so 9 o'clock tomorrow, we kick off with compensation committee. And then as soon as we get through that, you remember, you put together the recommendations that you have, you vote on those recommendations, and then we'll reconvene the budget committee. And then the budget committee will vote on those recommendations. And then we'll go into budget deliberations. And for budget deliberations, we've been tracking the various add back requests that we've received, the requests we received last night. I have a spreadsheet that I'll print and hand out so you're able to track not only what the requests are, but then also funds that are available to possibly support those requests if approved.
Great.
Okay, we're gonna close for the day then.
All right.